In the face of Han Fei's bargaining, the old turtle said, "Okay, I know you. Just want resources. You can have the sun moon shells of Yu Wendao and Goe Sanqing. To be honest, I'm not interested in them, but you should need them. More than me." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What are in them?" The old turtle said, 2,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring, as well as a bunch of other messy things. Check it for yourself. Han Fei's eyes glittered. 2,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring equaled 2 billion points of spiritual energy, didn't it? F***ck, it's really quick to make money now. Once upon a time, he was worried about a few points of spiritual energy, but now he was talking about hundreds of millions. Sure enough, he should find strong people as his opponents. These people had a lot of resources. The old turtle sneered. When you become a venerable, you will find that spiritual energy is everywhere in the world. But then you will know why you can't wake up a king even after throwing billions of points of spiritual energy. After all, spiritual energy is something ordinary people use. Once you become a king, it will be a leap in the level of life. You won't understand. Han Fei chuckled. I will understand. Han Fei's heart stirred. It must be the chaos energy. It was said that the immeasurable fruit he once obtained contained a trace of chaos energy. However, when he transcended the heavenly tribulation, that energy fruit should have been absorbed by him subconsciously. He didn't see any chaos energy emerging. Forget it, I'll ask Queen Life for more later. Anyway, Queen Life is my junior sister. Isn't it natural for a senior brother to ask for things from his junior sister? Of course, Han Fei was too weak now, so he'd better not disgrace himself. Anyway, the demon purification pot was still eating spiritual energy, but the amount was getting larger and larger. In the future, he could feed the demon purification pot with whatever advanced energy he wanted. Now, he just needed to feed it spiritual energy. Han Fei said, "Okay, I can use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique on you. However, should we find a safe and secluded place? Otherwise, if a pillar of light descends from the sky, won't we be exposed?" The old turtle said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. That's why I spent so much effort to activate this turtle shell sky ceiling technique. It requires a price. I used a small half of Yu Wendao's vitality to forcibly seal this place for 3 days and 3 nights, during which what happens here won't be detected by the outside world." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. It's so powerful. Can I learn it? The old turtle sneered. The secret technique of the turtle clan requires special physique. First of all, you need a shell. If you possess a turtle, then I don't mind teaching you. Then forget it. Han Fei took the 2 sun moon shells. He didn't have a choice. He didn't demand that much, and he didn't need to. The small benefit of 2 billion was enough to move him. He really needed to save some resources. Although the water immortal said that he only needed to find her body within 100 years, he didn't even know the future of the waterwood world in the coming 3 years. Who knew what would happen 100 years later? Therefore, where was the real body of the water immortal? This was something he needed to solve urgently. However, if he found it, he would probably need a lot of resources to replenish the spiritual energy. The Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was activated again, and Han Fei found that there was no sky-reaching pillar of light anymore. The pillar of light was only 100 meters high and seemed to shoot out of the void, shining directly on the old turtle. In his heart, the old turtle said, "This is not light, but Tao runes. Therefore, where it appears, can be controlled. As for the skill to control it, it's because of the difference between stepping into the Tao and not stepping into the Tao. If you have stepped into this Tao, how to use the heaven enlightenment divine technique will be all up to you." Han Fei saw that Gue Sanqing's body slowly grew taller. There were some strange lines on the turtle shell, but they disappeared soon. Feeling that he had given the vitality of 100 years, Han Fei immediately stopped the heaven enlightenment divine technique. The old turtle muttered, "Actually, it doesn't matter for you to give more vitality. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to hunt Tao seeking demons in the future. Your vitality will eventually be replenished." Han Fei said, "Then let's make up for it first." Han Fei didn't know how many effects the heaven enlightenment divine technique had, but he thought that 100 years of vitality wouldn't be much anyway. After all, it took nearly 2,000 years of vitality for him to wake up the water immortal. And he had to rely on the life spring water and billions of points of spiritual energy to do that. Gue Sanqing said, "As I expected, the heaven enlightenment divine technique has restored 80% of the foundation of the little turtle. I think that if you're confident that you can remain invincible, you can choose to walk the Tao of the heavenly enlightenment. At least, if you choose that Tao, you can definitely become a king. Then you'll be stronger than 99% of the people in this world." Han Fei curled his lips. "Humph. Cut the crap. Give me the grand puppet technique." The old turtle took out a jade slip, squeezed it with one hand, and quickly injected spiritual energy into it. After only 1 second, a technique jade slip was formed, and he threw it to Han Fei. The old turtle said, "The grand puppet technique is extremely demanding on refining skills. Why do you have to be at least in the venerable realm to practice this technique? One of the restrictions is the refining. Only when you reach the venerable realm can you learn anything extremely fast. But when you reach the sea establishment realm, you can learn even faster. Of course, your refining skills shouldn't be bad. You should be able to use it." Han Fei accepted the grand puppet technique and didn't pay much attention to it. He was thinking about a question: why were there so many puppets in the heavenly palace? Be it the Yin-Yang heavenly palace or the Waterwood heavenly palace, they had many puppets. And under the steps into the sea, they even specially nurtured puppets. How was it different from refining puppets? Han Fei spread out his perception, and information popped up in his head. Grand puppet technique, venerable level, low quality. Introduction: This is a puppet refining technique that can steal the power of nature. Before the creature dies completely, shatter its soul and scatter it in the flesh and blood of the body. With the refining technique and the law as the source, fuse a wisp of your own soul into the body to reforge a spiritless body. After the puppet is refined, the wisp of soul will become an ownerless soul, and after the refining, it will produce telepathy with you. Deduced art, great technique of puppet nurturing. Deduction cost, 1 billion. Remarks: the puppet needs to be refined before the body decays and the soul completely dissipates. Han Fei had never seen such a technique before. It was a venerable level, low-quality technique. It could be seen that puppets were actually more difficult to nurture than he had imagined. Although the void lines could control creatures and make them as puppets. However, it needed the void lines to control them all the time. And this grand Puppet technique didn't seem to need him to control them at all, only needed a wisp of his soul. Han Fei certainly wouldn't care about that. It was just a wisp of a soul. As long as he killed a few enemies, the lost soul could be replenished. Looking at the 1 billion points of spiritual energy required, as well as the great technique of puppet nurturing, Han Fei couldn't help being a little curious. What he saw on the steps into the sea should be a puppet nurturing technique, right? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Old Yuan, I've heard of puppet techniques, but I've seen a technique that suppresses corpses. Is it also refining corpses? The old turtle was feeling his new body. Hearing Han Fei's question, he said, What you talk about should be a puppet nurturing technique, which is much more advanced than the grand puppet technique. You can only refine unconscious puppets with the grand puppet technique. No matter how powerful this puppet is, it can't be more powerful than his own body. However, a puppet nurturing technique is different. It is to completely shatter the soul in a creature's body and make an ownerless soul appear in his mind. In the end, as long as you are willing, you can develop a puppet in any direction you want. And someone once nurtured this kind of puppet, then possessed it and directly refined it into his avatar. Wow! Han Fei exclaimed, an avatar? The old turtle said, of course. When you can nurture such puppets to a certain level, they will have consciousness. Even if you are their master, they will resist if you want to possess them. Because at that time, they will be equivalent to an independent creature. Seeing that Han Fei was deep in thought, the old turtle couldn't help but laugh creepily. Someone did this, because they were too weak. They searched for the most talented people and killed them before they could grow up. Then they nurtured their bodies and possessed them so as to improve their own strength. Han Fei smiled. Shameless. The old turtle said disdainfully, what's the big deal of this? If it weren't for the harsh requirements of raising a puppet and the extremely low probability of raising an ultra-quality one, this technique would have been popularized a long time ago. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. It sounded awesome, but he decided not to think about it. Even the old turtle, who liked to brag every day, said that it was difficult. It must not be simple. As for the puppet under the steps into the sea? Forget it, he'd better wait until he became stronger. Immediately, Han Fei began to study the grand puppet technique. Even if Yuan Dao was useless in the mouth of the old turtle, he was still half venerable. If he refined him into a puppet, he would be invincible. In the realm of explorers. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. 3 days later. Deep in a certain sea, in a trench, there was a black turtle shell here, covering half of the trench. At this moment, spiritual fire was raging in the trench. Not only was Han Fei refining a puppet, but he was also doing it in a different way. When he refined Overlord, it was just because of a random idea from Mujiar. This time, he imagined what would happen if he carved an array on Yuan Dao's body as a tattoo. The old turtle, with Gue Sanqing's body, standing not far away with his hands behind his back, slightly nodded. I didn't expect you to be so good at arrays at such a young age. Although this array technique can't give Yuan Dao the combat power of a venerable, it can increase his strength by 20%. Han Fei grinned. I can engrave arrays on your turtle shell too. Do you want me to do it for you? The old turtle said disdainfully, you have no idea how powerful the turtle shell is. The turtle shell is an array in the first place. This array can prevent vitality from leaking and can withstand all techniques. How can a few random arrays be comparable to it? Han Fei frowned. Is that true? He said in disdain, doesn't that mean that all creatures with shells are born with arrays? The old turtle said leisurely, you can't say that this is wrong. For example, crabs, do you think their carapace is not an array? Every creature in this world is unique. Their carapace has infinite effects and has grown like this through the accumulation of countless years. Who knows if there is any array in it? Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei, who was carving arrays, was taken aback. What the old turtle said seemed to make sense. He couldn't help but think of the beautiful golden ratio lines on the parakeet that Li Luoluo dug out in the ideal palace. After about an hour, a new Yuandao appeared. However, it was different from the previous Yuandao, who pretended to be a sage. Instead, it was a bald guy with tattoos all over his body. Han Fei had even engraved arrays on his forehead. The old turtle said, you're too particular about balance. There are too many defensive arrays and spirit-gathering arrays, but too few speed ones. However, this concealment array is not bad. Of course, it's ineffective against venerables, but it's still effective on the Tao-seeking realm. Han Fei said indifferently, a puppet needs to be comprehensive. How can I count on it to deal with a half-venerable powerhouse? Once I lose the ability of thinking, even if I split a wisp of my soul, compared to a half-venerable powerhouse, my reaction should not be fast enough. Therefore, its purpose is only to deal with creatures below the peak of the Tao-seeking realm. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the black shell phantom above Han Fei's head began to fade. The old turtle said, the effect of the turtle shell sky sealing technique is limited. Someone will find this place soon, right? As an emperor-level powerhouse, he certainly could think of the existence of the venerable token. Now it was up to Han Fei to explain. Han Fei said, don't mind it too much. Then, Han Fei secretly activated the venerable token. Instantly, a voice sounded in Han Fei's mind, stay where you are. More than an hour later, Han Fei wondered, why do they come so slow? The old turtle said, it's not that they're slow, but that they have to arrive here without being detected. Sure enough, after waiting for another half an hour, Han Fei suddenly found that a large amount of vine grass appeared in the trench. As the vine grass increased, a red flower bud grew out. When the flower bud bloomed, Han Fei saw Jinger walk out of it. Jinger immediately looked at the old turtle. After all, at her level, she knew that the old turtle was not a puppet but a real sea demon. But Jinger didn't pay much attention. The old turtle seemed to have known that she was coming, so she frowned. Why did you come to this damn place? It's not close to Waterwood World at all. After complaining for a while, Jinger looked at the old turtle and asked, who is this? Han Fei said, this is Gu Sanqing. He has already been instigated to defect by me. Now he follows me. The old turtle rolled his eyes, put his hands behind his back, and thought to himself, I follow you? If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? Considering that Han Fei's identity was different and his methods were complicated, Jinger didn't think too much about it. She simply pushed and a soundproof array appeared, blocking the old turtle outside. The first thing Jinger said was, tell me who your junior sister is first. Han Fei blinked. Don't you know? Looking at Jinger's curious eyes, Han Fei knew that something must have happened? He said leisurely, well, I can't tell you. Jing'er took a deep look at Han Fei. Really? The queen said the same as you. What are you up to? You've only met the queen once, and I heard everything you two talked about. Han Fei smiled casually. This is a secret. However, I think you will know it in the near future. Jing'er grunted for a few seconds before giving up asking. Then, she put on a serious expression. It turns out that you can really become a sea demon. I don't know how you do it. Did you cultivate some special technique to have the ability to become a sea demon? Can you change back? Han Fei grinned and his body quickly changed. The deceit technique changed his realm and strength. At this moment, Han Fei became a junior sea spirit. Can you tell? Jing'er frowned. It seems. I can't tell that this technique has completely hidden your true strength. Han Fei said with a smile, it's not enough. My appearance, strength, and aura can all be changed, but my law enforcement ability can't be changed, nor can my combat skills. It's easy to solve combat skills, but the key is the law enforcement ability. This Fish Dragon King's law enforcement ability is near at hand technique. While talking, Han Fei looked at Jing'er with a smile, and Jing'er bared her teeth slightly. Jing'er glared at Han Fei. So, you're coveting my near-at-hand technique? But this does require the ability of space comprehension. Han Fei frowned and said, I can't learn it? In his heart, the old turtle said, not necessarily. As long as this little girl is willing, she can still teach you. Han Fei asked, do you know it too? The old turtle said, of course. But I can't teach you. You'll master it after you reach the king level. This is because space is right there. As a king, you can see through such a shallow power at a glance. Han Fei, why didn't you tell me earlier? The old turtle said, if you want to go to the royal city, of course I'll tell you, or you'll be exposed. But are you sure you want to go to the royal city? With your current strength? You know, there is a king there. Once you're exposed, we'll be doomed. Han Fei immediately understood what the old turtle meant. This was probably why he didn't tell him before. However, he wasn't a fool. Even if he really went to such a dangerous place, he definitely had to be absolutely sure. Jing'er pouted. That's a bargain. What else? The queen asked where you would be in the future and how to contact you. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and said, don't worry about me for the time being. I'm going to find a place. Did the queen give you any hint? Jing'er said suspiciously again, I really wonder if you have secretly met the queen. With that said, Jing'er threw a fish skin map to Han Fei and said, the queen gave it to you. These are all the forbidden places in the Waterwood world. You know how precious this sea map is, right? The queen said that if she gave you this map, you would owe him another 100 Tao-seeking powerhouses and 10 venerables. Pfft. Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, that's a robbery. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. I'm only a junior explorer. Do you think it's easy for me? Seeing Han Fei standing there dumbfounded, Jing'er snorted and said, don't be ignorant. Do you know how long the queen has been drawing this map? Tens of thousands of years. Jing'er said excitedly, how difficult it is for the queen. She can't go to sea and is restrained by the two big royal cities. Do you know how the secret places, forbidden places, and forbidden areas on this map were discovered? Those places are all explored by people. For this reason, more than 10 venerables have died in Waterwood World. Han Fei couldn't help but feel refreshed. Had Queen Life been searching for the water immortal for more than 10,000 years? He immediately opened the sea chart and took a look. Immediately, a vast sea chart appeared. Han Fei's pupils were constricted. This map has included the boundaries that the Waterwood World could reach. The words 8,200,000 miles were written on it. It was the distance between the north and south of the Waterwood World. Along the way, there were thousands of points marked out. It was needless to say that every point here was probably a secret realm, and this was only a small part of the sea. And in the eyes of a king, there might be many ordinary secret realms that she didn't necessarily go to record. 8,200,000 kilometers to the side, there were the words turbulent sea written there. Han Fei couldn't help looking at Jinger. Jinger, what is the turbulent sea? Jinger said, I knew you would ask. The so-called turbulent sea can also be understood as the turbulent sea area, or the wall of death, a manifestation of the infinite ocean. However, its range is not very large. It's usually hundreds of thousands of miles. It's said that it's created by the kings for the purpose of severing the sea into 36 pieces. Even venerables are very likely to die if they enter. Han Fei asked in surprise, why? Isn't it good to interconnect? Jinger looked at Han Fei as if he were an idiot. Are you an idiot? Different. Heavenly palaces have different ways of defending against enemies. If they interconnect, will the sea demon royal cities also interconnect? Then it will be a mess. What if multiple royal cities joined forces to attack a single domain? Han Fei frowned. That did make sense. However, the kings had joined forces to create a place that even a venerable might die in. How dangerous was that place? Was the infinite ocean so dangerous? Seeming to see through Han Fei's thoughts, Jinger said, in a sense, this turbulent sea is more dangerous than the infinite ocean. The infinite ocean is big and distant, yet this turbulent sea is short and dangerous. They're different. Han Fei finally understood why the Waterwood World was right next to the Yang World, but no one could come here. Therefore, the infinite ocean that he and almost everyone in the Yang World had thought of was actually not the real infinite ocean at all, but the sea area that was used to separate the 36 mystic worlds by powerhouses. He was a little surprised. Who the hell had the ability to seal a place that was tens of millions of kilometers long? But that guy did it indeed. This was a fact. However, Han Fei asked, curiously, what about the sky? Can you fly? Jinger said, why do you have so many questions? I don't know. I haven't been in it before. The Queen said that the wall of death is terrifying. Who dares to go there? Han Fei continued to study the map and asked, have you never been to the red spots on the map? Han Fei found that the area of this map was too big, but in fact, there were not many marked areas. For example, when he went to the level 3 fishery, there were thousands of marked secret realms on Old Bai's map. However, what was really worth exploring was only a few. There were actually only about 30,000 markers in the vast area of the water Wood Heavenly Sea painting, which were divided into 3 colors. The areas near the Cloud Sea Divine Tree were mostly green, and this range was about 500,000 kilometers. the rest were red and black. Among them, most of them were red, taking up almost 90%, and only 10% of them were black. Even so, the black spots were as many as more than 2,000. However, among the more than 2,000 black spots, 80% of them had a green mark. Jinger said, the green means that it has already been explored. The red signs indicate that they know that there are secret realms or special places. But they can't verify if these places have been explored by sea demons or not. However, the places marked in red shouldn't have high exploring value. Usually, it's at the level of sea spirit. Occasionally, there are some at the level of explorers, but not many. Han Fei's eyes flashed. So, the black ones are the most important? Jinger said, black is the most dangerous. Similarly, among these black marks, those with green marks have been explored by our Waterwood world. As for the rest, we only know of them, but haven't had the time to explore them. Among them, especially around the Blood Sea Divine Wood City and the White Shell Royal City, there must be a large number of unexplored secret realms. Han Fei was speechless. Huh. So, what do you mean? I'm going? Han Fei looked at the black secret realm that only had 400 or so left. They were mainly distributed around the westmost Blood Sea Divine Wood City and the eastmost White Shell Royal City. Both of these cities had one characteristic, which was that they were very close to the turbulent sea. According to the standards on the sea chart, the distance between them was probably only 500,000 or 600,000 miles. What did it mean? It was probably the distance between the ice city wall of the Good Waterwood world and the Ice God Canyon. In fact, this distance was not far, so the Ice God Strait was listed as the frontline battlefield. In other words, if he wanted to go to the White Shell Royal City, with the location of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, he had to cross almost 5 million miles of sea to reach it. And on this road, Han Fei saw unexplored black spots within the million miles around the Cloud Sea Divine Tree and the White Shell Royal City, respectively. Han Fei counted, there were 101 black spots. Of course, Han Fei only counted the black spots, but he didn't count the red spots because there were too many of them. In the past, Han Fei felt that a secret realm was equivalent to a treasure. If there was such a sea map in the Yinyang world, he would probably take Zhang Xuanyu and the others to explore the secret realms one by one. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't have the time now. Even if he could explore a secret realm a day, he didn't seem to be able to explore them all. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. His junior sister, Queen Life, had thrown a super big trouble to him. Considering the time Queen Life spent in the Waterwood world, it was impossible for her unable to find a person. If even she couldn't find the Water Immortal, there was a high chance that the place where the Water Immortal was hiding was somewhere in the two royal cities. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. So, not only did he have to go to the royal cities, but he also had to investigate special secret realms in them. He might even have to find a way to sneak into the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. However, when Han Fei thought of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, he heard Jinger blink her eyes and say, "Since you have become a sea demon, can you become a woman?" Han Fei said with a black face, "No, I won't do that. Don't even think about it." Huh. It seems that you have this ability? Han Fei shook his head quickly. I don't. Don't slander me. I can't transform into a blood demon, nor can I transform into a Millennium Snapper. Jinger said in surprise, "You know what I want to say." Sure enough, you must have secretly met the Queen Han Fei rolled his eyes. Cut the crap. Can the queen come to see me? Seeing that Jing'er was still staring at him, Han Fei waved his hand and said, It's impossible for me to turn into a woman. I'll never do that in this life. Even if I turn into a fox, it'll be a male fox. Forget it. I feel that I have a lot of stress right now, and my work intensity is a bit high. Seeing that Han Fei was already talking nonsense, Jing'er was speechless. Fox? Work intensity? Jing'er said, All right, although I don't know what tacit understanding you have with the queen has really paid a lot this time. This time, she can only give you 3 drops of life spring water, which is already the limit. She can't give you more. Han Fei's face couldn't help but change slightly. He knew that in the past few days, Queen Life had given him 43 drops of life spring water, which was the reserve of 100 years of a sea creation realm powerhouse. Although she claimed that he owed a lot of sea demons to her, it showed that the queen had really paid a huge price. Han Fei could roughly guess that every time the Thousand Mountain Ancient realm opened, there would probably be people carrying life spring water in. And those life spring water wouldn't be much, probably only enough to extend the life of the water immortal. The water immortal had clearly expressed that if she wanted to abandon her great Tao and recultivate, she had to abandon her original body and start from the spirit awakening realm step by step. Of course, this was all Han Fei's own guess. He hadn't recultivated and didn't have this experience. Jing'er extended her hand, and the 3 drops of life spring water exuded rich vitality, which really made him want to swallow them. As long as Han Fei swallowed a drop now, he could immediately replenish his vitality and return to his peak state. However, the life spring water should not be used at this time. Han Fei waved his hand and put away the life spring water. Then, he said, Near at hand technique. Jing'er pouted, sighed, and handed a jade slip to Han Fei. You people from the Yinyang world are really troublemakers. You've only been in the water wood world for a few days, but it's already in chaos. The sea ice domain, the fiery sea, and the dark war port have all been messed up by you. Han Fei couldn't help but say, but there's one more human venerable. Jing'er said, Yu Chen is going to enter the Tao anyway. He will do it. Whether you come or not, and it won't cause such a large-scale battle. Han Fei said with a smile, Come on, it's better to have changes than to be stagnant. You've almost forgotten your ambition. With that, Han Fei said, Okay. Do me a favor. Jing'er couldn't help but feel terrible. What favor? With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, 9 tails, Little Fatty, and Little Gold were thrown out by him. Jing'er was slightly surprised. You have 3 contractual spiritual beasts? Han Fei said carelessly, It's nothing to be surprised at. It's not a special case. With that, Han Fei stepped on 9 Tails' claws and said, Help me throw him into the cave sea to gain experience. Then, Han Fei pointed at Little Fatty and said, The dark water of the dark warport is very suitable for this guy. Then Han Fei patted Little Gold's head. I don't know where to throw this guy. Help me throw him to the Sky Clan for training. Little Fatty glanced at Han Fei. Where are you going? Jing'er couldn't help being curious. This big octopus looked so strange and spoke quite coldly to his master. Han Fei scoffed. I won't take you wherever I go. You are too weak now. Little Fatty couldn't help but ask, Are you sure? If you don't take me with you, I'm afraid you will kill yourself. Han Fei Han Fei immediately said angrily, "How can you say that? Do you think I'm stupid? Your master is going to be a king. Forget it, you'd better come with me." Han Fei thought for a moment. It seemed that this trip was indeed dangerous. If he went to the White Shell Royal City, he would have to move under the king's watch. Without little Fatty, he would be in danger. Immediately, Han Fei's glabella flashed again, and the licking dog appeared. Meow. Bang. Han Fei kicked him and pointed at the licking dog's nose. "If you meow again, believe it or not, I'll cut your balls." Swish. The licking dog dashed far away. "Why? Is master in a bad mood today?" Han Fei couldn't help sighing at the coward. "Take him away. You can throw him wherever you want." Jinger exclaimed, "Why is there a fourth contractual spiritual beast? Is this a beast?" The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Seeing the licking dog hiding beside Nine Tails, he said helplessly, "Sort of. I don't have the time to take care of him." In the end, Han Fei took out a sun moon shell with one hand. "Well, there are a million caddies of spirit awakening fluid here. You can ask anyone to feed them a few mouthfuls from time to time. Master, I can keep it for you." The licking dog spoke and stared at the sun moon shell in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei said, "Shut up. Every contractual spiritual beast needs to grow up. It's up to you how far you can go. If I find out that any of you are lazy, slacking off, refusing to go to sea or fight, when I come back, I will personally train you." Swish. Nine Tails and the licking dog jumped behind Jinger. They could feel how powerful Jinger was. They thought to themselves, "This guy is a strong master. After all, master probably won't kick them if they hide here." The licking dog sniffed. This person smelled so good. Lick, lick. Jinger had never been licked by a dog. When she saw the big tongue rubbing against her leg, she immediately kicked the licking dog into the bottom of the sea. Bang! The soil on the seafloor was stirred up and a big pit appeared. Nine Tails was so scared that it hurried to slip away. Why is this guy even more ferocious than master? Han Fei covered his face. How did I create such a thing? Jinger said, "Okay. Although you have a lot of contractual spiritual beasts, their strength is too weak, although their quality is good. It's the right choice to have them gain experience by themselves. A contractual spiritual beast without experience can never really grow up. Anything else? If not, I'm leaving." Han Fei nodded solemnly. "Okay." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When the red flower bloomed again, Jinger left with Nine Tails and the others. The licking dog and Nine Tails suddenly became comrades, and they seemed to feel it was good to leave their master. Little Gold, on the other hand, was quite reluctant to part with Han Fei. Han Fei was a little sad, but he knew that these were all legend creatures. Since they had the ability, they should have the strength of legends. Punishing Saber and the others were all top powerhouses. Although he hadn't fought Punishing Saber and the others, Han Fei had seen Punishing Saber and Waterluster cooperate in combat. The two of them could cooperate to kill an explorer who had just entered the intermediate level. How terrifying was this strength? If the four of them attacked together, Han Fei felt that even he would be in danger. With a thought from Han Fei, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. Punishing Saber and the other four appeared, or they shouldn't be called Humans. They were one saber, one fire, one pangolin, one treeman, and one ice. Bird. Han Fei thought for a moment and threw out 2 sunmoon shells. The spirit. Awakening fluid should be useless for you now. There are a million caddies of spiritual spring here. Throw it into the painting. I'll give you 5,000 spiritual fruits. You can split them evenly. Don't mind. I only have 2,000 left. Fire Seed said, Master, we can fight for you. Now that Master's strength has reached the explorer realm, so has ours, we can already appear. Anyway, we can absorb spiritual energy and energy by ourselves. It's not a big problem. Han Fei said, not yet. I'm in danger now. I won't call you out unless I have to. I'll give you some resources periodically to help you grow. Or, under certain special circumstances, I'll call you out to gain experience, but you can't stay outside. Tree Spirit nodded. Yes, Master. Recalling punishing Saber and the others into the sea-quelling painting, Han Fei knew that Tree Spirit and the others were one of his trump cards. The combined combat power of the 5 of them was definitely not weak. Perhaps they might not be able to defeat peak-level Dao-seeking powerhouses, but if the 5 of them joined forces to fight advanced Dao-seeking sea demons, they would probably win. Besides, he had to be very careful in the sea demon's backyard. Otherwise, if he, the old turtle and the 7 Dao-seeking realm creatures traveled together, it would be difficult for others not to notice them. The old turtle, who had witnessed the whole process, was actually shocked. He couldn't imagine how lucky Han Fei was to be able to get so many treasure followers in that desolate place. He had 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures. And the drop of infinity water, which even he hadn't seen before. After all, he wasn't omnipotent. However, that drop of water seemed to be omnipotent and its practicality far exceeded that of ordinary sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Even a special creature like the 9 death soul-splitting octopus could recognize him as its master. And the other 3 pets must be legend creatures. Besides, although he had seen punishing Saber and the others come out many times, it was the second time he saw them all come out. The first time was during the tribulation. And from their conversation, the old turtle discovered that Han Fei probably had one more sea-quelling bizarre treasure, a space weapon that sealed a space for living creatures to live. The old turtle wondered, could it be the star shell? But it didn't seem to be a storage space. Anyway, the old turtle was sure that Han Fei had at least something comparable to a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. The old turtle was speechless. Han Fei actually had 4 weapons of the quality of sea-quelling bizarre treasures when he was still an explorer. That really shocked him. Besides, these were not the strongest ones. The most powerful thing on Han Fei was still the little calabash, which was at least a god-level weapon. At this moment, the old turtle felt tired. This guy's luck was really good. When he was at the same level as Han Fei, he was so poor. However, it was precisely because of this that the old turtle fell into deep thought. Even in this damn place, Han Fei could have so many fortuitous incidents. If he went to a bigger world, what would happen to him? Han Fei had arranged everything and gave most of his resources to punishing Saber and the others. After all, they were equivalent to 5 explorers. If they didn't give enough resources, they probably wouldn't have enough. As for him, he kept a small half of it, which should be enough for him. As the old turtle said, most resources were useless to him now. What he needed was the kind of resources that were rarer, more advanced, and could clearly increase his strength. Han Fei looked back at the old turtle. Old Yuan, you are the only one who knows all my secrets. Swear that you, Emperor Yuan, will not leak any of my secrets, whether by speaking or by writing. The old turtle's face darkened. Do you want to attack me? With a thought from Han Fei, Yu Wendao, who had been refined into a puppet, appeared and stared at the old turtle. Han Fei said, Old Yuan, we're old acquaintances anyway. There's still a long way to go in the future. You have part of your soul free now. Don't make us fall out over such a trivial matter. The old turtle couldn't have felt worse. He knew that Han Fei was extremely selfish. I taught you so much and gave you so many resources. In the end, you suspected me. The old turtle looked at Yu Wendao. He knew that a puppet was nothing at all. But the problem was that Han Fei had too many trump cards. For example, the 5 guys just now were the real 5 legends. With their heritage and cooperative strength, their strength couldn't be underestimated. Let alone Han Fei, the biggest monster. If he didn't obey, most of his soul definitely wouldn't have a chance to escape. Even if this body could escape, it would definitely be seriously injured. At that time, it would take him at least 1,000 years to become a king again. Having no choice, the old turtle sighed. You are truly ruthless. Han Fei grinned and said, Hey. I, Han Fei, am approachable and serve the people. I do good things, without leaving a name. Everyone who knows me praises me. The old turtle. Han Fei was relieved to see the old turtle swearing to this great Tao. He put away Yu Wendao and said with a smile, That's it. From now on, we can be allies. It shouldn't be a problem for us to dominate the entire White Shell Royal City. The old turtle shook his head slightly. Okay, Yu Wendao is dead, but he used the excuse of going out to cultivate, so if he doesn't come back in the short term, no one will find out. Although you also said you were going out to cultivate, you are an influential figure in this trip to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Someone will definitely pay attention to your whereabouts. You have to show up. Han Fei nodded. No rush. I have to go back to the Ice God Canyon. Huh? The old turtle couldn't help but ask in surprise, Why are you going back to the Ice God Canyon now? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. The dragon energy in my body is boiling, and I'm in dire need of the power of soul freezing in the Ice God Canyon to suppress my blood and qi. The old turtle. Ice God Canyon. At this moment, the seahorse venerable was questioning Yu Kaling and Lon Kair. Without the fish dragon king here, he could only ask these 2 people. As for the others, well, they didn't even know what had happened. The seahorse venerable said, You 2 are the subordinates of the fish dragon king, but you went out of the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm alone without his permission. Except for the initial phase, you don't know anything about the Ancient Realm. What kind of a subordinate are you? Lan Shuer lowered her head, and Yu Kaling pursed her lips. Master Venerable, when the Dragon King came back, he only brought Master Sanqing with him. He left in a hurry and didn't inform us at all. Narrowing his eyes, the seahorse venerable said, Yu Kaling, you've been to the royal city once. Tell me what you think of the things in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. The fish dragon king was on a killing spree in the end. It said that he killed more than 100 people with his arrays. Is that true? Youth Kaling said, Master Venerable, we don't know much about that, but we heard from the blood demon that it's true. However, at the exit of the ancient realm, Master Dragon King intercepted more than 500 people alone. I remember it vividly. The seahorse Venerable pondered for a long time. Was the fish Dragon King capable of fighting 500 alone? Was he not bragging? He had experienced the realm of a sea spirit too. Although he wasn't the best, he was still a top genius. But 1v500? Humph, even 1v50 was impossible. The scene where the fish dragon king rushed at the 500 blood demons alone seemed a bit strange. He had asked them to retreat first, but halfway through, the fish dragon king disappeared. The three venerables searched, but didn't find him, which was strange. At this time, the seahorse venerable shouted in a low voice, "Send someone out to find him. A living person can't disappear without a trace." Right when Youth Kaling was about to leave, someone suddenly said, "Master Venerable, the fish dragon king and Gue Sanqing are back. They've passed the Ice Mountain City and are coming to the Ice God Canyon." The seahorse venerable was taken aback. "Oh? They're back?" About half a day passed. On the way to the Ice God Canyon, Han Fei muttered, "The near at hand technique is interesting. It's actually a space folding technique. It's really magical." The old turtle smiled foolishly. "This is nothing. When you become a real king, if you take the great Tao of space, you can cross millions of miles with one step. And there are some who are good at void teleportation. They can cross the entire sea area in the blink of an eye." Han Fei asked in surprise, "So quick?" The old turtle said disdainfully, "The speed of travel is different from the speed of actual combat. However, these are all about great Tao. You can't understand it now." Han Fei. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei returned to the Ice God Canyon. The moment he stepped into the Ice God Canyon, many perceptions immediately scanned over. As soon as they entered the canyon, the seahorse venerable had already said, "Come to the arena." Han Fei knew that it was a venerable's voice transmission. He swam forward and saw many people watching at the entrances of their caves. Most of these people were peak-level sea spirits, and most of them were not qualified to go to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm because they were not strong enough. However, in private, the comments about Han Fei in the past few days had already spread. There were even comments that he could beat 1,000 alone. Someone said via voice transmission, "Are powerhouses from the royal city so powerful? I heard that he defeated all the top heavenly talents of the blood Sea Divinewood City alone?" Someone who saw Han Fei carrying Huer out of the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm said solemnly, "Yes. You don't even know what happened back then. There were undead creatures everywhere. Everyone was fleeing, but this fish dragon king didn't seem to intend to leave at all. It was said that he even rushed into the insect tide in the end." Someone sighed. Otherwise, how could he become the heavenly talent of the royal city? And he's only ranked 10th on the genius list. I can't imagine how strong the first place is. However, someone said, "But he's too ruthless." I heard that none of the other heavenly talents of the royal city came out. One of them was killed by him in the ancient realm. Many people's faces changed. "Shut up. Is this something you can discuss? Any strong masters will fight internally more fiercely than we think. Under the watch and discussion of countless people, Han Fei swam straight to the arena arrogantly without paying attention to anything else. In the arena, Han Fei saw Yu Kaling and Lan Shuer standing respectfully on one side. On the high platform, the Seahorse Venerable looked at the Fish Dragon King and asked, "Why is the blood and qi in your body stirred up? Your demonic energy seems to be out of control. Are you going to transcend the tribulation?" Han Fei said, "My lord, I gained some inspiration during the trip to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Because of the strange reaction of my bloodline, I left the team without permission and found a secret realm. Cultivating and stabilizing my cultivation base there for several days." The Seahorse Venerable looked at Han Fei. "Well, it seems that the effect is not good. It has been a few days, but you still failed to suppress it." Han Fei smiled casually. "My bloodline is responding abnormally. I feel that the level of my demonic heritage may increase." The Seahorse Venerable was taken aback. "Oh? You mean within level 8 or level 9? Han Fei curled his lips and smiled bitterly. He said, "Level 9 is still too difficult. If I can make a breakthrough this time, I may reach level 8. High quality." The Seahorse Venerable's eyes glittered. "That's great news. In that case, why don't you come back after the breakthrough?" Han Fei smiled. "It's mainly to prevent the Venerables from being too worried. Also, due to the strange reaction of my blood and qi, I need to use the power of ice in the Ice God Canyon." The Seahorse Venerable nodded and said, "Okay. By the way, is the last blood demon you killed the one who ambushed you?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, there must be someone else. That person's strength is probably comparable to mine, or even more mysterious. Otherwise, she would have long been killed by me." The Seahorse Venerable slightly nodded. "Okay. I see. Both of them are your subordinates. Take them away." Han Fei turned his head and glanced at the two of them, his eyes cold and his lips curled. "Wait here for me to return." After that, Han Fei ignored them, turned around, left the arena, and swam directly to the abyss outside the Ice God Canyon. The old turtle hadn't said a word since the beginning, but simply followed Han Fei. As soon as Han Fei left the arena, Lan Shuer and Yu Kaling followed out. Compared to the Fish Dragon King, the Seahorse Venerable actually cared about these two people more. Beside the seahorse, another half-merman Venerable suddenly appeared and asked casually, "What do you think?" The Seahorse Venerable said, "After all, the Fish Dragon King was originally from the royal city. Now that his demonic heritage has upgraded, his ranking may change in the future. Besides, from this trip to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm, the Fish Dragon King must have gotten a lot of opportunities. Let these two follow him." The half-merman Venerable asked, "Do you think the Fish Dragon King is really as conceited and arrogant as he looks?" The Seahorse Venerable tilted his head and asked, "What do you mean?" The half-merman Venerable said, "I don't know why, but I have a feeling that under the conceited appearance of the Fish Dragon King, there is a scheming heart. Think about it, Yu Hong is dead, Shui Hong Yan is dead, a total of 3 people came from the royal city, but the 2 shrewd ones died, and the conceited Fish Dragon King survived." The Seahorse Venerable frowned and said, "That's true, but among the 3 of them, the Fish Dragon King is the strongest." "Maybe what you said is true, but what does it have to do with us? No matter how talented he is, he's not worth our attention before he enters the Tao." The half-merman Venerable nodded slightly. That was true. Not to mention that the Fish Dragon King was only ranked in the top 10 of the genius list in the capital. Even if he was ranked first, it didn't mean anything if he was only in the sea spirit realm. The abyssal chasm could also be called a trench. In the ocean, because of crustal movements, trenches were actually very common, but some were deep and some were shallow. And considering the depth of this crack in the Ice God Canyon, it was not something ordinary people could explore. Last time, Han Fei dove for 10,000 meters with the identity of Yu Hanjia, and Yu Wendao was watching him all the way. This time, Han Fei directly dove 10,000 meters deep and descended quickly, followed by the old turtle. The old turtle said, "Huh? I still can't perceive anything. This body limits me." Han Fei was lost for words. "Come on, what's such a big deal of it? I can't perceive anything either, but did I complain?" The old turtle. Han Fei couldn't perceive anything now, but he didn't think it was a bad thing. Even the old turtle couldn't perceive the bottom of the abyss, so it was impossible for ordinary venerables to see it through with their perception. This time, when Han Fei and the old turtle descended to about 15,000 meters deep, the old turtle reminded him, "You need to protect yourself with demonic energy. They can see you clearly from this distance." Han Fei nodded. The ice crystals on his body were shattered at this moment, and billowing demonic energy wrapped him. At this depth, Han Fei was not in a mood to joke anymore, because both his body and soul seemed to be slightly stiffened. In the Ice God Canyon, the three venerables were looking at Han Fei, who was diving in the crack. Among them, the turtle venerable who came the latest said, he didn't protect his body with demonic chi until he reached 15,000 meters. This kid is really arrogant. However, it's only halfway through. Let's see how deep he can go. The seahorse venerable said, it shouldn't be a problem for him to go 25,000 meters deep. But if they go further down, it's hard to predict for the Fish Dragon King, and it should be difficult for Gue Sanqing to go further down. The half-merman venerable grinned and said, this has nothing to do with the realm but the strength of the soul. After all, Gue Sanqing is just a servant. Even if he is already a half-merman, 30,000 meters should be his limit. Not everyone can pass that layer of frost mist. The seahorse venerable said, however, didn't he say that he would use this chance to cultivate? Is he still interested in the secret under the Ice God Canyon? Down below, when Han Fei came to 20,000 meters, he found that even the demonic chi protecting his body couldn't resist the cold. And in the sea, there seemed to be something stimulating his soul. When he dove to 25,000 meters, Han Fei stopped. He was almost frozen. He couldn't help but ignite demonic fire. His blood was surging and the speed it circulated in his body was almost doubled. Han Fei asked, Old Turtle, what the hell is this place? Haven't you perceived anything yet? The old turtle had deliberately frozen himself into a pile of ice. He said, there's a mist of ice down below. My perception is blocked by the mist, but it almost passed through it. Han Fei was unconvinced. Almost? The old turtle's expression was ugly. If my soul is not damaged and my great Tao hasn't disappeared, I can see through this place at a glance. Han Fei said impatiently, okay, stop bragging. It's not a shame even if you can't see it through. It's King cold here. My blood is almost frozen. The old turtle chuckled. Are you kidding me? With my great Tao as the Foundation, your meridians are no longer ordinary meridians. Plus with your golden body almost done, walking directly into the mist will do you no harm. You are just cold now. Han Fei's lips curled. But I still can't go down directly. How strong is the Fish Dragon King? If he could directly pass through the mist, he would have done so long ago. Let me stay here for a few days. So, seen from above, Han Fei and the old turtle were both stopped about 25,000 meters deep in the abyss. The old turtle simply let itself be frozen. Han Fei, on the other hand, was smoking. Demonic energy was surging into his body crazily from all directions, and he was practicing the demon god scripture. Before, Han Fei had never practiced a sea demon technique seriously. However, at this moment, when he was practicing the sea demon technique, he found that there seemed to be power slowly improving his physique. The old turtle asked, "The sea demon technique you practice seems to be quite advanced?" Han Fei thought to himself, nonsense, this technique is a transformation type magic technique, which is close to a great Tao. Of course, Han Fei didn't bother to explain. He said casually, "I picked it up." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei should have discovered that whether he was a human or a sea demon, his body was his. Then, no matter what form he took, as long as he could still cultivate, his final strength would be in sync. Therefore, when Han Fei practiced the demon god scripture, he absorbed a large number of demonic stones and forged the universe at one time. It was difficult to cleanse his body repeatedly in 3 days, but Han Fei's strength had improved a little bit. Of course, such rapid progress would take time to stabilize later. However, Han Fei didn't care. He just wanted to quickly increase his strength to the peak of the explorer level and then use a few years to slowly solidify it. In this way, he could at least use stronger combat power in advance. However, under the Venerable's watch, Han Fei couldn't make any breakthroughs, or he would be exposed. As a peak-level sea spirit, if he made another breakthrough, he would have to transcend the tribulation. Even a fool knew this. Therefore, even though he had consumed a large number of demonic stones, Han Fei still hadn't reached level 71. As if he had adapted to this depth, Han Fei suddenly said to the old turtle, "I'm going to continue to dive until I reach above the mist you mentioned." The old turtle said, "This Gue Sanqing's body won't go down with you. Gue Sanqing's body and soul aren't enough to support him to explore this secret realm. However, I can roughly guess that there should be something extremely cold below. Unless with a special technique, ordinary people can't use this powerful ice power, not even venerables." Han Fei thought to himself, "I won't use it. I don't have such a technique. If it weren't for Little Black and Little White, I might not have come to this Ice God Canyon." Buzz. Han Fei seemed to take a deep breath and descended more than 5,000 meters in one go. At this time, ice kept freezing beside him but was constantly shattered by Han Fei's surging blood and qi. At this moment, Han Fei bared his teeth and seemed to be shivering all over. However, this was actually all an act. No matter if anyone could see it, he didn't have to be too outstanding. At this moment, a deep dragon roar appeared in his throat. In addition, there was also a faint dragon shadow of demonic energy surrounding him. The moment this dragon shadow appeared, the 3 venerables of the Ice God Canyon couldn't help casting their eyes at him again. Huh? Is his Dragon King bloodline having a reaction? Yes, there's clearly something wrong. It seems that he did obtain an Opportunity in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Heh. Maybe Yu Hong was actually killed by him. Maybe he is hiding a lot of things from us. Han Fei knew that a venerable level perception had scanned him. However, he didn't panic at all. After all, he could pretend to be using the spirit gathering art. Of course, in order to prevent the demonic dragon's shadow he deliberately created from being seen through, Han Fei deliberately used the void lines and the water vein technique to create an illusion. Venerables were not gods. They couldn't be omnipotent. Even the kings, or those above the king level, often made mistakes, just like when he lied to Chen Huangdian. So what if it were a king? In the face of absolute acting, everything was nothing but an iron-head fish. Besides, Han Fei was a sea demon now. Although he was not the fish dragon king, he was an authentic sea demon. After diving for 30,000 meters, Han Fei finally saw a large cloud of white mist. This environment reminded Han Fei of the mirror of icy salt he had visited in the level 3 fishery. After acting for 3 days and improving himself, he was only one step away from level 71. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let go of this chance. Haha. Next, I'll improve as much as I can. Of course, Han Fei was not in a hurry to cultivate. When he was halfway through the white mist, he really felt abnormally cold. This time, even his soul had begun to be slightly numb. This time, Han Fei really started to light a fire for himself. The demonic energy flames on his body burned fiercely. If it were someone else, he might not have been able to hold on. At least, the demonic energy in the body wouldn't be enough. Unless that person was a great demon in the Tao-seeking realm. But even if it was a great demon in the Tao-seeking realm, it depended. The initial Tao-seeking realm was different from the junior peak level 1. The speed at which one absorbed demonic energy and spiritual energy from the void was also different. Han Fei didn't care about that. There were still 1 billion points of spiritual energy in Forge the Universe. It was too much to use up. Then, a fiery red area of at least 100 meters appeared in the white mist. Han Fei was still descending quickly. He had never encountered a deep-sea area with a depth of tens of thousands of meters. There were still 3,000 meters from the abyssal chasm to the surface of the sea, and he had probably dove more than 3,000 meters in the mist. He estimated that it was almost 40,000 meters. At this moment, Han Fei found many colorful creatures in the mist. In front of Han Fei's eyes, there was a huge fish that looked like a lantern. Suddenly, it released a terrifying electric current at him. With Han Fei's physique, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of a mere electric current. Han Fei even sensed that the current was a special cold power that was trying to attack his soul. However, Han Fei looked at it for a long time in surprise. If it weren't for the information that popped up, he wouldn't know what electrified him. Because that thing was completely transparent. Information popped up in his eyes. Name, transparent algae eel. Introduction, a special fish in the deep sea. Its body is as thin as vine. Algae and transparent. When swimming, it will emit colorful light on the frontal bone and the edge of the body. Transparent algae eels are good at releasing paralyzing electricity and strangling enemies. Level, greater than 69. Quality, exotic, mutated. Spiritual energy, greater than 59,998 points. Edible effect, long-term consumption can greatly enhance blood and qi, and improve physique. Collectible, transparent frontal bone, glowing meridians. Absorbable. Remarks, the transparent algae eel will cling to its prey and kill it with terrifying power when it tries to strangle its enemy. Just like the case of willow eel. When Han Fei saw the information clearly, he already had a bad feeling. It was mainly because while he didn't pay attention, he seemed to be wrapped by a film-like thing. As for now, he really didn't feel anything. Hee hee. A creature thinner than a seaweed leaf wants to kill me? With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water shot out in all directions from his body and turned the transparent algae eel into a honeycomb. However, the vitality of this transparent algae was comparable to that of the jellyfish. Its body was riddled with holes, but its speed was not slow at all. It seemed to find that the enemy was too strong and wanted to slip away. Quickly, Han Fei grabbed it with his hand. It was not until this moment that Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that this thing was more than 50 meters long and 8 meters wide. Except for a skull, there was only a glowing vein left on its body. Chi la. Han Fei cut the transparent algae eel into 2 pieces and threw it into Forge the Universe. This thing was so tough that it must be chewy. After killing a transparent algae eel, Han Fei found that there were many creatures nearby. For example, he encountered a group of white lobsters half a meter long with a single horn on their heads. This kind of lobster was even more special. They looked like a single cone-shaped pillar, and their eyes were on a big spike, which extended from the forehead to the tail as if a missile was carried on the back of a truck. This kind of shrimp was good at flashing stabs, which were extremely powerful. Name, blood-piercing shrimp. Introduction, deep-sea single-spiked shrimp. Level greater than 68. Quality rare. Contained spiritual energy 95, 83 points. Edible effect, long-term consumption can increase ice resistance. Collectible, spiked spear. Absorbable. Swish. 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 Han Fei saw that the water rippled in front of him, and the shadows were stabbing at him. Because there were so many of them, Han Fei didn't bother to attack them one by one. Roar. A dragon-like roar burst out. As Han Fei roared, hundreds of blood-piercing shrimp in front of him were shaken to death. In comparison, this was just a rare creature. Even if Han Fei stood still and let them poke him, they couldn't cut his skin, let alone hurt him. In Forge the Universe, the dying fish dragon king was already dumbfounded when he saw Yu Wendao come in. He was still alive, but Yu Wendao seemed to have become a statue. Trapped in an array, he watched Han Fei throw things into this vast space every day, or take things from here. And when the fish dragon king saw Han Fei use the spiritual spring or something like that by 10,000 caddies or even 100,000 caddies every time, he didn't want to live at all. The blow was too huge for him. In the past few days, he had seen strange marine creatures thrown in one after another. Sometimes it was a turtle, sometimes a big fish, sometimes a conch, sea cucumber, sea urchin, crabs, lobsters. In short, there were many kinds of fish. Now, a transparent thing was thrown in, and followed by hundreds of strange shrimp. He knew this kind of shrimp, which was unique to the Ice God Canyon. In other words, Han Fei was now in the Ice God Canyon. The fish dragon king roared, "Han Fei, let me out, Han Fei." Bang! Under the pressure of gravity, Han Fei's voice shook in the void. "Shut up. Buzz, Buzz, you're comparable to those bugs. If you keep yelling, I'll cut you into pieces." The fish dragon king said, "I know that you are in the Ice God Canyon, and you are investigating the secrets of the Ice God Canyon. I know the secrets of this place, and I can trade with you. In the outside world. Han Fei curled his lips and said disdainfully, the secrets of the Ice God Canyon aren't enough. If you want to survive, okay, use the secrets of the royal capital to trade with me. Reading information with the void lines was not omnipotent. It couldn't read complete memories. Han Fei could only read some relatively shallow memories. Many deep memories that were thought to be important were usually hidden by the brain. Of course, no matter what the Fish Dragon King said, Han Fei would never let him go. Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. Seeing that Han Fei didn't seem to care at all, the Fish Dragon King roared. Han Fei, your methods are despicable and you are shameless. Come and fight me. Fair and square. Han Fei said leisurely, you either tell me the secrets of the Ice God Canyon or shut up. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you right now. The Fish Dragon King laughed. Han Fei, you dare not kill me. My life tablet can't be broken. Once my life tablet is broken, you can no longer pretend to be me. Swish. Yu Wendao suddenly stepped in front of the Fish Dragon King. However, Yu Wendao said, I don't have to pretend to be you. However, Fish Dragon King, you have never been my opponent. Your life is dispensable to me. However, if you can help me do one thing in the future, not only will I let you go, but I will also heal your injuries, and you may reach the peak again. The Fish Dragon King trembled. Did Yu Wendao become a puppet? However, the Fish Dragon King suddenly perked up. He might not have to die? For such a heavenly talent, he knew very well how strong he was and how strong others were. Perhaps he was no match for Han Fei, but not everyone was Han Fei. Han Fei had completely subverted his understanding. This was a ruthless and fierce person. Not only that, this person was extremely dangerous. It was incredible that he could pretend to be him under Gue Sanqing's watch. Being defeated by a person like Han Fei might become his inner demon, but this inner demon wouldn't be an obstacle for him to enter the Tao. The Fish Dragon King asked, tell me, what do you want me to do? Yu Wendao put on a smile. That's simple. I'll go to the royal city in the near future. When the time comes, I'll meet all kinds of people. You need to help me recognize people. The Fish Dragon King asked in surprise, so simple? Han Fei sneered. What are you thinking? This is just the basis of our cooperation. I don't know what I will need you to do until I reach your white shell royal city. The Fish Dragon King's expression was complicated. You want me to help you deal with the royal city? Impossible. No matter how strong you are, you've just transcended the tribulation. It's impossible for you to deal with the White Shell Royal City. Humph. Who told you that I'm going to deal with the White Shell Royal City? The Fish Dragon King was a little puzzled. Then what are you going to do? Han Fei said, I'm looking for a secret realm. As long as I find this secret realm, it doesn't matter if I kill you or not. What if you can't find it? Heh. You can pray that I can't find it. However, if I can't find it in the White Shell Royal City, then it will be time for me to use you. So, no rush. You still have value. So, tell me the secret of the Ice God Canyon first. Han Fei said, Fish Dragon King, only when a person has value can he have a chance to live. You can live, but you have to keep showing me your value. You are a heavenly talent. Even if you can't become a king, you have the potential. To enter the Tao. Don't make any mistakes. Now tell me. Han Fei's voice seemed to be enchanting, making Yu Longwang stunned. Hearing Han Fei's words, a glimmer of hope appeared in the heart of the fish. Dragon King. It couldn't be helped. In the boundless despair, any trace of hope would become a straw to clutch at. Therefore, the fish Dragon King quickly made a decision. He knew very well that no matter where it was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. The only truth was to survive. Immediately, the fish Dragon King said, "Okay." When the fish Dragon King said this, the old turtle's voice buzzed, "Son of a B***tch, this guy has no backbone at all. He won't be able to enter the Tao in this life." Han Fei said with a smile, "I don't care if he can enter the Tao or not. I didn't lie to him. Maybe I will really help him recover." The old turtle sneered. "You just don't want to go to the Blood Sea Divine Wood City." Han Fei grinned. "Smart." In Forge the Universe, the fish Dragon King said, "It's not that nobody has discovered the secret under the Ice God Canyon, but that nobody can use it." "Oh? Why do you say that?" Han Fei also felt that the sea demons had already made nests in the Ice God Canyon and had venerables guarding it all year round. If there were really great benefits under the Ice God Canyon, even if venerables couldn't use it, kings could, right? After all, there were king-level figures in the White Shell Royal City. However, the Ice God Canyon was still the Ice God Canyon. It seemed that, except for the realm above the Tao-seeking realm, basically no one knew what was under the Ice God Canyon. In fact, the sea demons in the Tao-seeking realm were useless. At least, Gue Sanqing, who had been possessed by the old turtle, couldn't come down at this moment. The fish Dragon King said, "Under the Ice God Canyon is a kind of power, a power extreme cold. It is said that anyone who covets this power will be frozen to death without exception. There was once a venerable who cultivated the Tao of extreme cold with the ice attribute, but when she wanted to subdue this kind of power of extreme cold, half of her body was broken. It took her 100 years to recover." Huh. Suddenly, the old turtle exclaimed, "If that's the case, it's interesting. There is indeed such cold power in this world. This is a spiritual treasure. Oh, no, to be precise, it should be a peerless treasure. But it was thrown here and no one cares about it?" Han Fei hurriedly said, "Peerless treasure? What do you mean?" The old turtle said, "In addition to the great Tao, there are countless treasures in the world. Many of them are beyond your imagination. If there is really such a treasure below as the fish Dragon King described, the only possibility is that the kings here don't know what they have encountered at all, so they just let this thing be stored here without being afraid of it being snatched." Han Fei took a breath. "Is it really that precious?" The old turtle snorted. "How can I lie to you? How big a world have you only seen? Do you know how big a world there is outside? I told you that the land you live in is very barren. When you encounter such a rare treasure, you shall never let it go." "Oh, that's not right. You probably can't take it either." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What kind of person can collect such a thing?" The old turtle said leisurely, "First of all, if it's that kind of rare treasure that even a venerable can't touch, it must be at least a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. However, since the king knew that there was such a thing and left it here, maybe—" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Maybe even kings can't take it?" The old turtle. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. F***ck. If that's the case, why would I go down? The old turtle sneered. At least you can take a look. Why don't you take a look at such a precious treasure? With my great Tao as your spiritual heritage, why are you afraid of this little bit of cold? Hanfei was lost for words. Hey, hey. Don't keep mentioning it. It's my meridian now. In Forge the Universe, the Fish Dragon King said, Hanfei, I saved your life. If you have the pride of a heavenly talent, give me a promise. After a moment of silence, Yu Wendao said, your so-called secrets are meaningless to me. If it's really so dangerous, you definitely wouldn't tell me. Otherwise, if I die, you can take me to die with you. However, since you told me, it means that you know that I won't be tricked and won't try to take that kind of power directly. Are you out of your mind thinking that you saved my life by telling me that? The Fish Dragon King Hanfei said lazily, just stay here quietly. Don't play tricks with me next time. Suddenly, the old turtle said, boy, is your soul-attracting technique incomplete? Hanfei wondered, what do you mean? The old turtle said, you said that you know the soul-attracting technique. But the soul-attracting technique has the ability of memory reading. Why do you bother to make a deal with him? Why don't you just watch his memory? Or are you testing him? If he lies, you'll kill him? Hanfei was stunned for a moment. He didn't think that much. The soul attracting art could read memory, so could the void lines. Hanfei said, it can only read part of a memory, can't it? The old turtle laughed. Are you kidding me? You can read all his memories with the soul-attracting technique, but the side effects may be a bit great. Hanfei was shocked. What? The soul-attracting technique's memory reading ability was different from the void lines? Hanfei couldn't help taking a breath. Read all his memories? Wasn't that too unbelievable? But Hanfei still keenly grasped a piece of information. The side effects of this technique were a bit too great. Hanfei couldn't help saying, tell me what the side effects are first. The old turtle said, it seems that what you have mastered is not the soul attracting technique, but a technique to peep at memories. I had thought you had mastered the soul-attracting technique. After taunting Hanfei, the old turtle said, in fact, it's not that bad. There aren't many side effects. If the soul attractee is stronger than the soul attractor, it's easy for him to suffer a backlash, so you can't do that to a person in a higher realm than you. Hanfei thought this was really nothing. His soul power was very strong, which was more than enough to deal with ordinary people. The old turtle continued, also, if you use the soul-attracting technique, to read a person's memories, your memories might be affected by his. Hanfei's eyelids twitched. Affect my memories? Hanfei's face changed several times. Anything else? The old turtle said unhurriedly, forcibly soul-attracting can easily cause the soul attractee to become an idiot. That's all. Hanfei certainly didn't care about that, but the first side effect didn't seem acceptable. But he hadn't been to the White Shell Royal City yet, so he could take his time with the soul-attracting thing. He shouldn't be misled by the old turtle. Hanfei said calmly, let's finish exploring this place first. After Hanfei broke through the mist, he finally landed on this large reef. Rock. Crack. The moment Hanfei appeared, he suddenly grunted, his head seemed to be stabbed, and his body was frozen. Crack. Bang. After directly shattering the ice, Han Fei saw that with him as the center, the ice quickly condensed. In less than 2 seconds, he was frozen into ice. Again? Han Fei? Han Fei was lost for words. The demonic fire was still burning on his body. Now the ice sculpture, which was him, was ablaze with raging flames, which looked very weird. The old turtle sneered. The path of invincibility. The path of invincibility means not only being invincible in fighting, but also invincible in defense. With a thought, Han Fei shattered the ice again, letting the golden giant phantom envelop him. Sure enough, this time, no ice came over. He had blocked the power of ice. At this moment, Han Fei's eyebrow suddenly twitched. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Under such cold circumstances, with Little Black and Little White's current strength, could they withstand it? However, since Little Black and Little White had taken the initiative to come out, it seemed that this place was deeply attractive to them. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, Little Black and Little White jumped out. However, after the two little fish circled Han Fei, Little Black suddenly said, "Dad, I'm cold. I don't want to be outside." Huh? Han Fei froze for a moment and quickly threw Little Black into Forge the Universe. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to understand something. He couldn't help but look at Little White. "Girl, it turns out that it's you who want to come out." Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. The old turtle had seen Little Black and Little White more than once, so he wasn't surprised at this moment. However, when Little White swooshed out 100 meters, both Han Fei and the old turtle were stunned and said at the same time, "Huh? Girl, aren't you cold? Huh? The little white fish can withstand such freezing power?" Little White said, "Daddy, there's treasure." Han Fei nodded and thought to himself, "I know there are treasures here. If there are no treasures, why am I here? The problem is, can we take this treasure?" Han Fei immediately said, "Girl, don't do anything rash. The treasure is there. No hurry. Let's see what it looks like first." Little White had always been an excellent treasure hunter. With Little White leading the way, it couldn't be wrong. However, in this extremely cold place, Han Fei discovered that he couldn't even extend his perception 5 meters, because his perception was frozen the moment it spread out. Because he couldn't perceive, Han Fei couldn't see more creatures, so he could only chase Little White all the way. After about 100 seconds, Han Fei felt that his surroundings were getting colder and colder. Even frost crystals appeared around his invincible will. Therefore, Han Fei could only compress the invincible will to the surface of his body, which made Han Fei look like a golden man. Han Fei took a slight breath. "Fortunately, I'm a body refiner. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to enter." The old turtle was even more certain now. There must be ice-type treasures here. Your physique is no weaker than that of a peak-level Dao-seeking powerhouse in the first place. It's even at the level of a half-venerable. Coupled with your invincible will and unlimited spiritual fire, your resistance is comparable to that of a venerable. Even so, it's still not enough. It's obvious that that thing is not something anyone below the venerable realm can touch. Han Fei felt that the demonic energy was burning more fiercely every time he moved forward. He probably understood why those venerables just watched him and weren't worried that he would cause trouble below the Ice God Canyon. They probably never thought that they could make it this far. Han Fei curled his lips and smiled. He chased Little White for another 50 seconds. When he felt that he couldn't hold on anymore, he saw a huge ice block glowing with blue and silver light. When he saw the ice lump, Han Fei felt his soul tremble. Han Fei shouted with a shivering voice, "Daughter, is this your chance?" In any case, Han Fei didn't think he was lucky enough to enjoy such an opportunity. Although Little White seemed to be fine, Han Fei still felt that he should observe a bit to prevent any accidents. Seeing that Little White was looking at him, Han Fei unhurriedly took out a dragon burial pole. He waved his hand and threw out the fishing line. However, to Han Fei's horror, the fish hook and the fishing line froze at a visible speed. In less than 1 second, the ice had spread to the dragon burying pole. The intermediate divine quality weapon was frozen solid at this moment. With a thought from Han Fei, billowing spiritual energy surged out, trying to shatter the ice in one fell swoop. However, Han Fei felt that the demonic energy was blocked and couldn't be transmitted out of the fishing pole. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Is the ice so sturdy? Han Fei transmitted a tremendous amount of spiritual energy out, and the demonic energy on the dragon burial pole surged and then trembled. Bang! The violent explosion sent Han Fei flying. Han Fei was dumbfounded. The dragon burying rod was broken? This was an intermediate divine weapon anyway. It just carried a big amount of spiritual energy. How could it break so easily? The old turtle said, "It's not that the weapon is poor, but that the freezing power directly destroyed the structure of the weapon. Therefore, under the influence of a large amount of spiritual energy, a spiritual energy explosion was produced because the spiritual energy was blocked. In short, your weapon is destroyed." Han Fei thought to himself, "Nonsense, can't I see it myself? You're telling me." In the explosion, Han Fei saw that Little White had reached the ice block at some point. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat, and at the same time, he was surprised. Little White was only level 59. How could she resist the freezing power? The old turtle exclaimed, "I've never seen your spiritual beast before. However, even though it has an extremely lean body, its level is too low. How can it resist such a powerful freezing power?" However, at this moment, not far away, Han Fei suddenly saw the ice block tremble slightly, and a blue gas seemed to be flowing into Little White's body. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. It shows that my spiritual beast is talented and has infinite potential. Look, it can easily withstand the power that I can't resist. Heh. The old turtle chuckled. Although I don't know your spiritual beast, I do know one thing. Your little white fish definitely can't resist the power of ice with its own strength. There is a certain Tao rune on it. I suspect that it has already mastered the Tao of extreme coldness. Han Fei was stunned for a moment and then smiled. Are you kidding me? She hasn't even entered the Tao yet. How can she have a Tao rune? The old turtle pondered for a moment. This world is far bigger than you think. Some creatures can achieve what you think impossible. Some creatures are born with the Tao body. They're different. You'll be pissed to death if you compare yourself to these creatures. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Innate Tao body? For some reason, Han Fei suddenly thought of the time dragon carp. It seemed that little time was only level 1. But could little time already affect space and time? In this case, since Little Black and Little White were both mysterious creatures, why couldn't they be born with a Tao body? After all, when he used the supreme yin-yang wheel, it seemed to be producing some Daoruns too. Now Little Black and Little White became even more extraordinary in Han Fei's eyes. He said, "Daughter, eat harder. Eat up this ice lump." Before Little White responded, Han Fei's face suddenly changed slightly. Danger seemed to be coming. Without the old turtle's reminder, Han Fei discovered that a three-colored light suddenly appeared at the bottom of the water. Because they were no longer in the mist, Han Fei could see very clearly. They were three identical lobsters of different colors, each about 7 or 8 meters long. The old turtle said, "It's the triple blazing cold shrimp. No wonder there are no other creatures around. It turns out that this thing is here. Han Fei, activate the art of invincibility and kill them. Remember, find a way to kill the three of them at the same time." Because they were not very close, Han Fei hadn't been able to read the information about the triple blazing cold shrimp yet, so he could only listen to the old turtle. However, these three lobsters were obviously targeting Little White. How could Han Fei bear it? "My daughter is eating, and you want to disturb her?" Han Fei performed the star teleportation technique and stepped out. As he pointed his finger, the infinity water burst out first, rolling like a long dragon. After this step, Han Fei didn't feel colder, but warmer. The three lobsters seemed to be slightly surprised by Han Fei's sudden arrival. At this moment, 3 rays of light shot at Han Fei, respectively. Milky white, dark blue, and fiery red. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Triple Blazing Cold Shrimp. Introduction: This is a legendary creature. The 3 lobsters are one of them carries the 3 light divine water, one can enter the sea of fire, and the other can enter the extreme cold. The 3 lights are red, blue, and white. The white light can break armor, the red light can kill all enemies, and the blue light can invade the soul. The combination of the 3 is really stronger. Level greater than 76. Enforcing law: 3 light divine body. Quality legend. Spiritual energy greater than 13,364 points. Edible effect: practicing ice and fire combat skills, the effect is doubled, and can resist ice and fire. Collectible: cold crystals, fire seed, Dao spine, 3 light wondrous. Heritage. Absorbable. Remarks: unless you kill 3 lobsters at the same time, if one doesn't die, the other 2 can resurrect. Han Fei was stunned to see the message. 3 lobsters at the peak of the mid-level of the Dao-seeking realm? This was the first time he had seen such a strange creature. The 3 lobsters were 1, so he couldn't treat them as 3 mid-level great demons at the Dao-seeking realm. He should at least treat them as an advanced Dao-seeking powerhouse. However, according to the legend quality of the other party, Han Fei frowned. Their true combat power was at least at the peak level of the Dao-seeking realm. The old turtle said, "Don't be careless. The triple blazing cold shrimp are 1. You can't judge them by their strength on the surface." At this moment, Han Fei had no time to talk to the old turtle. He had already rushed out, and the million knife art directly flew at the lobster that was emitting an icy blue light. Ka ka ka. The lobster was immediately shattered, which stunned Han Fei. Was it killed so easily? This was obviously impossible. If they were killed in one attack, could the triple blazing cold shrimp still be considered a legend creature? As he expected, the blue lobster that had been shattered into ice chips turned into blue light cones and stabbed at Han Fei. Han Fei's reaction was extremely fast. He stomped, and a soul-guarding array appeared immediately. He knew very well that this blue lobster could invade the soul, so he certainly wouldn't give it any chance. Bam! 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 The soul-guarding array shook and was about to break. Han Fei stomped again. At the same time, Han Fei tried to release the void lines. However, as soon as the void was released, Han Fei felt his soul tremble and his body stiffened. He happened to be hit by the two red and white lights. Pfft! Ding! Han Fei's invincible will was pierced through. Immediately afterward, the red light shot out like an arrow, piercing Han Fei like a spear with a clank. Han Fei was blown back a kilometer and almost knocked stunned. Although the surrounding temperature seemed to have risen because of the triple blazing cold shrimp, it was just an illusion. In the extreme cold, even if the temperature rose a little, so what? Han Fei couldn't help taking a deep breath and looking down at his chest. There was a small hole there, but it happened to hit his bones, so there was a clang. Han Fei's face suddenly changed. What precise cooperation! As expected of a legend creature. Translator *Henyi Translations Editor *Henyi Translations. All this time, Han Fei had been exploring and had encountered many strange creatures. Counting the time he spent in reincarnation, Han Fei was very experienced and knowledgeable. Therefore, he didn't take the slightest carelessness seriously. At the moment when Han Fei retreated, the blue lobster had already rushed at Little White. And the red and white lobster intended to stop him. The two lights, one white and one red, came at him fiercely. Buzz! Han Fei certainly wouldn't continue to fight. With the star teleportation technique, his body appeared in the way of the blue lobster. Moo! The 100-beast soul-subduing roar was activated. This time, it was not a dragon roar, but the old buffalo's voice. Han Fei grinned coldly. Who do you think you are to play soul attacks with me? When Han Fei stopped the blue lobster, he issued an order in his heart, and you. Wendao's puppet body appeared in the ice. Han Fei just wanted to see if Wendao could withstand the power of ice. If he couldn't, Han Fei would take him back. However, to Han Fei's surprise, Wendao's body was ablaze with raging flames. In addition to the flames, Han Fei could also see that Wendao's body was shaking. He didn't know why. Although Wendao had been refined into a puppet by him, he could only sense Wendao and give him some orders. Han Fei couldn't turn himself into Wendao to fight. After all, this wasn't a possession. The puppet could also instinctively use its own power. Therefore, Han Fei actually didn't know Wendao's fighting style. Hum. Han Fei smashed the blue lobster with a punch again, only to see that the ripples in the seawater were oscillating and every drop of seawater seemed to be shaking. Wendao intended to attack the triple blazing cold shrimp by oscillating, but Han Fei saw that the flames on Wendao's body were getting smaller and smaller, and his movement was getting slower and slower. The old turtle said, after all, he's just a puppet. He can only fight with his instincts. Besides, Wendao's strength and spiritual heritage aren't enough for him to fight in such an environment for long. It's already good enough for him to block a blow of the two lobsters for you. Han Fei's face was slightly dark, but he still took Wendao back in the end. He was a little speechless. This environment was too unfavorable for him. The void lines couldn't withstand the freezing power, so could the puppet. He could only use the infinity water. Wait. No. Han Fei's heart suddenly stirred. The fire seed and water luster were both legend creatures. They seemed to be able to resist the power of extreme cold. Shwa. At the next moment, as the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, water luster and fire seed appeared. At the moment they appeared, the flame on fire seed suddenly shrank by nearly half. Hiss. Fire seed's voice trembled. Master, where are you now? I'm a little cold. Han Fei. Han Fei sweated. I'm in the middle of a fight. Can you handle this environment? Water luster said, what a terrifying freezing power. Master, although the two of us have just reached the explorer realm, we can only exert 80% of our strength here. Fire seed added, me 60%, oh, no. 50%. Han Fei was speechless. Then why bother to fight? The enemy is also a legend creature. Fire seed and water luster naturally noticed the triple blazing cold shrimp. But there was still a gap in their realm. This time, water luster and fire seed said in unison, we can't beat them. Water luster said, fire seed and I can probably resist one. Han Fei said, try it. Swish swish swish. With that, Han Fei disappeared. He had already picked up Snowmorn and his figure flashed crazily. Anyway, he couldn't be seen with the naked eye. In the void, the sword light flashed, and a sword wave appeared in the seawater. Wherever the sword light cut, the water was cut extremely fast, forming a water wall. Crack! The blue lobster and the red lobster were pierced, but on the other side, a white light flashed, and the red and blue light condensed again, turning into two lobsters again. Han Fei's lips twitched. What a fast resurrection speed. The old turtle said, they're not resurrected quickly, but they didn't die in the first place. Only when these three lobsters die at the same time, can they fuse. Only when they fuse together, can you really kill them. Pft. Boom. On the other side, the white lobster penetrated water luster's body and then collided with the water, producing a violent explosion and surging waves. When fighting with him, the triple blazing cold shrimp didn't seem to be very special. That was because he was too strong and ignored the fact that the lobsters were actually very strong. They were legend creatures too, so fire seed and water luster couldn't gain any advantage. Furthermore, the two of them had just entered the explorer realm, and the other party was about 2 realms higher than the two of them. So they were no match for these lobsters at all. Buzz. The illusion of the mountains and rivers appeared. Without giving water luster and fire seed a chance to respond, Han Fei simply took them back. Since they couldn't beat the lobsters, he couldn't let them be killed. Although Han Fei could throw one of the 3 lobsters into the sea quelling painting where the 5 legends could definitely resist it if they started a fight, the sea quelling painting would probably be in a mess. Therefore, this idea popped up in Han Fei's mind, but was immediately dismissed. Glancing at the lobster that had turned into a blue light again, and at the 2 red and white lobsters that were dashing at him, Han Fei issued an order in his heart. At that moment, beside Han Fei, waves were surging, and the infinity water was all retracted into the seawater. Han Fei was expressionless. Indeed, to forge iron, you needed a strong hammer. I don't believe I will be beaten by 3 lobsters today. People will laugh at me if they learn the news. He looked back, only to see that Little White was still absorbing a certain power from the ice block. Han Fei's figure disappeared again, and the golden fist mark roared and smashed at the white lobster. He launched a spiritual spike at the blue lobster and slashed at the red one with the draw technique. In one fell swoop, the blue lobster and the white lobster were shattered, but the white one pierced through his golden fist mark with its head. After fighting several times, Han Fei found a problem. If the three lobsters hadn't shattered at the same time, the last one would have been invincible and couldn't be defeated at all. At the moment when the red and the blue lobsters shattered, the waves rolled. The sacrificing punch erupted and punched through the seabed, shattering the white lobster. Han Fei grinned. Done. Han Fei said, legend creatures have specific characteristics. If you can't target their characteristics, it will be very difficult to beat them. But if you target their characteristics, like now, explode. Han Fei opened his mouth, only to see the tricolored lobster suddenly explode. A terrifying explosion sounded at the same time. After all, the infinity water was a single weapon. If it wanted to blow itself up, it would be as precise as an alarm clock. Bang! 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 Han Fei opened a fish skin map and set up a large coiled turtle array, protecting Little White in it as he was blown dozens of miles away. Above the ice god canyon, the mountain trembled slightly as if there was an earthquake. The perceptions of the three venerables swept across, but no one went down to check. However, the turtle venerable said, I'm afraid he encountered opponents down below. That's inevitable. Some creatures there are indeed unconventional. The seahorse venerable said, this fish dragon king is quite strong. He actually passed through it. The half-merman venerable said, it's inevitable for him to pass through. It's obvious from the level of his demonic heritage. If he can really upgrade to a level 8 high-quality spiritual heritage, it means that as long as he doesn't die, he will be much stronger than us in the end. The turtle venerable said leisurely, let's see how long he can hold out. Below the ice god canyon. When the triple blazing cold shrimp collapsed at the same time, they fused. Yes, they weren't dead, but fused. After the fusion, the triple blazing cold shrimp was more than 10 meters long. The three spikes on its head were exactly red, white, and blue. At this moment, Han Fei shouted, activated the devil change and the beast king technique, and brandished the snowhorn. Shwa. The terrifying sword was pushed out by Han Fei with one hand and slashed out. Overwhelming sword chi. Like a milky white brilliance, it stabbed into the forehead of three lobsters and went all the way out of their tails. The red sting in the middle of the gigantic lobster was directly shattered by Snowhorn. It didn't make sense that it didn't die. After this strike, he snorted confidently. You're just in the advanced Dao seeking realm. I thought you had reached the peak. The three lobsters were beaten back to their original forms, turning into three lobsters again. However, this time, they were motionless. The red one's carapace was broken, but the other two were intact and had died at the same time. Huh? It died so easily? The old turtle's voice sounded, of course. Do you think legenda creatures are invincible? It's all relative. Boy, you have too many means. Think about it. If it were someone else, he would have been killed more than 10 times. However, Han Fei didn't pay much attention to what the old turtle said. His eyes glowing, he cut open the shell of the red lobster with the snowhorn and said, a legend-level lobster bloodline? Han Fei couldn't help but pull it with his hand, and his eyes lit up. Good stuff. The void lines can be upgraded now. The triple blazing cold shrimp didn't give Han Fei a chance to collect it at all. It died so easily, and its body switched between colorful light and reality. It was precisely because of this strange ability that even a half-merman wouldn't be able to kill them if he didn't get the knack. However, there were a lot more treasures on the triple blazing cold shrimp. Han Fei picked up 2 lobster spears, a cold crystal, and a ball of fire origin, as well as 3 meridians. He stored all of them into Forge the Universe. However, as soon as the fire origin was absorbed into Forge the Universe, Little Black swallowed it in one bite. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but be vigilant. Little Black and Little White were originally one yin and one yang. Now, Little White had encountered her own great opportunity, but Little Black didn't seem to like it. On the contrary, Little Black had a need for the scorching flames. Crack! Before Han Fei had time to think about it, he suddenly heard a crisp crack, which turned out to be from the big ice block that Little White was sucking at. At this moment, Han Fei clearly saw a crack appear, and then the blue aura became more and more intense. However, soon, he saw cracks appear on the ice, one after another. Crack! 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 Bang! Suddenly, the ice block was broken. Han Fei took a deep breath. Damn, isn't this a treasure? The old turtle said, of course not. The real treasure is just wrapped in this ice block. When this ice lump was broken, Han Fei felt the temperature around him drop again. In an instant, Han Fei retreated a kilometer. His invincible will almost couldn't resist it, and his whole body was ablaze. Han Fei began to refine himself into a divine weapon. Almost every second, 10,000 points of spiritual energy were burned up. This was because he had enough spiritual energy. Otherwise, the energy absorbed from the void by a regular Tao-seeking great demon wouldn't be able to meet the spiritual energy consumption of this intensity. When the ice block completely shattered, Han Fei saw a sky-blue object that looked like an ice crystal flower. That thing looked like the kind of firework that was held in hand. Its surface flickered irregularly. Its shape was more bizarre than the infinity water. After the infinity water was picked, it became a drop of water, which no one could recognize in the water. As for the blue object, it was not like water or ice and seemed very extraordinary. The thing seemed to produce a string of light mist connecting it and Little White. It seemed that it was injecting its original body into Little White's body. Han Fei wanted to see what this thing was, and if the demon purification pot could recognize it. But the old turtle suddenly said, I see. Han Fei was puzzled. What do you understand? The old turtle said, this can be considered a spiritual treasure, but it's not the best kind. If I've guessed right, this should be the blue sea ice sand, a kind of spiritual treasure that grows in the land of extreme coldness. I couldn't feel it just now because my soul was too weak now. This is at most equivalent to that drop of water. Infinity water? Han Fei exclaimed in shock. Are you kidding me? This thing is comparable to the infinity water, and you said it's not the best kind? Although the infinity water didn't seem to have any particularly powerful effects or power, it was very useful. It could grow with his growth. In fact, Han Fei could even say that as long as he had a drop of infinity water, then all the way until he became a king, he wouldn't lack weapons. Because the infinity water was suitable for every realm. Li Huang from the heavenly desolate city called the infinity water the treasure of his city. Han Fei felt that he would definitely be able to develop more usages of the infinity water in the future. However, there was something below the ice god canyon comparable to the infinity water. This was unbelievable. The old turtle said, "I've seen it before. This thing might not be as good as your drop of water, but it's naturally born and conformed to the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, it's extremely attractive to creatures of the same species. This shows that your little white fish has already had Tao runes on her, which means that your spiritual beast was born with great Tao. In this barren land, it's extremely rare." Han Fei asked suspiciously, "Do you think they share the same Tao?" The old turtle nodded. "Definitely. When you took that drop of water, the water chose you instead of you choosing the water, right?" Han Fei's body trembled. "How do you know that?" The old turtle chuckled. "I've seen more natural spiritual treasures than the fish you have eaten. How can I not know that? Unless you can suppress a natural spiritual treasure, it usually chooses its owner instead of being chosen. Otherwise, this ice sand couldn't have stayed below the ice god canyon. Until now." Han Fei took a deep breath. "So, it has taken a fancy to Little White?" The old turtle said with a smile, "It's perception. I told you that you could perceive opportunities after you enter the Tao. Your little white fish is born with Tao runes, so is this ice sand. So they could perceive each other." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What about Little Black?" The old turtle said, "It's simple. Yin and Yang make up for each other. The little white fish swallowed a spiritual treasure. You can think of a way to let the little black fish swallow a fire-type spiritual treasure. Isn't there a fire seed in your painting? It has already gained consciousness. Although it's not as good as the ice sand, it's enough to complement the sand." Han Fei's face turned green. "What the hell are you talking about? Is it my style to kill my own people? Fire seed calls me master. How can I do that? Besides, didn't fire seed come out just now and was almost frozen to death? How could fire seed compare to this sand? Even fire seed wouldn't believe it." Han Fei said, "That's impossible. Fire seed calls me master." The old turtle was speechless. "Do you have a bottom line?" Han Fei said with a black face, "Old Yuan, don't push the big devil's thoughts to me. I have my limits. If you speak like this again, we'll be enemies." The old turtle sneered in his heart. "What the hell? Do you have a bottom line?" Even the turtle laughed. The old turtle said leisurely, "Or you turn to your junior sister for help. Isn't there a fire tree in the fiery sea? Something that can make such a large area of the sea burn for thousands of years must be extraordinary." Han Fei realized that it did make sense. He had said that it was like a parasol tree. However, Han Fei thought of something else. In fact, other than the fire tree, if the Blood Sea Divine Wood City was full of the big red trunk, there shouldn't be lacking fire attribute treasures, right? With this in mind, Han Fei didn't rush. If there was a treasure, take it. He would think of a way to resolve Little Black's malnutrition later. Suddenly, Han Fei's pupils were constricted. He saw that Little White opened her mouth and swallowed the ice sand. After the blue sea ice sand was swallowed by Little White, the spiritual fire on Han Fei's body jumped 10 feet high. The terrifying freezing power disappeared. Although it was still very cold. Here, it was completely different from before. Han Fei scanned with his perception, which directly swept across more than a kilometer. Besides, the temperature was soaring. He believed that his perception range could continue to increase in a while. Then, in Han Fei's mind, Little Black's voice sounded, "Dad, let me out. I'm going to make a breakthrough." Han Fei shivered. Little Black made a breakthrough so easily? Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. With a thought, Little Black jumped out. Shwa! Little Black swooshed to Little White, and then the two of them began to swim around each other. The two fish became even more crystalline, and Little White's milky brilliance was comparable to the brilliance of the heaven. Enlightenment divine technique. Little Black was even darker. Han Fei couldn't even see the details of Little Black's body with his eyes. Shoot! It's all absorbed? Han Fei was shocked. There was a kind of darkness that could even absorb light. Little Black was so black now that he could even turn himself invisible. Han Fei could still see Little Black now just because of the environment. Compared to the pitch-black waters, Little Black's darkness was pure. It was so pure that no matter how Han Fei looked at it, he could only see a mass of black. He had to examine it carefully with his perception to distinguish it. Feeling that the surrounding spiritual energy was drilling into Little Black and Little White's bodies, Han Fei directly took out a large amount of spiritual spring and threw it over. This is my one and only spiritual beast. No matter how much they eat, I must feed them. Little Black and Little White simply drilled into the spiritual spring, which disappeared at a visible speed. Han Fei couldn't help being a little surprised. Were the resources required for a breakthrough so much now? He had thrown out at least 10,000 caddies of spiritual spring, which was equivalent to 10 million points of spiritual energy. But it was almost all consumed in only a minute? The old turtle said, "When you enter the Tao, you will understand that spiritual energy is actually not the key. The reason why you are still using spiritual energy is that your disassembling of spiritual energy is not enough." Han Fei narrowed his eyes when he heard about the disassembling of spiritual energy. Xu Shushan seemed to have told him that when he became an explorer, he could actually start the next step of disassembling spiritual energy. When this matter was over, he would check out why the old turtle said this. He threw out another 10,000 kilograms of spiritual spring. Suddenly, Han Fei sensed something and scanned it with his perception range, which had covered an area of 10,000 meters. He saw that there seemed to be creatures moving in the ice under the seabed. Han Fei said solemnly, "There seems to be a lot of creatures down below." The old turtle said, "Of course, when the freezing power is gone, creatures will still start to revive. But there shouldn't be many. Even without the blue sea ice sand, this is a place that can give birth to ice sand. Millions of years of freezing can't be broken easily. It will be difficult for them to come out without decades or even a century." As soon as the old turtle said so, a big octopus appeared, white all over and looking sick. Han Fei said leisurely, "Didn't you say it would take hundreds of years?" The old turtle pondered. Maybe some of them weren't frozen in the first place. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The big octopus certainly saw Han Fei, but in its eyes, Han Fei was only a peak-level sea spirit, which it could easily suck to death. Similarly, Han Fei didn't panic at all at this moment. Without the suppression of the extremely cold power, he had unlocked all his means. Even if this big octopus was powerful, so what? He had the old turtle, Yuandao, and himself. If he exerted some strength, it would be equivalent to 3 half-venerables. How could he not be able to kill an octopus? Little Black and Little White made breakthroughs very quickly. When the octopus approached, Han Fei had already heard the crisp sound of a breakthrough. After that, Little Black and Little White finally entered the sea spirit realm. However, what surprised Han Fei was why they didn't enforce any law. Did spiritual beasts not need to enforce laws? However, Han Fei didn't check Little White and Little Black's situation after their breakthrough. The big octopus had already come. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Void Body White Octopus. Introduction: a special creature that's in between reality and illusion. It can fall into the dark void at any time, and space has no effect on it. It's good at stealth and attacking from the void. 1 blow to the soul and 2 blows to the body. It's very difficult to deal with. It's good at cutting its limb to resurrect, and its escape speed is extremely fast. Level greater than 77. Enforcing law: Void Tentacle, Void Eye. Quality: Legend. Contained spiritual energy 97, 5689 points. Edible effect: swallowing it has a certain chance of understanding the secret law of space. Collectible: none. Absorbable. Han Fei took a look and immediately realized that although this big octopus didn't seem to be weak, it was still much weaker than the triple blazing cold shrimp. The void? Han Fei couldn't help but smile. The heavenly void divine movement was refined. In such an environment. You want to play that with me? Without needing the old turtle and Yuandao at all, Han Fei stepped into the illusion, clenched his fist, and launched the sacrificing punch. The big octopus was shocked by Han Fei's action. It thought to itself, half of my body is in the void. Why are you here? Looking at Han Fei's terrifying punch, as a creature with 3 hearts and 9 brains, it had figured out how strong this enemy was. The void body white octopus chose to escape immediately. Han Fei sneered. How can I let you run away? Shwa. In the void, as soon as the big octopus's 2 tentacles entered the void rift, it felt a life and death crisis. The octopus turned its head and shot out a white light at Han Fei. Han Fei frowned. Do all octopus have laser eyes? However, this wasn't a special environment, so Han Fei dodged it with star teleportation. He didn't even need to use star teleportation. Although he had become an explorer and the phantom glass wings, as a transition weapon, wouldn't grow anymore, he could still easily avoid this light with infinite flash. In his memory, the Hydra grass's laser beam was really powerful. It was like infrared beams, blasting everywhere. Without giving the void body white octopus a chance to continue to attack, Han Fei appeared beside it, grabbed one of its tentacles with one hand, and released all void lines. Bang! Bang! When he grabbed the big octopus, he saw the 2 tentacles that went deep into the space crack break. Immediately, Han Fei felt that the big octopus lost 30% of its vitality. The old turtle said, some of its body has run away. Han Fei was lost for words. This octopus was a gecko, wasn't it? Gecko breaks its tail to escape, so does it. However, this octopus broke its body. Of course, 1/3 of the octopus had run away, and there were still 2 hearts and 7 brains left. The creatures living below the Ice God Canyon couldn't be weak in soul. Not 2 mentioned that this void body white octopus was a legend creature at level 77, which was equivalent to an advanced Tao-seeking realm sea demon. It was not that Han Fei couldn't control it, but that it had so many brains, which Han Fei found very difficult to control. Swish! Suddenly, he saw a white figure appear. It was none other than Little White. In fact, Little White wasn't the only one who came. Little Black also came. However, Little Black was so dark now that Han Fei didn't notice it. When Han Fei took a closer look, Little Black had already bitten one of the tentacles of the void body white octopus. Little White seemed to have gained new abilities too. She opened its mouth and spewed out white gas, which made the big octopus stiffen. However, the effect made Han Fei speechless. Little Black was gritting his teeth against the tentacle, but he couldn't bite them and could only make ear-piercing gnawing sounds. Little White was trying to freeze the big octopus. Han Fei felt cold, so did the octopus, but the force was not strong enough. It was much weaker than the real power of the ice sand. Han Fei was speechless. "Girl, are you still not good at using it?" "Heh." The old turtle said, "It did eat a spiritual treasure of the world. Don't you also have a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Can you fully use it?" Han Fei was speechless. So that was the reason. It was not that the ice sand was weak, but that the power that Little White could exert was too weak. Han Fei was speechless and summoned Little Fatty. However, as soon as Little Fatty came out, its body began to freeze, and it hurriedly shouted, "I'm going back, I'm going back." Perhaps for Little Black and Little White, they were special, so the freezing power had no effect on them at all. Even the source of the freezing power had been swallowed by Little White. But Little Fatty was still very weak, not even level 50 yet. Han Fei ignited the spiritual fire with a swish and wrapped Little Fatty with it. "Your compatriot is here. Suck some blood." Little Fatty couldn't perceive the strength of a high-level Tao-seeking creature. Seeing that there was a strong master of the same race, he immediately approached the octopus. Little Fatty had begun to tremble all over, but was still unable to suck out a single drop of blood. Little Fatty said, "Master, can you cut it open?" Han Fei curled his lips. "Now you call me master?" The infinity water turned into a knife and cut crazily, and the fate of this void body white octopus was already decided. Little Fatty sucked to its heart's content. When the first drop of essence blood was absorbed by him, he said, "I'm going to make a breakthrough." Han Fei knew that it was only natural for him to make a breakthrough. He had been stuck for a long time. Only then did Han Fei have the time to read Little Black and Little White's information. Information popped up in his eyes. Name: Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish. Introduction: This is the descendant of the mysterious ancient Yin-Yang sky-swallowing fish. The black and white fish accompany each other. The white fish is docile, whereas the black one is cruel. They are symbiotic. As long as one lives, the other lives. Level greater than 61. Quality: mysterious. Spiritual energy greater than 100 million points, evolving. Food: omnivorous. It can swallow anything. Battle technique: Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel, Spirit Swallowing Body. Combination: Twin Divine Technique. Remarks: The black fish is invisible. Except for the owner, only people with naturally born Yin-Yang divine eyes can see it. After the two fish fuse, its combat power will increase greatly, comparable to a divine weapon. soul power greater than 6,506 points. This time, Han Fei was a little stunned. They had just broken through to the sea spirit level, but their spiritual energy had skyrocketed 100 million with a swish. Furthermore, during this breakthrough, Little Black and Little White directly surpassed level 60. It seemed that their realm had quickly stabilized. Could it be that their accumulated base was solid enough? Of course, in any case, Little Black and Little White had definitely become a lot stronger. Which creature could make a high-level Tao-seeking creature stiffen when she had just entered the sea spirit realm? And which creature dared to bite the tentacles of a high-level Tao-seeking creature crazily? Even if he couldn't bite through them, he still gnawed on them and left teeth marks on them. Not only that, Han Fei also discovered that Little Black and Little White had a new technique. Twin Divine Technique? The technique of the spirit swallowing body was almost a passive technique, and he rarely used the combination technique. At this moment, a new technique popped up. Could it be that every time Little Black and Little White advanced a major realm, a new technique would appear? Han Fei thought to himself, anyway, there is no one around. I can try the new technique, right? Then, Han Fei had stabbed the big octopus with Snowmorn a dozen times. Making sure it couldn't have been more dead, he summoned Yuan Dao and ordered, kill all intruders. The old turtle couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? Han Fei said, Twin Divine Technique. Since there was no one around, he might as well give it a try first. Just as Han Fei was about to fight a big battle and be prepared to control the field at any time, with a thump, Little Black and Little White suddenly became black smoke and white smoke, and the two masses of smoke entangled each other. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. What was going on? The so-called divine technique turned into two plumes of smoke? The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he was at a loss for what to do. However, the black and white smoke that Little Black and Little White turned into pounced at the big octopus. Han Fei was horrified when he saw the octopus wither at a visible speed. The black smoke wrapped the tentacles. Little Black couldn't bite through the tentacles just now, but now he was biting them very fast. Han Fei perceived that Little Black wasn't biting but corroding them. As for Little White, she was even more powerful. She directly swallowed the octopus soul. According to Han Fei's experience, the soul of this big octopus should have dispersed, but a part of it was still dragged out and swallowed by Little White. Little Fatty screamed, "Mine, this is mine." Han Fei immediately shouted, "Stop." The old turtle was also a little horrified. Is this the inherited, great technique they awakened? They've already entered the Tao? That's impossible. How can it be? Hiss. Suddenly, the old turtle came to a stop, as if it had thought of something. Han Fei was also stunned for a moment. Seeing Little Black and Little White, who had turned back into two fish, he was a little puzzled. Old Yuan, what's going on? After a long silence, the old turtle said slowly, Are these two fish really born with a Tao body? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Seeing the old turtle's shocked look, Han Fei couldn't help but touch his head and ask, what do you mean by innate Tao body? Do you mean born with Tao runes? Although Han Fei was very excellent, he didn't know any of these secrets. The old turtle suddenly roared, what do you know? I should have thought of that sooner. Few people can see your little black fish. Little white fish seems only to be able to absorb spiritual energy, but it can produce the essence. Han Fei interrupted him, okay. I know my son and daughter very well. I don't need you to brag about them. Just tell me, what's that so-called innate Tao body? Is it very strong? The old turtle said gloomily, the innate Tao body means that from the moment they were born, they were nurtured by the heavens and the earth. They might be nurtured in chaos, or in the rules of the great Tao, or they might be produced by absorbing the essence of the Tao runes all year round. In short, they have entered the Tao from birth. In this world, there is a unique great Tao waiting for them to walk. A unique great Tao? The old turtle chuckled. Yes, you heard it right. It's a unique great Tao. This is the power of the innate Tao body. The only ones who can compare to them are the innate Tao seed, the ancient Tao seed, and the great Tao that know. One has walked, but if you walk, you can walk far on. The old turtle said enviously, I can tell you that as long as such a creature doesn't die, he will definitely become a king. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Old Yuan, don't brag. There are less than 5 people who I've seen and heard become a king in my life. There are billions of creatures in these 2 waters. When did it become so easy to be a king? The old turtle smiled contemptuously. Vision decides everything. Your vision is too small, so it's destined that your vision is not large. You have to walk out of this world and take a look. You should know the billions of lives in this vast sea, and there are countless strong masters. Han Fei quickly interrupted him, stop. I understand. You mean that Little Black and Little White have entered the Tao when they were born? Or can it be said that their growth has always been according to their own Tao? The old turtle nodded. Yes. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Awesome, that's really awesome. Han Fei even suspected that he got Little Black and Little White because of the calabash. However, in any case, the innate Tao body was very strong. Han Fei looked at Little Fatty, who was still absorbing the essence blood, then at Little Black, Little White, and then at their information. He couldn't help but mutter, are fusion combat skills really useless? Han Fei was a little puzzled. What if he used the twin divine technique after he fused with Little White and Little Black? With this in mind, Han Fei grew interested and shouted, fuse. When Han Fei, Little Black, and Little White fused into a big fish, Han Fei shouted again, twin divine technique. Buzz. Han Fei felt that his head went blank in an instant, and the excruciating pain made him come back to himself. When Han Fei came back to his senses, he saw himself again. Although it was not the first time he had experienced this feeling, he still felt a little strange. At this moment, Han Fei was certain of one thing, it was not that the fusion was useless, but that he hadn't unlocked the following combat skills of Little Black and Little White. At this moment, Han Fei found that half of him had turned into black fog, and the other half turned into white fog. At this moment, he discovered that the black mist was not a real black mist, but an inexplicable matter that made him want to eat something. When Han Fei charged at the octopus's body, Little Fatty shouted again, this is mine. Mine. Han Fei wanted to speak, but only his spiritual power trembled in the water. Your level is low. You can only swallow 1 tentacle at most. Why are you panicking? When Han Fei grabbed a tentacle, his perception changed at this moment. The black fog seemed to be activated, and Han Fei felt as if he had been split into thousands of parts, as if he were a whole, and that his whole body was full of sharp teeth. And he, who had turned into white mist, felt very cool and sensitive to the soul. In the white mist's perception, Han Fei found that there were at least 3 souls around, which meant that there were at least 3 creatures nearby. In short, this feeling was very strange. In any case, the octopus tentacles were disappearing at a visible speed. What the hell am I? Why is it called a divine technique? It's even unable to transform me. As soon as Han Fei had this idea, the 2 bodies that were mist began to deform, and in the blink of an eye, they became 2 people. Huh? Han Fei looked at himself in shock. Looking in Little Black's body, he had turned into a humanoid Han Fei, who was a junior explorer. From Little White's point of view, he was black. His face couldn't be seen and his eyes were black. From top to bottom, no decorations could be seen. He was purely black, the kind of black that could even swallow light. Huh? 2 of me? The normal Han Fei and the black Han Fei gasped in shock, making the same movement. According to Han Fei's experience, although his soul was the same, it was essentially cut apart. Since it was cut apart, he could use different souls to do different things. Thinking of this, the 2 Han Fei looked at each other. Avatars? Suddenly, the old turtle's voice sounded, "It's not an avatar, or you wouldn't have split your soul into 2. I feel that your soul hasn't changed. In my opinion, your soul is still one because the little black fish and the little white fish are one." The normal Han Fei said, "Not avatars? Then why do I feel a difference in strength? Let me experience it." The 2 Han Fei clenched their fists, the seawater trembled, and their strength erupted. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "It's a little weak. By logic, my current strength has reached more than 200 waves, but I feel we 2 only have the strength of about 150 waves." The old turtle said, "Of course. Although your soul is still one, it's still separately used. Therefore, the comprehensive power of a single body will inevitably decline." Han Fei couldn't wait to read it in his head. As he expected, both of them could see the information of the demon purification pot. Information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 70, Junior Explorer. Spiritual energy, 98,654/98,654. Spiritual power, 13,568/13,568. Perception range, 1,000 miles. Enforcing law, invincible Vajra. Strength, Little White, 148 waves, Little Black, 156 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unawakened. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 61. Second spiritual beast, unawakened. Main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level. Divine quality. Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that what he saw were 2 sets of templates. Regarding the different bodies of Little Black and Little White, there was only a slight difference in the power of the 2 templates. Little Black seemed to be born a little stronger than Little White in strength. This made Han Fei excited again. If there were 2 independent templates, did it mean that he could use different templates for different cultivation? Then, what was the difference between this and avatars? Besides, although he had become 2 of himself, neither of them seemed weak. Although they were weaker than his original body, Han Fei knew very well that Little Black and Little White were only level 61 now. What if Little Black and Little White reached the Tao-seeking realm? Han Fei's breathing became rapid. It meant that when he used the twin divine technique again, his combat power would be at least twice that of his original body. Oh, no. The combat power couldn't be calculated with numbers alone. The destructive power and threat produced by two original bodies might be completely different from that of one original body. For example, he could play the trick of making a feint somewhere and attacking in another place with his enemies. Another thought occurred to Han Fei. What if he hid and forged the universe? Shua. The normal Han Fei appeared and forged the universe, and the black Han Fei was still outside. The black Han Fei was stroking his chin, trying to find if there was an entrance to forge the universe. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Half of him was hiding, and the other half was still outside. Seeing this, the old turtle couldn't help but mutter, "I really don't know if you are lucky, or if you really have the favor of the great Tao. Although this technique is not an avatar technique, I'm afraid it's not much worse than any avatar technique." Han Fei said, "I think this is just my avatars." The old turtle said, "Don't jump to conclusions. Try fighting Yu Wendao without using spiritual energy." Han Fei thought to himself, "That's true." Immediately, the two of him activated Devil Change at the same time, but didn't use the Overlord's technique. It was mainly because Han Fei wanted to see if he could maintain the existence of the two bodies by himself. Yu Wendao was a half-venerable after all, and Han Fei ordered him to only defend against attacks. Immediately, a battle broke out under the Ice God Canyon. Yu Wendao defended, and the two Han Fei attacked. 100 seconds later, Han Fei ran out of spiritual energy, so he grabbed spiritual energy from the void with the power of an explorer. After half an hour, Han Fei felt a little tired, not physically but mentally. Then, he found that he had consumed more than half of his spiritual power. Another half an hour later, when Han Fei's last trace of spiritual power was consumed, the two bodies finally couldn't hold on anymore and shattered into mist again. Then, Han Fei separated from Little Black and Little White. Not only did Han Fei feel that his mental state was extremely poor, but he also felt that Little Black and Little White's mental state was poor. Han Fei took out 7 or 8 spiritual fruits, threw a few to Little Black, and ate a few for himself, before he immediately put away Little Black and Little White. Little Fatty, on the other hand, had been staring at him for a long time. Han Fei didn't know what was on his mind, but Han Fei guessed that he didn't understand what was going on here. The old turtle said, "As I expected, although this technique is not an avatar technique, it may be stronger than avatar techniques. At least the avatar still needs to be cultivated. You don't even need to cultivate but can share your spiritual senses with your clones. Even I envy you." Han Fei's head was swelling. The old turtle was right. This was not an avatar technique. However, Han Fei still had a lot of things to test. Now, he was only certain that in a battle, the two of him could exist for half an hour. However, what if it was not a battle, but cultivation? Han Fei felt that there was still a great space for research. In addition to cultivation, if one of him died, would that part of the soul be crushed? Or would it be like Little Black and Little White? As long as one of them didn't die, the other would resurrect? Of course, it was not easy to test it out. Han Fei didn't think he would die. After all, his other half was still alive. However, he didn't know what would happen if his soul was caught For example, something like his void lines, possession, or other means of capturing souls. He would rather believe it than not. He might as well try it later. At this moment, little Fatty was crazily absorbing the octopus essence blood. Han Fei's spiritual power was exhausted now. He quickly took out the God-scaring painting and visualized it. In the years in the Wind Rain village, Han Fei basically did nothing except practicing the God-scaring painting. And his perception range was also soaring. Up to now, his perception range had reached an astonishing 1,900 miles. Han Fei didn't know the range very well. Logically speaking, an explorer's perception range should be 1,000 miles. Or so, right? When he killed an intermediate Dao-seeking great demon in the ice domain, the other party's perception range seemed to be more than 800 miles. Han Fei was very sure that it was definitely less than 1,000 miles. Furthermore, the biggest difference between him and other powerhouses of the same realm was that he had grown too fast. As for those ordinary explorers, it might have taken them hundreds or even thousands of years to become explorers. But how long did it take him? 25 years? Han Fei certainly knew that the strength of the soul could be increased through visualization. Therefore, even in the same realm, there was no specific range. As for how strong one's soul was, probably no one except himself would know. Han Fei had already memorized half of the God-scaring painting. At this moment, a big spear had already been revealed. Yes, it was a spear. Han Fei had once checked it carefully and found that as for the spear in the God-scaring painting, its edges were as thin as a cicada's wing, and its tip was golden and murderous. When Han Fei first saw this sharp tip, he felt that it was so bright that it seemed to be able to penetrate the painting. Now it seemed that it was simply an embodiment of extreme sharpness. He retracted his consciousness. Han Fei glanced at Forge the Universe. He didn't have many soul crystals now. After all, soul crystals were of little use to him. At this moment, he didn't need soul crystals to cultivate his mental strength. Of course, if it was an extremely powerful soul crystal, it should be useful. However, he hadn't encountered such a thing yet. No matter in Yu Wendao or Gue Sanqing Sun Moon Shell, there was no such a thing. It could be seen that the improvement of the soul was getting more and more difficult. Just now, Han Fei visualized the God-scaring painting not to continue to increase his soul power, but to restore his soul. Of course, he could also absorb and refine the ownerless souls that he had drained in the 1,000-mountain ancient realm. 6 hours later, Han Fei took a long breath and slowly opened his eyes, looking helpless. More than 1,000 ownerless souls added up to only 2,000 points, and his perception range was increased by less than 1/10. The old turtle said, "In fact, I told you before that if you really want to cultivate your soul, you should keep absorbing other people's vitality. The speed of your improvement will be amazing." Han Fei curled his lips. "I'm already amazed at my speed of improvement. You don't have to teach me." Han Fei thought to himself, "Don't be assimilated by the old turtle's thoughts." In the old turtle's world, snatching people's vitality was a matter of course. Despite reason or race, but Han Fei can't do that. If it weren't for the fact that he had a lot of secrets, was talented, had great luck, and had strong means, Han Fei felt that the old turtle must have ignored him. Han Fei said, "Don't disturb me. I'll make a small breakthrough by the way." A large amount of spiritual energy flowed out, and millions of points of spiritual energy surrounded Han Fei. Huff. Under the absorption technique, spiritual energy poured in and cleansed his body. After about half an hour, with a click, Han Fei made a breakthrough. He opened his eyes and read the information. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 71, Junior Explorer. Spiritual energy, 130,000/130,000. Spiritual power, 12,348/22,066. Perception range, 1,912 kilometers. Enforcing law, invincible Vajra. Strength, 216 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unawakened. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 61. Second spiritual beast, unawakened. Main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level. Divine quality. Looking at his data, Han Fei was quite gratified. This was his growth during this period of time. He had been suppressing his strength for 4 years, but in just a few days in the waterwood world, his strength had more than tripled. Although the old turtle kept giving him advice, Han Fei knew very clearly that his own growth speed was not slow at all. It could even be said that his cultivation speed was extremely fast. In the current yin-yang world, there was probably no one who could cultivate faster than him. The yin-yang world was like this, so was the waterwood world. Even if it was the insect race, the queen insects could at most produce law enforcers with soldier explosions, right? It was impossible for them to bypass the tribulation and directly become explorers. In fact, many queen insects would not directly cultivate a law enforcer, because they would have to give him the law enforcing ability, which would undoubtedly limit their development potential. But if the insect fought all the way up, their law enforcement abilities would be various. This would be beneficial to the reasonable development of the insect race, and only in this way would this race become stronger and stronger. When Han Fei rose, no creatures came here. After all, even if they were in the Tao-seeking realm, the death of the triple blazing cold shrimp and the void body white octopus was enough to warn the creatures that hadn't appeared yet. Little Fatty seemed to be in the middle of a breakthrough. With a thought, Han Fei threw tens of thousands of caddies of spirit awakening fluid over. When less than 20,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid was swallowed, Little Fatty had already completed the breakthrough. However, this was only a breakthrough in the sea demon realm, so it was not rather difficult. When Han Fei was in this realm, he had broken through 5 or 6 levels with the help of spirit awakening fluid. Therefore, Han Fei was going to use the same trick again. Of course, he wouldn't feed Little Fatty the spirit awakening fluid immediately. He would wait for him to stabilize his cultivation base first. However, this didn't prevent Han Fei from reading Little Fatty's information. Information popped up in his eyes. Name 9 Death Soul Splitting Octopus. Introduction Ancient exotic species, with a weak divine beast bloodline. Its sucking disc can absorb spiritual energy, and essence blood. The 9 Death Soul Splitting Octopus's spiritual power is extremely strong, able to ignore the mental attacks of all creatures within 10 levels of itself. It also has great strength and can deflect 90% of the attacks when attacked. It also has a super strong self-recovery ability. Level greater than 50. Quality legend, upgradable. Spiritual energy, 208, 68. Food, carnivorous, prefers shrimp and crabs. Battle technique, limb regeneration, blood rebirth, soul-splitting tentacle. Remarks, the host can share blood rebirth with the 9 Death Soul. Splitting octopus. It can only be used 9 times in a lifetime, with 7 left. For Han Fei, little Fatty had only made a breakthrough. However, for little Fatty, it had been stuck in this realm for a long time. What made Han Fei's eyes light up was the additional combat skill of the soul. Splitting tentacle. It didn't sound simple. However, he didn't have any experimental article, so he didn't study it for the time being. Perhaps realizing that he was too weak, little Fatty was sucking the remains of the octopus so hard but only absorbed a little bit of essence blood. Little Fatty said, "Give me its remains. I want to make breakthroughs quickly." Han Fei was briefly stunned. "I only have less than 20,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid left. Little Fat, with this octopus body, it should be enough for me to use for some time." Perhaps because of the breakthrough, little Fatty seemed to have become much smarter. He knew that he had accumulated enough resources, and what he urgently needed now was the realm. Han Fei immediately took little Fatty and the void body white octopus into Forge the Universe. The spirit awakening fluid and the spiritual spring were both in Forge the Universe, so he could use them as he pleased. The old turtle said, "Contractual spiritual beasts are not raised like this. They need to fight and kill. Any creature grows up from fighting and killing. Even if it's the 9 death soul-splitting octopus." Han Fei curled his lips. "What if I'm killed? I can be resurrected with little Fatty around." The old turtle sneered. "Then you should let him wander on his own. If you separate from him, if something happens to you, others won't be able to find him. Then you can be resurrected, right?" Han Fei was stunned for a long time. "Wait a moment, don't lie to me. Doesn't the 9 death soul-splitting octopus need to be with his master to resurrect him?" "Tisk." The old turtle said helplessly, "Who told you that?" "That's the 9 death soul splitting octopus. The 9 death soul splitting octopus that has truly grown up is definitely a mutated creature. Even if you are thousands of kilometers away, it can still resurrect you." Han Fei said in disbelief, "Old Yuan, are you sure you're talking about the 9 death soul splitting octopus in the sea demon realm?" This time, the old turtle was silent for a long time. "I don't know. Han Fei." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Then what's the difference between telling me and not telling me?" Although Han Fei also felt that little Fatty was very powerful, he shouldn't be so powerful. He was only level 50, in the sea demon realm. Could he resurrect someone from a long distance away? Even a venerable couldn't do that. However, he never planned to bring little Fatty with him at the beginning. Therefore, as long as the opportunity was right, he would throw him out to practice on his own. Above the ice god canyon, no one could perceive what was happening below. In the old turtle's words, this was a place that could produce the blue sea ice sand. Because it was extremely cold in the first place, not just any creature could enter. For example, little Fatty was frozen the moment he appeared. Han Fei had to warm him with spiritual fire, or he would have been frozen to death. When Han Fei returned to the white mist, he couldn't help asking, "Old Yuan, I caused a lot of noise down below. What's going on up there?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Faced with Han Fei's question, the old turtle couldn't help but ask, "What can possibly happen?" The venerables would just scan here with their perception. "Even if you take this opportunity, what can they do?" Han Fei said, "They will tell the king and the king will notice me. If the king notices me, I'll be in danger. God knows if the king will see me. Through. The old turtle said, even I can't tell. You are now a sea demon, an authentic sea demon. The only problem is your real strength. If it's really discovered. As long as you create the illusion that you are going through a tribulation and improve your strength to the junior Tao-seeking realm, most of the problems will be resolved. Hanfei was lost for words. I've already transcended the tribulation. How can I trigger thunder and lightning? The old turtle said, it's none of my business. However, in this vast sea, we'll meet someone who is transcending the tribulation anyway. What do you think? Hanfei's eyes glittered, and he exclaimed, as I expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. As long as I control the creature that is transcending the tribulation, I can deprive it of its tribulation. In this way, I can create an illusion that I'm transcending the tribulation. The old turtle, I didn't teach you that. Hanfei said, that's what you think. However, it doesn't matter. This method is good. If it doesn't work, I have one last solution. The fish dragon king is still in my hands. If I have to, I'll make him transcend the tribulation and then I'll steal his tribulation. It'll be very convenient. In Forge the Universe, the fish dragon king looked at little Fatty, who was holding a big octopus and absorbing its essence blood. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. The fish dragon king lay on the ground in frustration, thinking, shit, I'm doomed. Hanfei adjusted his state again, and everything seemed to have calmed down. He even practiced the near-at-hand technique for a day in the white mist. Specifically found some creatures to fight for a long time and fought so loudly as if he was afraid that the people above the Ice God Canyon didn't know what he was doing. Although this trick was simple, it worked. The Venerables were so confident in themselves that they wouldn't believe Hanfei had taken something that even they couldn't take. One day later, Hanfei came out of the smoke, looking energetic and powerful. At this moment, Gue Sanqing, who had been possessed by the old turtle, suddenly opened his eyes and followed Hanfei. Hanfei turned back into the fish dragon king and entered the ice god strait. Immediately, a venerable summoned him. In the Thousand-Star City, not everyone could see a venerable because venerables usually appeared as trump cards and were the pillars of a large clan. In the Waterwood world, however, not only were there many venerables on the Sea of Clouds divine tree, but there were also many venerables in the two royal cities. This meant that there were at least more than 200 venerables. The one who summoned Hanfei was the seahorse venerable. After seeing Hanfei enter his palace, he slowly raised his eyes. You seem to have made a lot of progress. This time, you should have secured your position on the genius list in the royal city. In a short period of time, no one can threaten you. I just wonder when you transcend the tribulation. Hanfei replied respectfully, this time, I may be able to reach a higher level. Oh? The eyelids of the seahorse venerable slightly opened, but he didn't take it seriously. How the fish dragon king grew up had nothing to do with him. Since the fish dragon king chose to gain experience in the Ice God Canyon this time, he was somewhat closer to them. Besides, venerables like them didn't stay in the Ice God Canyon all year around. They would return to the royal city or go to battlefields from time to time. However, the strong had their own selfish motives. It was impossible for the fish dragon king to become friends with them. However, Yu Kaling and Lan Shuer had survived this trip to the 1000 mountain ancient realm and were both subordinates of the fish dragon king. Their talents were obviously not weak. Although they couldn't compare to the fish dragon king, if he could nurture them, he had plenty of ways to subdue them. He said, Dragon King, you've gained the full support of the Ice God Canyon. This time. You know that the royal city has always been strict in recruiting people. You Kaling and Lan Shuer may not have a chance to become venerables. But as long as they don't die, they can definitely become half-venerables. If they want to go to the royal city, they'd better have someone in the city to help them. Otherwise, they won't even know how they died. Since they used to be your subordinates, please take care of them a bit. Han Fei sneered in his heart. He knew that venerables weren't so kind as to chat with him. Sure enough, they all had their own purposes. They wanted to nurture their own talents, so they needed someone to cover up for them. After all, the venerables were outside, and they couldn't interfere in the affairs of the royal city. Besides, how many sea demons in the royal city didn't have any trump cards? It was said that it was difficult to go to the royal city, so it should be really difficult. Even a venerable had to take the back door, which showed how difficult it was to go to the royal city. However, this was just a small favor. He didn't have to provoke a venerable. Now, it wouldn't be good if the venerable harbored a grudge against him. Therefore, Han Fei said indifferently as if he didn't take it seriously, it's just a small matter. After returning to the royal city, just let them go. There. The seahorse venerable smiled. They're your subordinates anyway. Why don't you just let them follow and take care of you? Han Fei thought to himself, how can they take care of me? Han Fei shook his head slightly. No. This trip to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm made me realize that there are many strong masters. The woman from the Waterwood world and the Blood Demon from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City who ambushed me are both very strong. I still lack experience. I plan to gain experience all the way back to the royal city. The seahorse venerable was slightly surprised. Are you going to swim back in person? Han Fei said, with Gue Sanqing following me, there shouldn't be a problem. The seahorse venerable thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. There were powerful creatures in the outer sea, but the truly powerful ones weren't there. With the protection of Gue Sanqing, it shouldn't be a problem for him to return to the royal city. However, Yu Kaling and Lan Shuer couldn't follow him. Whether it was dangerous or not depended on the person. For Han Fei, it was indeed not dangerous, but for these two people, it might be extremely dangerous. Therefore, the seahorse venerable nodded slightly. Okay, when you return to the royal city, I'll arrange for someone to send the two of them over. After the trip to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm, Yu Kaling and Lan Shuer became good friends. At this moment, in Yu Kaling's cave, Lan Shuer said, Sister Kaling, are we really going to leave with the Fish Dragon King? This person is heartless. And will he really become our pillar of support? Yu Kaling's eyes were firm. Shuer, people have to rely on themselves. When you reach the royal city, you'll have to find a way to show your talent. Talent in any aspect. If the Fish Dragon King is not reliable, you'll have to find another master. Anyway, as long as you survive and become stronger, the situation will change one day. However, Yu Kaling was still a little worried and asked in a low voice. Shuer, is that Fish Dragon King dirty? Lan Shuer gritted her teeth. He is very aggressive and domineering. Yu Kaling Just as the two girls were worried, they suddenly heard a venerable say via voice transmission, "Okay, the two of you don't need to follow the fish dragon king now. This guy is going to swim back to the White Shell Royal City from the Ice God Canyon to gain experience. It's a good thing for you. Otherwise, you may be in danger. When he returns to the Royal City, I'll arrange for you two to go there." Both of them were surprised and hurriedly said, "Thank you, my lord." After a while, the two of them looked at each other in relief. They didn't have to go with Han Fei. At least, they didn't have to worry about Han Fei's improper demand. Although they would still have no choice when they were in the royal city, at least they didn't have to worry about it now. Lan Shuer said in relief, "Fortunately, by the time he returns from his journey, he probably has forgotten about us. And his situation in the royal city shouldn't be good. When the time comes, he probably won't have the time to bother us." Yu Kaling nodded slightly. "I'm just a little surprised. This person is indeed arrogant. He wants to swim back to the royal city?" Lan Shuer smiled and said, "What's the big deal? No matter how bad this person is, he's still 10th place on the genius list. Besides, he should have made some progress this time. However, I'm a little surprised. This person seems to be more domineering and powerful than before he entered the 1,000 Mountain Ancient Realm." Yu Kaling tilted her head and said, "Do you think so too?" "I feel it too. Especially the moment he came out of the ancient realm, he was so domineering. Much more domineering than when he entered. It was like he was a different person." Han Fei didn't know that two women were studying him. The main reason was that he felt that the Fish Dragon King had too little contact with Yu Kaling and Lan Shuer. After only one day, they had almost no contact. Just when Han Fei was about to leave the Ice God Canyon, he suddenly met the half-merman venerable at the gate. At this moment, he was gazing into the distance, and there was no telling what he was looking at. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. "Is he waiting for me? Why?" The half-merman venerable looked back at Han Fei. "Dragon King, have you seen Yu Wendao since you came out?" Han Fei asked in confusion. "I haven't seen Mr. Wendao since I came out." "Huh? Hasn't Mr. Wendao been waiting outside the 1,000 Mountain Ancient Realm?" The half-merman venerable shook his head slightly. "He went out to cultivate. Halfway. I thought he would return before you left. I didn't expect him to never return." Han Fei said respectfully, "I'm going back to the royal city to gain experience. When Mr. Wendao returns, he can go find me." Han Fei thought to himself, "Yu Wendao? You'll never see him in your life." The half-merman venerable nodded slightly. "Okay. That's good. Go." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Thanks to his identity as the Fish Dragon King, Han Fei was not blocked by anyone. Besides, with Gue Sanqing following him, no one would suspect him. Unless the venerables of the Waterwood world secretly came over, there wouldn't be a problem with the safety of the Fish Dragon King, so no one would pay much attention to him. After all, it didn't make sense for them to be vigilant all the time, even against their own kind. This time, Han Fei finally didn't return to the fire spring. The royal city was to the east of the Dark War port. Han Fei took a slight turn in the north, but the whole journey was no more than 5 million kilometers. It took Han Fei a full day to arrive 200,000 kilometers away from the Ice God Canyon. This was mainly to prevent anyone from secretly observing him, so he walked very slowly. Now and then, he would fight a few battles while walking. One day passed. Han Fei said, "Haha. We're finally out of the surveillance range of the venerables. Ha ha ha, old Yuan, this is our world now." As he spoke, Han Fei triggered a thought, and Little Black, Little White, and Little Fatty appeared in the water. At this moment, Little Fatty had improved by another level, compared to 2 days ago, probably because of the spirit awakening fluid. Unsurprisingly, with the remaining spirit awakening fluid and the blood of the void body white octopus, Little Fatty could be upgraded by at least 1 level. Han Fei said, "Little Fatty, I'll give you a month to travel 1,000,000 kilometers to the west. You have to count on yourself." Little Fatty glanced at Han Fei with its big eyes, pushed its tentacles, and dove to the bottom of the sea. Little Black and Little White had already surrounded Han Fei. Little Black, as usual, dove directly to the bottom of the sea. After only 3 minutes, Han Fei saw that he had bitten a crab to pieces at the bottom of the sea. As for Little White, when she approached him, Han Fei felt a little cold. It seemed that Little White had changed a lot after swallowing the so-called blue sea ice sand. Han Fei couldn't help petting Little White's cold head and saying, "My baby girl, your father is going to cultivate now. You and Little Black grow up faster. Along the way, I'll leave the great responsibility of finding treasures to you." Little White kissed Han Fei's cheek affectionately, then swooshed out and swam to the bottom of the sea. This was because Little White was no longer the Little White before. Not every creature could approach her. Han Fei saw a blood eel trying to rush at Little White, but when it was only 100 meters away from Little White, its body suddenly stiffened and then quickly froze. Little White opened its mouth and swallowed a massive blue soul. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Is the effect of a spiritual treasure so great? Although Little White, who never fought, wasn't fighting now, her strength was already terrifying. If either of them was alive, neither of them would die. Therefore, Han Fei was quite at ease now. After all, according to old Yuan, these spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts also needed training. If you kept them in a greenhouse and fed them from time to time, it was equivalent to killing their potential. The old turtle next to Han Fei said, "Huh? Only 1,000,000 kilometers a month?" Han Fei grinned and said, "So what? I told them I was going to return to the royal city while training. They should have informed the royal city. We should take this period of time to improve our strength." To be honest, Han Fei was indeed a little poor now. Although he still had 800 or 900 million points of spiritual energy, it was useless. He could take this opportunity to plunder the secret realms along the way. The old turtle said, "That's good. I'm clearing the impurities in this body and his demonic heritage. This process will take about 2 or 3 months. When the time comes, I'll build a heavenly talent body." Han Fei grinned. "You've chosen this turtle? He's so old." The old turtle said disdainfully, "Turtles have a long lifespan in the first place. However, in 2 months, I need you to give me another heaven enlightenment divine technique. This time, I don't need much. 50 years of vitality will be enough." Han Fei curled his lips. "Why again?" The old turtle said, "This body is too weak after all. There are still a lot of hidden injuries that you didn't cure last time. Besides, my strength has improved again. As long as you give me a little time, few half-venerables can be his match. It'll be beneficial for you. Han Fei waved his hand and said, then let's talk about it in 2 months. 1 month passed. In the boundless sea, in a jungle under the sea, under a decaying old tree, a large number of roots extended out of the mud, and a treeman crawled out. The moment the treeman came out, holes were drilled out of the void, and Earth 9, Water Luster, Punishing Saber, and Fire Seed appeared one after another. In the end, Han Fei slowly crawled out of the cave, looking calm. This place must have been explored 100 years ago. There are only 20,000 caddies of spiritual spring, and everything else has rotted. Forget it, let's disperse. Next place. Fire Seed complained, Master, call me out to gain experience when there's a fire. I'm really not used to this environment. Han Fei was lost for words. This is the sea. Where else can I find a place with fire except for the undersea volcano? Water Luster sneered. Blame it on your wrong species. Fire Seed said angrily, if I swallow a volcano, it'll be equivalent to your 100 years of cultivation. Seeing Water Luster and the others leave, Han Fei didn't bother to listen. He thought to himself, when did Fire Seed start bragging? Han Fei spread out his perception and found that the old turtle was cultivating on a reef 1,000 kilometers away. As for little Fatty, it was fighting a big shell. It was a yellow shell with a body of 17 or 18 meters long, but different from ordinary shells. Around the opening of this shell were yellow tentacles. Han Fei had seen this kind of shell before. It was called the rough hairy shell. Of course, its name was chrysanthemum shell here. In the past month, Han Fei had seen little Fatty and chrysanthemum shell fighting more than once. Out of instinct, the octopus might like the meat of clams and shells, so it often fought shells. As for this rough hairy shell, it was a shell that little Fatty could beat but wouldn't easily beat now. Large swaths of yellow tentacles that looked like floating seaweed and dancing long whips grabbed at little Fatty. Little Fatty seemed to have known what the shell was going to do. The sucking discs on its 8 tentacles were suddenly activated, and the terrifying suction directly straightened the tentacles of the chrysanthemum shell. The remaining tentacle of little Fatty suddenly hooked, and it directly extracted a soul. The sucking discs on little Fatty's 9 tentacles shook and directly sucked the soul. Chi-la. The soul was torn apart, and this chrysanthemum shell was killed by little Fatty. After swallowing its souls, little Fatty opened the shell of the chrysanthemum shell with his sucking discs and sucked its flesh dry. Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. F***ck, I almost made this guy into a foodie. Go fight, go challenge. If you don't fight, how can you improve? Quickly? Although Han Fei asked little Fatty to go out alone to gain experience, in fact, Han Fei had been following him. After all, this was his first time and Han Fei wasn't completely at ease. Just as Han Fei was about to go over and teach little Fatty a lesson, the old turtle suddenly shouted, "Take them back. Someone is coming." Han Fei said, "Come back." Upon hearing this, Punishing Saber and the others hurriedly rushed back. Fortunately, they hadn't gone far. Otherwise, if they couldn't rush back in time, they would be doomed. Swish swish swish. The mountain river phantom was retracted, little black and little white disappeared into the center of his eyebrows, little Fatty got into his body, and the old turtle stood behind Han Fei. Han Fei grabbed the sun moon shell and pretended that he was perceiving something. After about 30 seconds, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, where is the coming person? The old turtle said, I saw it through the secrets of the heavens. If he's weak, I can't see him. But if he's strong, I can perceive him in advance. After another 20 seconds, with a swish, a void crack was opened on the bottom of the sea. Instantly, a half-merman venerable appeared in front of Han Fei. Han Fei quickly recalled who this person was. The old turtle's voice appeared in Han Fei's heart. Chanshui Qin, a venerable, in charge of the secret realm assessment in the White Shell Royal City. Han Fei hurriedly said, Greetings, Venerable Chanshui. Are you looking for me? Chanshui Qin said coldly, Of course. The people at the Ice God Canyon said that you were going to swim back to the Royal City. A month has passed, and I think no matter what, you should be here soon, but you haven't come yet, so I came and took a look. Han Fei immediately said, Venerable Chanshui, I'm training. Chanshui Qin frowned slightly, looking at the signs of a secret realm opening. Not far away, he couldn't help but say, Do you think the secret realms in the Royal City are not enough for you to explore? Or do you think the secret realms in the outer sea are stronger than those collected by the Royal City? Han Fei saw that the venerable seemed to be dissatisfied at him for going back too slowly. Furthermore, from what he said, he could tell that Chanshui Qin wasn't interested in these secret realms in the outer sea at all. Han Fei immediately said, I don't think that way. However, on this trip to the front line, I encountered 2 great enemies in my life, so I want to see how many dangerous and mysterious creatures there are in the outer sea. Chanshui Qin was slightly surprised. Fish Dragon King, you seem to be talking too much. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat, and the old turtle reminded him, the Fish Dragon King has always been simple-minded. He knows no logic. Han Fei suddenly raised his head. Master Venerable, to be honest, I feel that there is something wrong with my bloodline. My strength is rapidly increasing. I intend to enter the top 5 of the genius list this time, so I stayed outside for a while longer. Top 5? Chanshui Qin was a little suspicious. Are you King bragging? However, hearing what Han Fei said, Chanshui Qin felt that he seemed to understand something. Yes, the 10th place of the Fish Dragon King had always been unstable. According to the people in the Ice God Canyon, the Fish Dragon King had obtained some opportunities. He was probably digesting the opportunities, so he returned late. Besides, this opportunity actually made this guy confident to enter the top 5. It seemed that this opportunity was not small. No wonder this guy hadn't returned. Chanshui Qin asked, How long? Tell me how long it will take you. I will arrange a secret realm assessment for you according to the time you delay. The longer you delay, the more difficult the secret realm assessment will be. You have to think it through. Han Fei took a deep breath. 3 months. Chanshui Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. How bold of you. Okay, I'll wait for you in the Royal City. With that, Chanshui Qin tore through the void and flew away. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Gue Sanqing. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. After Chanshui Qin left, the old turtle cursed, although you didn't learn the soul-attracting technique, did you not read the soul of the Fish Dragon King? Han Fei smiled bitterly. I did. But only important things can be read, can't they? The old turtle said, your soul-attracting technique is not good. The real soul attracting technique means that you can read all the information you want. As if you're repeating someone's memory. I had thought that you didn't learn soul attracting because you were confident in your own soul attracting technique, but you're not guarding against me, are you? Han Fei pretended not to hear him and asked in surprise, really? Can every detail in his life be read? Han Fei suddenly took a deep breath. He seemed to have neglected something. Was the soul-attracting technique really so powerful that it could make him see every little detail in the other party's memory? Before, the void lines could read part of the memories, so Han Fei thought that they were a soul-attracting technique. After all, these were all methods to read other people's memories, but definitely not to experience the life of others. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, is the soul-attracting technique really so powerful? The old turtle was lost for words. I'll teach it to you first. It's up to you whether you want to learn it or not. But don't be like now anymore. You can hardly recognize a person and even need my reminder. After a while, a new technique appeared in Han Fei's mind. Soul-attracting art, venerable level, low quality. Introduction: this is a forbidden technique. It violates the natural law and forcibly peeps at others' memories. Deduced art, soul search technique. Deduction cost, 1 billion. Shortcoming 1, if the soul attractee is stronger than the soul attractor, the user may suffer a backlash. Shortcoming 2, the soul attracting technique can read memories, but the soul attractor is easy to be impacted by the soul attractee's memories, affecting his own memories. Shortcoming 3, forcibly attracting one's soul can cause the soul attractee to become a fool. After reading the information about this technique, Han Fei took a slight breath. Is this against the heavenly Tao? The old turtle said disdainfully, what do you mean by against the heavenly Tao? Cultivation is against the heavenly Tao in the first place. Why do you care about soul attracting? Han Fei didn't really care. However, he could deduce the soul attracting technique. Since the soul search technique was one level higher than the soul attracting technique, the side effects should be much smaller. However, Han Fei didn't choose to deduce it. For him, 1 billion points of spiritual energy was a huge number now. This month, he didn't just explore secret realms and do treasure hunting. Han Fei also needed a lot of spiritual energy. He had fed little white 100 million points of spiritual energy. Besides, he didn't know what would happen if he went to the royal city. Therefore, although he still had enough spiritual spring, it wasn't worthwhile to deduce it now. One day later, Han Fei appeared and forged the universe again. Seeing Han Fei, the fish dragon king gnashed his teeth and asked, how long are you going to lock me up? Han Fei's lips curled. Don't worry. It won't be long. 3 years at most. Hearing that it would be 3 years, the fish dragon king was desperate. He asked, then why are you here? Han Fei chuckled. Nothing. Let me borrow your memories. The fish dragon king? Before the fish dragon king realized what was going on, Han Fei had laid a hand on his head. The poor fish dragon king had basically lost all his strength and was imprisoned here. The space he was in had been independently divided by Han Fei. He didn't even have the slightest spiritual energy, let alone recover. Without strength, the fish dragon king became meat on the chopping block, at Han Fei's mercy. Han Fei intended to practice the soul-attracting technique on the fish dragon king, because the latter's realm was not as high as his strength was not as strong, and his soul was weaker than his. If even with such an advantage he still had side effects, it would be a problem if he needed to use the soul attracting technique in the future. With his personality, he probably wouldn't choose to use it. He felt that his consciousness was immersed in a sea of memories. There seemed to be a void where there were various pictures and vivid contents. Han Fei knew that he was a spectator. As he scanned with his perception, a large number of memories flashed through his mind. He saw the original body of the fish dragon king, which turned out to be a sea snake. However, this sea snake was a bit special. It had 4 front limbs and 2 horns on its head. However, this was not a dragon but a snake creature. Han Fei simply ignored the pre-awakening memories of the fish dragon king. He found that the memory could be skip-read. In an instant, Han Fei skipped to the time when the fish dragon king was taken into the royal city. They got to know different people, the heavenly talents of the same realm, and the fish dragon king was bullied. He strengthened himself step by step, and had been through many life-threatening crises. All kinds of information popped up in his head at the same time. After obtaining the information he wanted to know, Han Fei issued an order in his heart and his consciousness returned. Huff! Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and took a long breath. Before Han Fei could do anything, he saw that the fish dragon king was rolling his eyes, foaming at the mouth, and convulsing all over. Han Fei was lost for words. What happened to him? He's a heavenly talent. Anyway, how can he be so weak? The old turtle's voice sounded. He was disabled for a period of time. He's in very poor shape, so he reacted like this. Han Fei immediately said, "No, this guy can't die yet. We have to save him." With that, Han Fei cast the holy light technique over, and the fish dragon king stopped convulsing. His complexion was improving at a visible speed. Han Fei was now stronger than the fish dragon king, both in terms of strength and realm. With the holy light technique, even the vitality of the hydra grass could return crazily, let alone the fish dragon king. About 10 seconds later, the fish dragon king came back to his senses. After about 20 seconds, the fish dragon king felt that the injuries in his body had recovered by half. When the gentle healing brilliance disappeared, the fish dragon king felt that his strength had recovered by at least 20%. The fish dragon king was surprised. "What did you just do to me?" Han Fei frowned and said, "Before I agree to let you go, you are not allowed to have any strength." With that, Han Fei raised his knife and pierced the Dragon King's dantian. Again. Ew! The fish Dragon King vomited a mouthful of blood and said with a trembling voice, "Since you don't allow me to have any strength, why did you cure me?" Han Fei was silent for a while. "I overcured you." The fish Dragon King. Coming out of Forge the Universe, Han Fei took a deep breath. "It seems that I missed a lot of information. Old Turtle, how long did it take for me to perform the soul-attracting technique?" The old turtle said, 3 seconds. Huh? Han Fei was briefly stunned. Only 3 seconds? The old turtle said, "Of course, that's because your mind is observing you. Perhaps you think it has been a long time, but in fact, it's only 3 seconds. This is like having a dream. You think you have been dreaming for a long time, but in fact, it's not long." Han Fei thought for a moment and accepted it. In reincarnation, he had experienced decades, but it was actually only dozens of days. However, Cultivating in a dream seemed to be worthwhile. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, is 3 months too long? After reading the memories of the Fish Dragon King, Han Fei learned the situation of the royal city. First of all, there had never been more than 100,000 residents in the royal city. Among them, 70% of them only had level 6 demonic heritage. Therefore, every powerhouse above level 7 had at least 1 or 2 followers. And there were standards to survive in the capital. First of all, the 70% of them were the 70,000 or so powerhouses with level 6 demonic heritages. If they didn't follow someone, it would be fine. But if they followed someone, unless their followers had special arrangements, they had to go out to gain experience every month, during which there was a chance of death. Almost 1% of these people would die every time. This was not a simple number. They all had level 6 spiritual heritages. In any place, they could be called heavenly talents. But in the royal city, they had to work very hard to survive. This also meant that every month, about 700 sea demons would die. In a year, it would be more than 8,000 sea demons. This number was simply terrifying. They were all sea spirit powerhouses. Every year, the people eliminated in the royal city, put together, would form a very terrifyingly combat power. However, it was precisely because of this ultra-high elimination rate that every level 6 heavenly talent who entered the royal city was trying desperately to strengthen themselves. Therefore, in the royal city, there were many Tao-seeking realm powerhouses. The Tao-seeking powerhouses accounted for about 25%. The remaining half included venerables, mermen, sea beasts, and other creatures. Among the 25% sea demons, 15% were ordinary geniuses with level 6 demonic heritages, and only 10% had level 7 demonic heritages or above. But even if it was only 10%, it was 10,000 people. What a terrifying number. Han Fei clicked his tongue. Tang Ji's level 7 spiritual heritage alone was enough for the heavenly sword sect to specially send someone to take him back, and now he was already one of the top powerhouses in his generation in the 1,000-star city. And among the people he had encountered so far, very few had a spiritual heritage above level 7. Of course, the growth-type spiritual heritage didn't count. He was a genius that the Thug Academy had dug out through all means. He couldn't be judged by common sense. And this was the composition of people in the royal city. Just like ordinary heavenly talents, even though the Fish Dragon King and the others were heavenly talents, they needed to undergo trial in secret realms regularly. However, unlike ordinary people, these heavenly talents with level 7 demonic heritage and above had preferential treatment. In some secret realms, there would be people to rescue them, which greatly reduced the probability of death. However, reducing the probability of death was different from no death. Some people were unlucky and strong masters failed to treat them in time, so they could only blame their bad luck. As for the trial secret realms in the royal city, they were divided into 5 levels: simple, ordinary, difficult, hell, and forbidden area. Ordinary heavenly talents could choose a simple level secret realm every month. For heavenly talents like the Fish Dragon King, they were usually assigned with difficult level secret realms. No one would start from the ordinary level. With the Fish Dragon King's pride, he certainly wouldn't choose that. However, if a heavenly talent with a level 7 demonic heritage or above didn't go to trial for a month, the difficulty of the next trial would automatically rise by 1 level. Therefore, Han Fei was already a month behind schedule. Now, he told Changshui Qin that he would return in 3 months. Didn't it mean that his trial difficulty had jumped to the level of a forbidden area? Han Fei had just read about forbidden areas in his mind. The heavenly talents with the demonic heritages lower than level 9 only had a 10% chance of survival. Why was it below level 9? It was because a demonic heritage above level 9 was hard to come by in 1,000 years. If there was one, he would be a treasure. And who would throw such a treasure into a forbidden area? The old turtle said leisurely, I had thought you knew. Han Fei. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. So Han Fei had set himself up. However, Han Fei didn't quite panic. He had gone through so many dangerous secret realms. Even if it was a forbidden area level secret realm, so what? At least he had the old turtle with him. Even if the possessed Gue Sanqing couldn't enter, the old turtle's main soul was still in his sea of consciousness. After half a day, Han Fei summoned Little Fatty, Punishing Saber and the others again. At this moment, Han Fei looked solemn. He said to Little Fatty and the others solemnly, there's not much time left for you. At this time, improve as much as you can. Consolidate your realm first. Tree Spirit said, Master, will it be dangerous in 3 months? Han Fei nodded slightly. Anything can happen if we go deep into the enemy's den. Just be prepared. We can't relax at all. After that, Han Fei looked at Little Fatty and said, You are the weakest. You are only equivalent to a peak-level junior sea demon. You have to work harder. Understand? Little Fatty rolled his big eyes. If I have enough spirit awakening fluid, I can reach the peak of the intermediate level. That's the highest realm I can reach in 3 months. Han Fei certainly knew the principle of more haste less speed. When he used the spirit awakening fluid to accelerate his breakthrough, his realm was very unstable and his strength was not solid. It took him a lot of time to stabilize it. However, if he could become stronger, why not become stronger? However, Han Fei was a little helpless. There was no more spirit awakening fluid. Tree Spirit suddenly said, if it's just spirit awakening fluid, there's still a little bit in the sea quelling painting. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. Oh, yes, how could he forget this? When he just entered the sea quelling painting, Tree Spirit used spirit awakening fluid to entertain him. Now, Han Fei knew clearly that the so-called spirit awakening fluid was just diluted Tao runes, or something born under the influence of the Tao runes. As for the sea quelling painting, it belonged to the heavenly palace or a king. Therefore, it wasn't strange that the sea quelling painting had spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei asked, how many are there exactly? Tree Spirit said, there aren't many of them. After all, this thing is only effective on creatures below the sea spirit level. Sea spirits at least have their own path of law enforcement. Generally speaking, they don't need spirit awakening fluid. Therefore, it's probably less than 5 million caddies. Han Fei was the only one who was surprised. The others were all very calm. For Tree Spirit and the others, the spirit awakening fluid was of no use at all. They didn't even bother to drink it as tea, and only Tree Spirit drank it. For the old turtle, he probably wouldn't even bother to pick it up when it fell on the ground. When they heard that Tree Spirit had 5 million caddies of spirit awakening fluid, Han Fei and Little Fatty's eyes lit up. Although these two poor starts were rich more than once, seeing these things that other people didn't want, they still felt how fragrant they were. After getting 5 million points of spirit awakening fluid from tree spirit, Hanfei was too lazy to divide it. Now, only little fatty needed spirit awakening fluid. Hanfei took out a sun-moon shell, filled all the spirit awakening fluid in, and then stuffed it into little fatty's mouth. Drink as much as you can. That's all I can give you. Hanfei didn't care as he got it for free. In fact, even if little fatty reached the peak level sea demon realm, it would be useless to him. After all, his level was still a little too low. Hanfei clearly knew that the reason those people had powerful spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts was that they had lived for too long. And neither he nor little fatty had grown up for long. This accumulation was very difficult to make up for. The old turtle said, "In that case, don't say that I didn't teach you. Although I don't know much about the 9 death soul-splitting octopus, don't take all your trump cards into that so-called forbidden area. Then there's still room for improvement." Hanfei thought to himself, the old turtle must be quite worried about this trip. Normally speaking, if a super powerhouse who had been sealed for a long time possessed someone and was reborn, he must be desperate to live a peaceful life. Who would want to be in danger? Hanfei said indifferently, "Fortune comes from danger. If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? If we succeed in this trip, our strength will be doubled." 3 months later. 1,000,000 kilometers away from the Sea Demon Royal City. In the past 3 months, powerhouses had observed Hanfei 3 times. However, the old turtle reminded Hanfei in time, so Tree Spirit and the others weren't exposed. Little Fatty did not squander too much spirit awakening fluid. He had been fighting for nearly 2 months, mostly beating the strong as the weak. Now, he had just stabilized himself as a level 54 creature. In 4 months, he had broken through 1 major realm and 4 small realms. This was definitely not slow. Although he couldn't completely polish his foundation, it was definitely not unstable. The most dangerous one was when he challenged a dark moon wolf fish that had just entered the intermediate sea spirit realm. Little Fatty had 3 tentacles broken, and in the end, they tied. Thanks to Little Fatty's own characteristics, he could ignore all mental attacks of enemies of level 10 or below and deflect 90% of the enemy's attack power. Any creature with either of these 2 abilities would at least be a legend creature, but Little Fatty had both, which meant he was immune to both soul and physical attacks, so he was very strong. As for Hanfei, he had been practicing the great technique of the demon god scripture along the way. There were thousands of great daos in the technique, which all creatures submitted to. When Hanfei was practicing this technique, he gradually discovered something. In terms of the effect of cultivation, this was equivalent to a technique that only focused on the realm. It wasn't as high-leveled as a no-quality technique. However, it was known as the supreme demonic scripture. How could it not have something special? The all creatures submit in the demon god scripture was the real value of this technique. This technique could command creatures of the same level or below. To be precise, it didn't order, but hypnotized people. Hanfei had tried before. With his current abilities, he could hypnotize about 10 strong masters of the same realm, provided that the other party's soul wasn't so strong. Although the void lines had been replaced with the 3 shrimp veins of the triple blazing cold shrimp, he still had to control his enemies like controlling puppets. But the demon god scripture was different. It was hypnotism. Whoever was hypnotized could even exert their strongest combat power. Of course, although the effect was good, there were occasionally some who could break free from hypnosis. This was inevitable. After all, the more hypnotized creatures there were, the more exceptions there would be. The ability to hypnotize nearly 100 sea spirit creatures showed how terrifying this technique was. If it were a sea demon, he might be able to hypnotize hundreds of them. No matter how low the realm was, the number might be even more terrifying. Of course, the number of hypnosis was one of Han Fei's experiences in cultivation. In fact, he didn't know if he could hypnotize so many of them. Although there were many marine creatures, they weren't all there as experimental articles. Knowing that he didn't have time to continue cultivating, Han Fei recalled Little Fatty and the others. At this time, Han Fei didn't cross the void. Mainly because of the old turtle's reminder, Han Fei was now very vigilant of the strong. He had to do some calculations before doing anything. Just half an hour ago, Han Fei calculated that the road ahead would be dangerous. Why was it dangerous? Han Fei didn't know. However, they were already close to the royal city's territory. 1,000,000 kilometers was actually very far. Even venerables couldn't see such a distance. As for the kings, even if they could see them, would they? Besides, he had great luck, and the old turtle was with him. Logically speaking, even a king couldn't peep at him so remotely. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be wary, the old turtle said, I don't feel any threat from the strong. Han Fei thought to himself, I just have a hunch. It may be because of the danger in the sea, or I'm overthinking. For 3 hours in a row, Han Fei's speed was neither fast nor slow. At this speed, if there was no danger, he would tear the void and go directly to the royal city. Just as Han Fei was perceiving his surroundings and checking the situation, he suddenly sensed an aura fluctuation in a secret realm. Huh? A secret realm? Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Did the danger he foresaw come from here? Because it was a secret realm, perception range was useless. The old turtle naturally couldn't perceive it either. The old turtle asked, Are you going to explore it? Han Fei was slightly confused. This secret realm must be special to make me feel a bit uneasy. Besides, even if there is danger, I have you help me. The old turtle said, It's possible that there are already people in this secret realm. Many auras have been left here. Someone must be exploring it. Han Fei's eyes flashed. That's it. It turned out that the real danger came from here. However, what was wrong with someone already being here? He, the old turtle, and Yuan Dao, plus Punishing Saber and the other 3, could be considered 3 half-venerables. With this in mind, Han Fei felt that unless a venerable appeared, who could compete with him? Immediately, Han Fei grinned. As it happens, if I fight outside, it's easy for others to spy on me. But in this secret realm, the timing, location, and people are all favorable to me. It's simply a free gift. Why not take it? Buzz. Han Fei stepped in and immediately appeared in an undersea current. He didn't know where it was exactly, but as soon as Han Fei came in, he knew it was not good. The old turtle also shouted, Young master, there is an ambush. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In the blink of an eye. The moment the old turtle's body appeared, an array appeared under his feet. and moved him away. Although the old turtle was strong enough, there was still a limit. The other party had already set up a trap, waiting for them to take the bait. No matter how strong he was, so what? Besides, the old turtle was still half venerable at the moment. He had been cleansing Gue Sanqing's body all the way and didn't seem to be cultivating at all. Han Fei had no time to think at all. At the moment when Gue Sanqing was teleported out, a blade mark swept across the back of Han Fei's neck. What appeared almost at the same time as the knife mark was a visible water-shaped sound wave and a soul-piercing. Not only that, under the triple bombardment, spider silk entangled Han Fei's feet. Han Fei's reaction was very quick. The moment he appeared in this space, he immediately shrank space and activated the near-at-hand technique. As if the other party had foreseen Han Fei's move, the void suddenly exploded in the direction where Han Fei fled, full of cracks and full of killing intent. This was the drawback of the near-at-hand technique. Although he had the ability to shrink space, he shrank space instead of avoiding it. As a result, if a void crack appeared, they would cut Han Fei in a faster way. In the past, the Fish Dragon King would just pay a price to forcibly terminate law enforcement. But even so, it wasn't very safe. Han Fei decided that he might as well beat them at their own game. Immediately, Han Fei pretended to fall for the trap, only to see that the near-at-hand technique came to an abrupt halt. Han Fei grunted, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and his body narrowly dodged several void cracks. Who could have expected that there were still attacks awaiting him? Someone was actually afraid that he wouldn't be able to hurt the Fish Dragon King, so he set up a string of red sand-like substances in the void crack. As soon as this thing appeared, Han Fei felt that the heaven spirit detoxifying insect in his body moved. A large area of red poison was hooked by the heaven spirit detoxifying insect and swallowed. Han Fei said telepathically, "Old Yuan, don't be hasty. Let me put on an act. Let's see who set me up." Pfft. With a thought, Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood and protected his body with demonic energy, looking as if he was struggling to break through the poisonous mist. Cough, cough. Han Fei staggered and shouted, "Who set me up? Come out. Fish Dragon King, aren't you usually very arrogant? My brother died in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Why are you still alive?" Hearing this voice, a person appeared in Han Fei's mind, Yu Guang, the 9th place on the genius list. Yu Guang was Yu Hong's brother. Because he was good at poison, he had once won against the Fish Dragon King by a fluke, so he was ranked 9th. It was also because of that time that many people felt that the Fish Dragon King was too weak. And the position of the Fish Dragon King was awkward. He was taken as the kind of person who could challenge, because they thought he was the weakest among the top 10 geniuses. Besides, the Fish Dragon King happened to separate Yu Guang and Yu Hong on the genius list. Now that Yu Hong had died, whether it was done by the Fish Dragon King or not, Yu Guang would only put his hatred on him. In addition to Yu Guang, there was also a shark man, who was very muscular. This person was good at spatial cracks. It was precisely because of his spatial crack technique that he was ranked 8th on the genius list. The shark man grinned and said, "Fish Dragon King, I'm told that your bloodline has mutated this time. Hey. If you were still the old you, I wouldn't have attacked you. But now, you can die." Han Fei gritted his teeth. Yu Guang, shark ball, and a few pieces of junk. What makes you think you can kill me? A woman in a black robe shouted in a low voice, Fish Dragon King, you call me a piece of junk? Last time we fought, we tied, okay? A woman appeared in Han Fei's mind, who was evolved from a manta ray. She was extremely ruthless. Her bone spurs were extremely hard. Although she was ranked below 20, her defense was among the top 5 of the genius list. Han Fei gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, "Gu Buyu, what abilities do you have other than your hard bones?" At this moment, another person said, "He has been heavily wounded, poisoned, and shackled by my soul thread. He's dead for sure today. What else does he have to say?" Bang! At this moment, dozens of kilometers away, the old turtle was fighting for people alone, and they were evenly matched. Yu Guang sneered, "Yu Ding is right. Fish Dragon King, you are dead for sure today. Even if it's found out that we kill you, so what? Will the Venerable attack us for you alone? However, your Dragon King bloodline is not bad. It's suitable to become my new poison." Shark Ball chuckled. "Fish Dragon King, I'm told that you've made a name for yourself this time. I wonder what junks the Cloud Sea Forest and the Blood Sea Divinewood City had sent over. However, it doesn't matter. As long as you hand over your resources obediently, I won't do anything." Han Fei glanced at them coldly and said via voice transmission, "Old Turtle, will the 4 servants run away?" The old turtle replied, "They can't run away. Do you want them to live?" Han Fei soon decided. "Kill the 2 weakest ones, and let the other 2 go. I'll only release Gu Buyu, and kill all the others." The old turtle asked, "Huh? It seems that you've caused a lot of trouble this time." Han Fei sneered. "It's a waste not to take the resources that have been offered to us. Besides, the current Fish Dragon King is different from the previous one. We can show them." After that, Han Fei gritted his teeth and roared, "You 4 shameless stards, fight me head on if you have what it takes." Shark Ball scoffed. "Fish Dragon King, you're too conceited. You just have the bloodline of the Dragon King, don't you? In this world of cultivation, the strong prey on the weak. Fight fair and square. Heh, do you think this is the royal city?" Han Fei pretended to breathe deeply, and suddenly, demonic energy burst out. And he shrank the ground into an inch, choosing to attack Yu Ding, who was performing soul-piercing. As if knowing that Han Fei would jump up, Yu Ding was immediately dragged back by invisible threads behind him. At the same time, a large net was thrown at Han Fei. Han Fei found that it was something similar to a soul lock. Chu Qingyan had once used it on him, but it had been absorbed by the demon purification pot. Han Fei thought to himself, "Not bad. Since these people were all prepared and he didn't want to kill them all, he might as well pretend more convincingly." Han Fei stepped back and thrust his spear out. As for Gu Buyu, she flashed a pair of white bone wings and blocked Han Fei's blow. However, she was also sent flying thousands of meters away. After all, no matter how flustered the Fish Dragon King was, he was ranked 10th. Even if defense power meant everything, no one could compare to Han Fei. Shark Ball held his knife and grinned ferociously. "Fish Dragon King, I finally don't need to see your arrogant face again." Knife light bloomed, and a shark phantom with sharp teeth appeared. This was Shark Ball's companion spirit, which was also a shark. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be weakened by more than half, Yu Guang was overjoyed and immediately thrust his spear at Han Fei's chest. Bang! Han Fei swept his spear to block the knife light, but he was still stabbed. Into the seabed by Yuding. Feeling the soul power absorbed by the void lines, Han Fei spurted another mouthful of blood. When he vomited blood, Han Fei let the soul restriction net cover him. Han Fei roared, "Gue Sanqing, escape! Report what happened today to the venerables." Shark Ball and the others slightly shivered and shouted almost at the same time. "Kill Gue Sanqing. He must die. Seal the exit. He can't escape." Yu Guang sneered, "Fish Dragon King, you think too highly of your follower. Although Gue Sanqing is not weak, are our followers weaker than him? Today, even if you two have wings, it will be difficult for you to escape." As he spoke, Yu Ding had already come to Han Fei and sneered. "Under the soul restriction net, no one can escape. Fish Dragon King, you have nowhere to escape." Yu Guang, Shark Ball, and the others had already walked to the net and looked at Han Fei contemptuously. Shark Ball said, "Yu Guang, I'll take my portion." With that said, Shark Ball walked towards Han Fei step by step, until he was less than 2 meters away from Han Fei. Then he slashed down with his long knife, leaving a deep cut, intending to kill Han Fei. Clang! In the next moment, something shocking happened. Shark Ball's attack landed on Han Fei's shoulder, but Han Fei was looking at them with a faint smile as if he were looking at a fool. Instantly, Shark Ball and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. What's going on? Almost subconsciously, they tried to retreat. However, in the next second, Han Fei had already disappeared. Puff! With a tearing sound, Yu Ding, who was still immersed in the pleasure of killing the Fish Dragon King, was directly torn in half. Han Fei waved his hand again and stabbed the instant mystic spear into Yu Guang's chest. Shark Ball and Gubuyu were shocked. Wasn't the Fish Dragon King already bound by the soul restriction net? How could he still attack? Besides, they discovered a problem at the same time. The Fish Dragon King had become stronger, much stronger. Did he get an opportunity at the front line? Shark Ball shouted, "How is it possible?" Yu Guang was dumbfounded at the moment. He had been pierced through the moment he heard the sound. But at the critical moment, the purple light burst out. The black smoke dispersed, and a large amount of poison spewed out, trying to stop Han Fei. However, the void lines had already reached him. Yu Guang felt his soul shake, and part of his soul was controlled. But he was a super powerhouse on the genius list anyway. His soul condensed into a knife, trying to cut off the soul power that controlled him. Unfortunately, the gap between the realms was obvious. Since Han Fei had already taken action, how could he resist? When Yu Guang was about to shout at Shark Ball, Han Fei's spear had penetrated Yu Guang's chest, and demonic chi exploded, directly blowing up Yu Guang. In less than a second, 2 powerhouses were ambushed and died instantly. Seeing this scene, Gubuyu felt a chill down her spine and her body was covered with white bones. She quickly retreated and shouted as she retreated, "Qingxi, put down Gu Sanqing and come save me." Hearing Gubuyu's cry for help, the people who were besieging Gu Sanqing all changed their expression. It was 4 against 1, but they still couldn't beat Gu Sanqing. Besides, he was ambushed. There was no reason for them to lose. Although they were fighting on the side they had been paying attention to, this side, it could only be said that Han Fei had deceived everyone. At the moment when Yu Ding and Yu Guang died, the Tao-seeking realm sea demons who followed them roared, "Young master, As soon as the two Tao-seeking demons took a step forward, they hit an invisible barrier. The old turtle said indifferently, "Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" Han Fei ignored Gu Buyu. After piercing through Yu Guang with his spear, he retreated to his original position. As soon as he dodged, a red light chopped off Yu Guang's remaining body. Shark Ball took action, but he was still half a step slower. He knew very well that in terms of speed, no one here could compare to the Fish Dragon King. If the near-at-hand technique was weak, how could the Fish Dragon King be ranked 10th on the genius list? Seeing that his attack failed, Shark Ball let go of the long knife, and then thousands of knife shadows, like a torrent of knives, formed a domain. The reaction speed and choice of timing of the 8th place of the genius list, Shark Ball, were both very good. He knew very well that he couldn't escape from the Fish Dragon King. Although he didn't know how the Fish Dragon King got rid of the soul restriction net, he believed that Yu Ding and Yu Guang died because they were too close to Han Fei. It would be strange if they didn't die from the sneak attack. Shark Ball's ranking was higher than that of the Fish Dragon King. At this moment, he certainly wouldn't be afraid just because Han Fei killed two people. He made up his mind. The two of them were dead, and Gu Buyu had run away. Not only did the resources on the Fish Dragon King belong to him, but all his properties in the royal city would also belong to him. Seeing that Han Fei easily dodged his attack, Shark Ball couldn't help but smile. Although you're beyond my expectations, you still have to die in my domain. No matter how strong the Shark Ball's law enforcement ability was, Han Fei was not afraid at all. He didn't care about Gu Buyu, who had already run away. This woman was no threat to him at all. He could let her go. Han Fei raised his eyes, only to see a huge hollow that looked like sharp teeth in all directions. It looked like a mouth full of sawtooth, which looked horrible. From the outside, Han Fei seemed to be in a strange big mouth, which was full of sharp teeth. Crack. The sharp teeth were closing, and the sharp teeth even left white marks on the seawater. However, Han Fei sneered in his heart. Looking at the sharp teeth that were about to close, he raised his hand and grabbed a huge tooth. Crack. The tooth blade shattered, and Han Fei held the long spear back. As he raised his hand, he used the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks, and the shadows of the rod spread out. Bang! 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 Ka ka ka. Shark Ball was full of disdain and expectation, but when he saw Han Fei breaking the tooth with one hand, he was dumbfounded. Shark Ball was dumbfounded. This Fish Dragon King? Shark Ball wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. The 4 Tao-seeking realm demons were also dumbfounded. That was Shark Ball's famous fatal blow. In the entire royal city, few people in the same realm as him could withstand this chewing power, not even the former Fish Dragon King. However, this time, the Fish Dragon King broke it with bare hands. See suppression. While they were distracted, the old turtle took advantage of the moment, and a turtle shell fell like a mountain, enveloping all the 4 Tao-seeking realm demons. Among them, Yu Ding's follower was the weakest, so his body was directly bent and he fell to the ground. Die. The old turtle slapped the man's head. In an instant, the Tao-seeking realm demon was torn to pieces. And in the face of the attacks of others, with the protection of the turtle, the 3 people besieging Gue Sanqing were speechless. Few people liked to fight turtles. They had a shell, and the stronger they were, the harder their shell was. The four of them wanted to catch Gu Sanqing and bombard him 1,000,000 times. But one of them died first. The old turtle asked via voice transmission, "When shall I release them?" Han Fei said, "Wait a moment. Let me get out of the secret realm first." In Shark Ball's chewing domain, the teeth blades were shattered and the domain was about to be broken. Shark Ball looked awful. This time, the Fish Dragon King must have had a great opportunity. Otherwise, he couldn't have broken his domain so easily. They were both in the top 10 of the genius list. There had never been a mysterious person on this list. Now, seeing that the Fish Dragon King's strength had improved greatly, Shark Ball turned around to leave. In this clash, Shark Ball confirmed that this time, the Fish Dragon King must have had a great opportunity. Not to mention how the Fish Dragon King broke free from the soul restriction net, just his strength had already exceeded his own, and his physique was shockingly strong. Shark Ball shouted, "Uncle Bai, retreat." However, Shark Ball discovered, to his shock, that the battle dozens of kilometers away was far more intense than his. However, the battle was locked in a space. Shark Ball took a look and immediately retreated. Han Fei pretended to be stopped by the chewing domain for the time being. When the Shark Ball was about to reach the exit, the domain was broken with a bang. Shark Ball was shocked. So fast. How could he break my domain so quickly? Shark Ball had no time to think about that. If he failed this siege, the strength of the Fish Dragon King must be beyond his expectations. He would work out a better plan to kill the Fish Dragon King in the future. Buzz. After leaving the secret realm, Shark Ball breathed a sigh of relief. And Gu Buyu had already run away. Just as Shark Ball was about to escape, before he went 10 kilometers out, he perceived that the Fish Dragon King had already left the secret realm. Hiss. So soon? Swish. The distance between them seemed to be shortened by half. Shark Ball was horrified. He hadn't been able to tear the void yet, so he couldn't escape from the void. Therefore, in terms of speed, he was much slower than the Fish Dragon King. After only a few seconds, Han Fei had caught up with him and said with a smile, "You want to leave after ambushing me? Do you think you can leave as you please?" Shark Ball roared, and the void vibrated. The sound waves stacked up and blasted at Han Fei. Shark Ball said, "Even if you got a great opportunity, so what? Your strength is weaker than mine. Do you think you can make up for it with one opportunity?" Bam. 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 The one who answered Shark Ball was the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. The 3,000 layers of waves instantly shattered the sound wave. Shark Ball blocked with 2 long knives in his hand. However, the moment he touched the spear, Shark Ball was horrified. "How can your strength be so great?" Boom. Han Fei's figure flashed in the air, and the long rod in his hand cracked Shark Ball's bones, causing blood to flow. Shark Ball roared, "Fish Dragon King, you can't kill me. My status is higher than yours. If you kill me, you'll only cause trouble for yourself." Han Fei said disdainfully, "Perhaps you don't understand your current situation. Unless you transcend the tribulation now and attract the attention of the venerables or the king in the city, you will die today." Shark Ball was horrified. At this moment, he was covered in wounds. Wouldn't it be suicide to transcend the tribulation at this moment? However, on second thought, he realized that the Fish Dragon King must not want to kill him directly, so he asked him to transcend the tribulation and Kill him with the power of the tribulation, so that he could get away. Shark Ball immediately shouted, "Do you think I dare not transcend the tribulation?" As he talked, Shark Ball's strength suddenly soared, and his strength increased several times. His double knives cut through the air, forcibly blocking Han Fei's attack. Shark Ball felt that the Fish Dragon King wanted to kill him through the heavenly tribulation, but he could also use the heavenly tribulation to protect himself. Although he might still have some room for improvement in the sea spirit realm, it was not impossible to abandon that little space. A heavenly talent like him transcending a tribulation would definitely attract the attention of the venerables. At that time, if Han Fei attacked him, someone would certainly stop him. Besides, during the tribulation, the Fish Dragon King couldn't attack him. Otherwise, the heavenly tribulation would blow him up too. Made up his mind, Shark Ball released all the suppression he put on himself. And his strength surged. He was about to transcend the tribulation. Han Fei looked at the dark clouds rolling in the sky and was overjoyed. "That's it. If you don't transcend the tribulation, why would I kill you?" At the moment when the tribulation clouds began to gather, Han Fei suddenly performed star teleportation and rushed directly into the tribulation clouds. Shark Ball roared in shock, "Are you crazy? Do you want to die with me?" Han Fei's figure flashed, and he had already inserted a hand into Shark Ball's back. The void lines began to devour the vitality of Shark Ball frantically. In the White Shell Royal City, Chan Shui-Chin was calculating the date of the return of the Fish Dragon King. Suddenly, he got up. "Huh? Someone is transcending a tribulation?" Chan Shui-Chin frowned. The place of tribulation shouldn't be far away. Choosing to transcend the tribulation here, the guy must be from the royal city or a great sea demon. But if it was a wild sea spirit who wanted to transcend the tribulation and enter the royal city, the location he chose was a bit far away. Immediately, Chan Shui-Chin's pupils were constricted, and she muttered, "Fish Dragon King?" Not only did Chan Shui-Chin notice it, but many venerables also noticed it. They seemed to be a little puzzled about who was transcending the tribulation. However, when someone saw Chan Shui-Chin and another venerable tearing through the void, they didn't join in. However, in the royal city, in a palace on a certain mountain peak, a perception passed through. The tribulation was a heavenly punishment, and even the king couldn't see the great Tao at this moment. However, he could still see blurry images. Huh? The boy who awakened the Dragon King bloodline? As early as the moment Han Fei entered the range of the heavenly tribulation, the heavenly tribulation had changed. The vitality of the Shark Ball had been swallowed by Han Fei, and he had died. Now, because of the frequent use of the sky-stealing technique, his efficiency was nearly twice as high as when he was in the Thousand Mountain Ancient realm. Now, Han Fei could absorb one person's vitality and transform it into more than 2 years of lifespan. After Shark Ball died, Han Fei pretended to be transcending the tribulation. This was Han Fei's purpose. Originally, he had planned to continue to hide his strength, but someone happened to send himself to him. He might as well pretend that the Fish Dragon King was transcending the tribulation. After that, he could just use the power of the Tao-seeking realm. Then who could see through him? Roar. When the tribulation clouds gathered, thunder rumbled in the sky. When Chan Shui-Chin and the others came across the void, Han Fei was pretending to transcend the third heavenly tribulation. This tribulation was purple. Seeing this, Chan Shui-Chin and the others couldn't help taking a breath. At this moment, a golden dragon phantom emerged from Han Fei's body and soared to the sky. The deafening dragon roar resounded across the sea. Translator ***, Kenyi Translations Editor ***, Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had transcended the third lightning strike under the watch of Chang Shui-Qin and the others. At that moment, Han Fei was charred all over. There was no longer any scene of blood splashing into the sea, because his body was already charred. However, when spiritual fruits appeared one after another and were swallowed by Han Fei, he pretended not to see anyone and simply swallowed them. In fact, Han Fei didn't even need to calculate to know that at this moment there must be someone watching him. On the other side, in the secret realm, seeing that Han Fei had succeeded, the old turtle pretended to make a mistake and let 2 people go. Then he killed another and snatched his sun moon shell. Of course, it was not that the old turtle couldn't kill those people, but that he couldn't. Otherwise, if he, a half-venerable, facing 4 enemies alone, 3 of whom were on par with him, killed all of them, wouldn't it mean that he had surpassed many heavenly talents? Therefore, the old turtle killed Yu Ding and Gu Buyu's followers. His acting was quite convincing. His shell seemed to be cracking, which suggested that it took him a lot of effort to kill the 2 of them. Bang! When a shark and a half-merman rushed out of the secret realm, the tribulation clouds in the sky hadn't completely dispersed. They could only see that on the sea, someone was charred all over and seemed to have succeeded in transcending the tribulation. The old turtle appeared on the sea after them. He glanced around and quickly rushed in Han Fei's direction, looking at the 2 big demons with bruises all over his body. By Wuzhu, I will report what you did as it is. You tried to ambush young Master Dragon King, which is against the law of the royal city. In the distance, several venerables scanned the area with their perception and looked at each other. They already knew what had happened. The other venerable glanced at Chang Shui-Qin. Will you take care of this matter, or do you want me to enforce the law? Chang Shui-Qin glanced at him and said, You can do it. I'm only in charge of the trial. As long as the fish dragon king is not dead. The person next to Chang Shui-Qin nodded slightly and took a step forward, unleashing his suppressing power. He waved his hand at the sky, and thousands of electric arcs were grabbed back from the tribulation clouds that hadn't dissipated yet. Han Fei's current charred state was just a disguise. Of course, he saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. This person was very domineering. The power of lightning that escaped from the tribulation clouds was all captured by him. At that moment, a person appeared in Han Fei's mind, the law enforcer of the royal city, Hai Ting Lei. He was a heavenly spirit ray who became a venerable and could swallow all the lightning in the world. He was one of the strongest masters in the White Shell royal city who had experienced 4 heavenly tribulations. Unsurprisingly, this person also transcended a 4-9 king tribulation. But some people said that swallowing thunder and eating electricity was just the great Tao of Hai Ting Lei. In fact, the 4th lightning bolt when he transcended the tribulation was swallowed by him. Either way, Hai Ting Lei was a real powerhouse. At this moment, a thunder rumbled, and a suppressing power descended. Everyone was refreshed. The old turtle lowered his head and said, Master Law Enforcer. Shark Ball and Yu Guang's followers were also frightened. Greetings, Master Law Enforcer. With a casual grab, Hai Ting Lei reached into the void with one hand and directly grabbed Gu Buyu, who had been fleeing in the void for a long time. Gubuyu looked horrified. When she saw that it was Hai Tinglei, her face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly said respectfully, "Master Law Enforcer." Hai Tinglei snorted softly, and Gubuyu fell to her knees, bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Then he glanced at the two followers. "Gubuyu, Yu Guang, Shark Ball. Oh. There's one more person." As he spoke, he blasted the previous secret realm with his big hand, slightly surprised, and grabbed 4 bodies. Among them, Yu Guang and Yu Ding had already died, along with 2 great demons. At the Tao-seeking realm, Hai Tinglei couldn't help but take a deep look at the old turtle, and said in a low voice, "Gue Sanqing, have you also obtained an opportunity?" Gu Sanqing hurriedly said, "Master Law Enforcer, young master, had gained an opportunity and sorted out the hidden illness in my body, so my strength has improved." "Oh?" Hai Tinglei couldn't help but glance at Han Fei. What Gue Sanqing said seemed to make sense. Gue Sanqing wasn't weak, and it was useless for the 4 Dao seekers to besiege him. As a turtle, its defense power was terrifyingly strong. He could even withstand the attacks of venerables. However, it was rather surprising that Gue Sanqing could kill 2 of them under the siege of the 4 enemies. This was not something ordinary venerables could do. Demonic energy surged around Han Fei, and Hai Tinglei glanced at Changshui. "Qin. Anyway, he is going to a forbidden area-level secret realm. You can give him some resources now." Changshui Qin nodded slightly and waved his hand. A huge amount of spiritual spring wrapped Han Fei, and 100 spiritual fruits were thrown out. This time, it was really beyond his expectations that the Fish Dragon King could survive. Giving him some spiritual spring and spiritual fruits was nothing. Besides, these things were nothing to a venerable. Han Fei had to absorb them cooperatively. Then a spiritual vortex appeared, and the unstable strength of the junior Dao-seeking realm gradually began to stabilize. Seeing this, Hai Tinglei glanced at the 3 people who were still alive. Gu Buyu, Yu Guang, Shark Ball, and Yu Ding conspired to ambush the Fish Dragon King, a heavenly talent of the royal city. Do you have any objection to my verdict? At this point, who dared to argue? The venerable was not a fool. Gubuyu immediately shook her head. "I plead guilty. Please punish me, Lord Law Enforcer." Hai Tinglei snorted expressionlessly. In view of the fact that the Fish Dragon King is still alive, Shark Ball, Yu Guang, and Yu Ding deserve to die. I sentence you to guard the Wall of Death for 30 years. Any objections? Hearing the words Wall of Death, Gubuyu trembled and gritted her teeth. "I'll accept my punishment." Hai Tinglei grunted and ignored Gubuyu. Instead, he looked at the other 2. "By Wujiu, Yu Qing, you 2 follow your masters. Although you are not to blame, choices are very important in the path of cultivation. You will be punished to guard the gate of the demon subduing tower for 30 years. Any objections?" Both of them were trembling. Han Fei seemed to be able to feel the fear of the 2 of them. He thought to himself, what is the demon subduing tower? He knew the Wall of Death was the blank sea area that separated the 36 mystic worlds. The so-called guarding was actually equivalent to exile. Gubuyu was a heavenly talent. After being exiled, she would be left to fend for herself for 30 years, and the royal city would no longer provide her any resources and trial support. At that time, if Gubuyu worked hard enough, she could rely on herself to explore some opportunities near the wall of death, and might even catch up to the pace of the growth of the heavenly talents in the royal city. But the fish dragon king had no memory about the demon subduing tower at all. Wait a minute. Han Fei suddenly thought of something. In the fish dragon king's memory, there was information about the forbidden areas. It seemed that this demon subduing tower was one of the main forbidden areas. However, the fish dragon king had never challenged any forbidden area because he once challenged a purgatory-level secret realm and had almost died. After he came out, he was half dead and had to rest for 3 months. Seeing that the two half-venerables were trembling, Han Fei couldn't help but think that he was going to the forbidden level trial field too. He smiled bitterly. I'm afraid it's not simple. Bai Wujiao and Yu Qing bowed their heads and said in unison, we have no objection. Han Fei thought to himself, you're already scared to death, and you still have no objection? It seems that Hai Ting Lei is very powerful. Seeing that the two of them had no objection, Hai Ting Lei slightly nodded and looked at Changshui Qin. It seems that the fish dragon king had gained a great opportunity this time. Since you're innocent, you can go now. And Shark Ball, Yu Guang, and Yu Ding's properties will be sent to your residence later. But since Guyu survived and was sent to guard the wall of death, her resources won't be given to you. Changshui Qin nodded slightly. Okay, you can decide. I'll just wait here. Hai Ting Lei extended his hand and grabbed, taking the 3 of them away. The other 2 venerables didn't appear, but just glanced at them. After knowing the result, they left. Han Fei didn't wake up until half an hour later. The charred flesh on his body was cracking. When he saw Changshui Qin, Han Fei pretended to be stunned and hurriedly said, Master Venerable? Changshui Qin smiled faintly. It seems that the opportunity you gained this time is indeed not small. No wonder you have the courage to challenge a forbidden level difficulty. Since you want to challenge it and have chosen this path, you'll have to walk it well. In view of the fact that you are forced to transcend the tribulation, I'll give you half a month to consolidate your strength and give you another life-saving method to enter the trial in. Half a month. Han Fei complained in his heart, you're mistaken. If I had known that delay would bring me danger, I would have come to the royal city as quickly as I could. I wouldn't have wasted my time outside. However, Han Fei certainly couldn't say that now. This was probably God's will, forcing him to go to a so-called forbidden place. Han Fei seemed to feel a sense of pride from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, my lord. I've been preparing for this trip for a long time. I must win the forbidden level trial. Anyway, going to a forbidden area was inevitable. Han Fei couldn't do anything to it. Besides, since it could be called a forbidden area, there must be danger and opportunity coexisting. The more dangerous it was, the greater the chance. Other people might be worried that he would die in it, but as long as the so-called forbidden area wasn't crazily dangerous, why couldn't he give it a try? Seeing Han Fei's expression, Changshui Qin chuckled. Fish Dragon King, I haven't seen your strength with my own eyes. However, I find that you're getting more and more arrogant. I hope you can come back from any forbidden place alive. When the time comes, I'll wait to see if you can enter the top 5 of the genius list. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. The Sea Demon Royal City, the holy land in the hearts of all sea demons. At this moment, it was right before Han Fei's eyes. Here was another trench. Looking from the outside, the trench seemed to be very wide. The crack seemed to be hundreds of kilometers away. The depth from the surface of the sea to the trench was nearly 80 kilometers. The depth from the trench to the royal city was about 20 kilometers. In such a case, the depth from the sea surface to the white shell royal city was 100 kilometers. This meant that even peak-level hidden fishers wouldn't be able to discover a magnificent city under their feet when they passed by the sea. When Han Fei entered the trench, it was as if he had entered some sort of seal. He immediately discovered that there was something wrong with the pressure here. When he came down from the trench, the water pressure suddenly became countless times lighter. This feeling was the same as when he was hundreds of meters under the sea. Han Fei was confused. What was that? The old turtle said, "What's the big deal? With a king guarding this area, he can seal the entire trench. You can regard this place as the surface of the sea. The further you go down, the more pressure there will be." Han Fei didn't speak. Chang Shui-Qin had already left. When he just entered the trench, his perception had already scanned him. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that at the entrance of the trench, about a kilometer deep, there were two huge stone turtles lying on the left and right side. Each of them was more than 300 meters long and was still alive. The old turtle roared, "Damn it! How dare he make my clansmen guard the door? This king deserves to die." Han Fei said contemptuously, Hey. What are you talking about? You turtles are of different species. When did they become your clansmen?" The old turtle said, "I am the strongest powerhouse of the turtle clan." "Why? Can't I be the ancestor of the turtle clan?" Han Fei scoffed. "Don't brag. If another big turtle surpasses the emperor realm, it may step through the void and kill you." The old turtle snorted. "What do you know? Those stronger than me should be dead." Realizing that he had said something wrong, the old turtle suddenly stopped speaking. Han Fei frowned. Those stronger than the old turtle should have been dead? But the old turtle had once said that one could live forever when he becomes an emperor, and fuse with the Tao when he becomes God. This meant that, as far as the old turtle knew, there were at least 2 levels above the king. Han Fei vaguely guessed that there must have been big secrets he didn't know. How big a thing must have happened to make the gods die? However, these secrets weren't easy to figure out. It involved too much history. Before the Age of Doom, there might have been a longer history. Han Fei swam all the way to the royal city. As he recalled, the royal city was at the center of the sea, about 3,000 kilometers away. Because this trench didn't reach the bottom all at once and had a downward slope, Han Fei saw a large number of luminous creatures. After walking 100 kilometers, Han Fei found that most of the creatures here were luminous. Even the most common seaweed was luminous seaweed. There were schools of fish, shells, crabs, starfish, conchs, sea anemones, sea cucumbers, and jellyfish. There were too many varieties of them to count. These creatures were not strong. Han Fei even saw a large number of creatures that had just awakened who had just gained consciousness. They seemed to be used to the appearance of strong masters. Therefore, they were not afraid at all. After all, strong masters would not be so idle as to attack them. Continuing forward, the creatures Han Fei encountered became stronger and stronger. From the ordinary creatures at the beginning, to the sea beasts such As flood snakes, giant seals, squid, royal ribbons, and giant snails, there were countless of them. These creatures didn't seem to have any territorial awareness, nor did they dare to have any. In Han Fei's memory, these creatures could appear outside the royal city because they were specially searched and brought back. They also needed to go through some training, battles, and killing. After repeated eliminations, the strong of them would have a chance to enter the royal city. When Han Fei returned to the city, he changed into the clothes of the fish Dragon King and put on an identity sign that belonged to him. This sign was actually a demon heritage level sign. In the Sea Demon Royal City, people below the venerable level were not judged by strength, but their demonic heritage. Those who saw Han Fei's purple waist tag immediately backed off. This was a top heavenly talent with an above level 7 demonic heritage, one of the highest ranks in the royal city. In particular, some creatures who could tell that Han Fei's waist tag was a level 8, low-quality spiritual heritage dared not stand in his way at all. When he came all the way to the royal city, the strongest person Han Fei had seen was only at the peak of the sea spirit realm. There were no creatures at the Tao-seeking realm still wandering outside the royal city. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the mountain in amazement. This place was shining. The White Shell Royal City was not big. It was only about 50 kilometers long. However, the construction of the royal city was extremely magnificent. The archway that was tens of thousands of meters long and thousands of meters high had the words White Shell Royal City written on it. Han Fei felt his eyes ache after taking a few more glances at it. He had experienced this feeling when he explored the Fiery Mountain, the strongest secret realm in the Level 2 fishery. These words were a great technique. His million knife art and 10,000 knives in one were deduced from the line of words in the Fiery Mountain. Although Han Fei really wanted to deduce the technique of the 4 words too. If he stayed at the door for so long, someone would definitely notice him. And now, the last thing Han Fei wanted was to be noticed. If he could keep a low profile and make no one notice him, that would be great. Besides, there was a row of shrimp soldiers and crab generals guarding at the gate of the city. Every 1,000 meters, there would be one group, and there were a total of 10 groups. If he stood there and looked at the words, would they think he was an idiot? Although the archway was 10,000 meters long, what was more impressive than the archway were 2 pillars, which were made of blue jade, 100 meters thick, and 1,000 meters high. On the pillars on the left and right, the words Secrets of Heaven and Earth and Waterfall Hidden Dragon City were respectively written. The 2 pillars stood on both sides, like 2 big lights. The pillar-shaped luminous pearls illuminated the surroundings. Han Fei landed here and saw the 2 squads of shrimp soldiers and crab generals bowing to him, but didn't say anything. After all, they were just the guards at the gate who changed shifts. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't greet you at work, right? Holding the usual pride of the Fish Dragon King, Han Fei simply ignored these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He didn't even nod at them. This gate tower was actually equivalent to a portal. Outside the gate, only vague scenes of the royal city could be seen. In fact, the royal city was surrounded by a mist. When Han Fei stepped into the gate tower, he suddenly saw a magnificent palace. 1,000 meters above the waters was a space where sea beasts and jellyfish lived. Among them, there were powerful jellyfish that were like gigantic light bulbs. Their bodies emitted rays of various colors, illuminating the entire royal city. and the roof of the ancient building that seemed to be made of gold almost blinded Han Fei's eyes. This made Han Fei immediately think of Master Hexagon. If he saw it, he must love this place to death. He wondered what animal the king of the royal city was. In another sea area, in a palace, there were brilliant and dazzling stones piled up. A big starfish with 6 tentacles was lying on this pile of treasures. Who else could it be other than the hexagon starfish? Around the starfish, a big octopus was massaging the starfish's tentacles, and a clam girl was standing next to the starfish. Occasionally, when the starfish raised his tentacles, the clam girl would hold up the jar in her hand and pour a dark green liquid down. Swish! All of a sudden, the 6 tentacles of the starfish lit up, and the starfish shivered and mumbled, "Why a breakthrough again? Alas, I'm going to consolidate my strength again. When will it end?" Han Fei looked at the splendid palace, which looked a bit like the dragon palace on TV dramas, as if there were all kinds of treasures hidden here. However, the fish bones and seaweed ornaments inlaid with gold were too styled, which made Han Fei return to reality. Han Fei looked to the right, stepped in the air, and flew to his cave. It was the Fish Dragon King's home, and many of his belongings were kept there. Unlike the outer waters, there was no such thing as stealing in the White Shell Royal City. If you were strong enough, you could steal what you wanted. But if you were discovered, you would be permanently exiled from the royal city. In the White Shell Royal City, anyone could go to the Trial Secret Realm to get what they wanted instead of stealing it. Therefore, the cave abodes of every family here had a specific array. Once the array showed abnormal signs, someone would immediately discover it. Then, it would be impossible for the intruder to escape. The 50-kilometer large area could accommodate 100,000 people. Apart from those who lived above the capital as light bulbs, there were even fewer people in the city. However, when Han Fei arrived at when he arrived at the residence of the Fish Dragon King, he found dozens of people waiting at the entrance of his residence. Han Fei's heart did a flip. What's going on? Why are they blocking the door? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. In front of the seal of the Fish Dragon King's residence, dozens of people blocked the door, seeming to be waiting. Needless to say, they must be waiting for the Fish Dragon King, the current Han Fei. As early as when Han Fei just entered the city, these people seemed to know that Han Fei had arrived. Therefore, at this moment, they all turned their backs to the door and looked in the direction where Han Fei came. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that although there were familiar faces in this group of people, there were no familiar heavenly talents. These people seemed to be the servants of some heavenly talents, so they shouldn't be here to cause trouble. Suddenly, Han Fei turned his head and looked at a high-rise building 10 kilometers away. Someone was looking at him with a scorching gaze, which stunned Han Fei. When Han Fei took a closer look, he was slightly stunned. Sure enough, there were still strong masters on the genius list watching him. This person was not a half-merman or a merman, but a lobsterman. However, he couldn't be called a lobster soldier because he was ranked 6th on the genius list and had the strongest lobster bloodline in the White Shell Royal City. This person was called Shrimp Yue. He wore bright red armor, a bright helmet on his head, and on the helmet, there were 2 crystal clear and sharp shrimp whiskers. This person had 2 feet and 6 hands and was holding a sharp spur in each hand. The two of them looked at each other, and in Han Fei's mind, Shrimp Yue's voice rang. I heard that you've gained a great opportunity this time. You killed Sharkball and Guang in one battle? And you even transcended the tribulation one step in advance? Han Fei remembered that this person hadn't transcended the tribulation yet. Among the top 10 of the genius list, only the top 3 had transcended the tribulation. However, there was a guy named Zhang Xiaotian who was ranked 4th, who was in 4th place and refused to transcend the tribulation. This person said that he was the 4th, waiting for someone to seize his position. As a result, the top 3 of the genius list in the White Shell Royal City never needed to do anything. Whenever someone wanted to fight, Zhang Xiaotian would welcome them. Because Zhang Xiaotian refused to transcend the tribulation, no one else did. Heavenly talents were all arrogant creatures. Someone was already so strong without transcending a tribulation. As heavenly talents, how could they easily transcend a tribulation? Han Fei frowned. If it weren't for the special circumstances, why would I transcend the tribulation? Shrimp Yue nodded approvingly. You're right. Only by surviving can you be proud. Sharkball and Guang failed this time. It seems that they underestimated you. Han Fei curled his lips and said, Heh. They just knew that I was going to break into the forbidden area and were worried that I would be too strong and snatch their position. How could they underestimate me? A smile appeared on the corner of Shrimp Yue's mouth. You're already so arrogant when you face me. It seems that you've gained a really great opportunity in the front line this time. Since you are so confident, let me see what makes you so confident? Han Fei frowned slightly. Shrimp Yue seems to be quite strong. Although he didn't take him seriously if he showed that he could defeat the powerhouses on the genius list in a row and advanced all the way with irresistible force. It would arouse suspicion. In Han Fei's impression, Shrimp Yue was ranked 6th, but was actually the goalkeeper of the top 5. He once said that if anyone wanted to challenge Zhang Xiaotian, he should challenge him first. Only by defeating him would he be qualified to challenge Zhang Xiaotian. The Fish Dragon King had once challenged this person, but he was defeated after taking 13 blows from Shrimp Yue. The old turtle said, this person should not be weak. If I've guessed right. His original body is a fire shrimp whose defense, speed, fire element control, and armor-breaking ability are all very outstanding. Unfortunately, his demonic heritage is not good enough, which is much worse than mine. Han Fei sweated. Old Yuan. Has anyone ever said that you are narcissistic? The old turtle snorted. I'm telling the truth. Ignoring the old turtle, Han Fei glanced at Shrimp Yue indifferently. When I come back from the forbidden place, I'll challenge you first. Pfft. Suddenly, a chuckle was heard, and a woman in green walked out of a red, jellyfish-shaped building. The woman smiled and said, Fish Dragon King, are you scared of fighting? How can you refuse a battle? Han Fei knew this woman, a clam girl named Qing Xiling, ranked 5th. She was a talkative clam demon, but her strength couldn't be underestimated. She was the 5th on the genius list. As Han Fei recalled, the Fish Dragon King had never fought this woman. Few people even challenged this woman because this woman had entered the Purgatory level trial 8 times in a row and returned safely. However, this woman reminded him that the Fish Dragon King was an extremely arrogant person. In the face of a challenge, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't flinch, so he might have to fight this time. Immediately, Han Fei stopped in midair and looked at the two of them. Indifferently. I didn't fight because I wanted to explore the forbidden level. Secret realm. You too, do you think I'm afraid? Qing Xiling chuckled. Really? Or, have you become timid after being ambushed? At this moment, Han Fei sensed thousands of perceptions. He wondered how many people were watching this scene. After all, many people were very curious about his current strength. If it were the previous Fish Dragon King, Shrimp Yue wouldn't have come to provoke him at all. Because he was very sure that the Fish Dragon King was not his match. But now, Han Fei had killed the 8th and 9th heavenly talents on the genius list in one battle, so he was ranked 8th. If he guessed right, his strength must have improved a lot. Now, Shrimp Yue was here just to see how strong Han Fei was. Han Fei thought to himself, although the ambush this time was rather secret, the law enforcer in the capital had already punished them, which had been announced. After all, this was the job of the strong masters such as Hai Ting Lei. It was not good to let the city be as drab as dead water. They had to make some noise from time to time. Han Fei thought to himself, I'm afraid this battle can't be avoided. Now that we've pushed me like this, if I still avoid the battle, it won't be in line with Fish Dragon King's personality. When he first saw the Fish Dragon King, this person was very happy to fight a group of guys much weaker than him. Now facing this kind of fight of the same level, he had no reason to avoid it. Han Fei suddenly grinned. When have I ever been afraid of fighting? Don't you just want to see my current strength? Since you want to see it, I'll show you. Shrimp Yue grinned. This is the Fish Dragon King I know. In that case, come and fight me. Then, Shrimp Yue set himself on fire. With a swish, he soared into the sky like a flame and went straight to 1,000 meters above. In the White Shell Royal City, fighting was an exciting thing. Only fighting could show the gap in strength. Therefore, the sea demons thought that this was something worthy of admiration. Just like in the arena in the 10,000 Demon Valley, countless people were watching. In the White Shell Royal City, the battlefield was not in the buildings or underground, but in the sky above the royal city. At a height of 3,000 meters in the White Shell Royal City, there was a king level seal. You could enter and fight, but the aftershock of the battle would not fall. Once it touched the seal, it would be stopped. Han Fei glanced at the gate of the Fish Dragon King's cave. Those people were also watching and didn't seem to mind waiting for a while. Without hesitation, Han Fei activated the near-at-hand technique. With one step, he was a kilometer above in the sky, and with 2 steps, he had already appeared in the sky. The near-at-hand technique was the symbol of the Fish Dragon King. At this moment, it must be shown. When the two of them reached the sky, the sea beasts that had been wandering above the royal city all made way for them. Han Fei didn't expect that he would have to perform for everybody the moment he came to the White Shell Royal City. Shrimp Yue, however, said, "You've just transcended the tribulation and haven't consolidated your strength yet. I won't give you a hard time. You can use the power of the Tao-seeking realm." Han Fei sneered. "How can I take advantage of you? Have I ever been afraid of a sea spirit?" In the city, many people released their perceptions, and more people walked out of their houses. The servants of a level 6 demonic heritage remarked, "The powerhouses on the genius list are truly terrifying. They're already so strong, but they still fight all day long." Someone sneered. Do you think they're like us? How can it be easy for them to become top heavenly talents? Someone exclaimed, do you think the fish dragon king will win this time? Someone couldn't help but say, I don't think so. No matter how fast his strength grows, he can't beat Master Shrimp Yue in one fell swoop, right? Someone speculated, if the fish dragon king doesn't suppress his realm, he won't lose, right? Someone pondered. The point is, how can he not suppress his realm? In addition to ordinary people discussing, there were also some heavenly talents watching coldly. For example, a bald young man stood next to Qing Xiling and said casually, fighting for alone, he can't be weak. Qing Xiling asked in surprise, Xiao Tian, when did you come back? This little baldy was Zhang Xiao Tian, who was ranked 4th. He had been in the purgatory level trial, but now he had returned. Zhang Xiao Tian raised his head and looked at the sky. It was boring, so I came back. I wanted to try the forbidden level trial, but I didn't expect that the fish dragon king would come here first. In a certain palace, a venerable turned his head and watched the battle. Phew. Things could attract their attention now. This heavenly talent battle was just a show for them. After all, not all venerables were dedicated to cultivation. Most venerables lived a decent life. Some venerables who had no chance of breaking through were even idler. In the sky, Han Fei pretended to reduce his realm and held the red spear as if he were holding a red light. Han Fei said, since when can a shrimp be compared to me? Take my spear. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Under the thousands of gazes, Han Fei took action. The spear beam was simple and unadorned, but the spear technique stunned countless people. Han Fei raised his foot and disappeared. At the moment Han Fei disappeared, Shrimp Yue held the 6 cold spikes in his hand and pierced through the void in an instant. Just as he was 1,000 meters away, a huge cone shot out of the void at an extremely fast speed. Han Fei was appearing in this space. The moment he appeared, he moved his body aside and threw out the instant mystic spear. As if space had been shortened, he appeared in front of Shrimp Yue. Huh? When Han Fei attacked, many people noticed something. In the outer sea, what Han Fei encountered most was the sea spirit realm sea demons, at most some in the Tao-seeking realm. Normally, he wouldn't use the instant mystic spear. Normally, he would use his full strength to directly kill his enemy. At this moment, in the White Shell Royal City, where sea spirits were everywhere, after Han Fei attacked, someone immediately discovered something. Changshui Qin was slightly surprised. The law of time? A venerable was puzzled. Master the law of space and time at the same time? This fish dragon king is quite capable. It seems that the dragon king bloodline can't be underestimated. In midair, at the moment when time was frozen, Shrimp Yue was so shocked that he thought he was distracted. The cone in his hand flashed with fire, and, like a fire shield, it instantly appeared in front of him. With a crisp clang, in the sky, a seemingly weak ripple spread out for dozens of kilometers, almost covering the entire White Shell Royal City. Crack. 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 The flame shield quickly cracked, but taking advantage of the critical moment. When the flame shield was broken, Shrimp Yue flapped his 6 limbs and struck more than 30 times in a row. Then, he retreated quickly and took the blow. At this moment, Shrimp Yue's arm trembled slightly. How did the fish dragon king become so fast? Also, his strength was more than 30% greater than before. Below, Zhang Xiaotian's pupils were constricted. It's the law of time. The Fish Dragon King actually mastered the law of time on this trip. No wonder he could kill Sharkball and Yu Guang. Qing Xiling couldn't help frowning. The law of time? Isn't it the law of space? Why has it become the law of time? Zhang Xiaotian shook his head slightly. No, time was paused at the moment when the spear light pointed at Shrimp Yue. However, the Fish Dragon King didn't grasp it well enough. He probably didn't grasp it well enough. Otherwise, Shrimp Yue would have been defeated. Shrimp Yue calmed down. As he expected, the Fish Dragon King was no longer the same as before. This move alone was worthy of his attention. Han Fei, on the other hand, was also surprised. Shrimp Yue had managed to block the near-at-hand technique with the momentary time. This showed that Shrimp Yue's reaction speed was extremely fast. Also, Han Fei immediately found that the two whiskers were gone. He took a step and crossed a kilometer, and the two whiskers, like invisible whips in the air, almost brushed past his chest and cheeks. In the eyes of outsiders, Han Fei was sliding past two extremely sharp void cracks. If he wasn't careful, he would be torn apart. However, in this shocking scene, Han Fei didn't even look back and thrust the spear backhand. This thrust transformed demonic energy into a dragon and rushed out. Shrimp Yue sneered. How do you have the cheek to attack me with such a method? Halfway through his words, Shrimp Yue's expression suddenly changed. He felt his soul tremble, and a terrifying soul sting hit him. Pfft! Shrimp Yue suddenly spurted blood. Yes, spurted blood. Caught off guard, he was hit by Han Fei's god-scaring stab. Of course, he was injured. However, Han Fei hadn't fully mastered the god-scaring stab yet. He still had half of the god-scaring painting unfolded. Otherwise, if he had the complete version of the god-scaring stab, he probably wouldn't dare to use it. No matter how many changes the Fish Dragon King had undergone, it was impossible for him to master the law of time and comprehend a powerful soul attack technique after going out for only a few months. The reason why Han Fei dared to use it was naturally because he hadn't mastered the law of time and the god-scaring stab well. He imitated Zhang Xuanyu's law of time, so there was still a gap. And he used this god-scaring stab because the Fish Dragon King was good at spear techniques. The god-scaring stab was also a spear technique, but it was just a soul spear technique. At the moment when Shrimp Yue's 7 orifices were bleeding, the dragon-shaped demonic energy hit them and caused a loud bang. In just one clash, Han Fei used 3 killer moves. He wasn't afraid of being exposed. He was going to the forbidden level trial. It wouldn't make sense if he didn't have some ability. At this moment, Han Fei turned around and flashed, and the spear in his hand, wrapped with demonic energy, was thrust out. In an instant, Shrimp Yue, who was injured by Han Fei, launched a fierce counterattack. He seemed to be seriously injured, but in fact, it was not that serious. The instant mystic spear was blocked, and Han Fei hadn't mastered the god-scaring stab well, so it didn't seriously injure his soul. As for the violent spike, it only caused a minor injury to Shrimp Yue at most. Only then did the fierce battle between the two start. Lights and shadows flashed in midair, and various combat skills appeared. Under Han Fei's deliberate effort, the footwork and combat skills he showed were weaker than Shrimp Yue, but Han Fei's physique, strength, and soul power had become stronger. The two parties fought for about half an hour, and Han Fei showed some signs of exhaustion. But at the same time, Shrimp Yue was no better. Like Zhang Xuanyu, he could use a combat technique similar to the tertiary body, but he still failed to win. Below. Qing Xiling said solemnly, not good. The Fish Dragon King's strength has surged. Now, he hasn't completely digested this power. If he comes out of the forbidden level trial alive, his strength may increase by another 20%. Zhang Xiaotian shook his head slightly. Obviously, his gains from this trip were not completely absorbed. No wonder he needed to stay outside for so long. Before he came back, he went out to gain experience for 5 months, and when he came back, he went to the forbidden level trial ground to gain experience. Once he has fully grasped it, I'm afraid he can fight us. Qing Xiling's eyes turned cold. Then let him try. In the eyes of the heavenly talents and servants with level 6 demonic heritage or above, such a battle was already too unbelievable. How could this be the power of a sea spirit? It had reached the power of the Tao-seeking realm. Whether it was laws, combat skills, or soul attacks, they didn't dare to think about it. Someone sighed. It's useless to watch such a battle. The laws of a heavenly talent level battle are better than ours. Their combat skills are also very special and not something we can match. Some people were excited and thought to themselves, we are all cultivators. The level 6 demonic heritage is actually not weak. We also have a chance to grow into powerhouses. Many Tao-seeking demons were wondering if the Fish Dragon King was worth following. If the Fish Dragon King could return alive from this forbidden trial, they might consider it. As for the venerables, they were relatively calm. With different perspectives, they had different opinions on strength. No matter how talented he was, he had to survive to the venerable realm. Unless he had the potential to become a king, no geniuses deserved their full support. Stop. In the void, a dignified voice descended. A phantom appeared, and when everyone saw that person, they lowered their heads. It was the law enforcer of the royal city, Hai Tinglei. Hai Tinglei glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, you can challenge him, but no fighting is allowed. In this competition, the Fish Dragon King has the advantage in the realm, so he is counted as slightly defeated and will be ranked 8th on the genius list. This result was because the combat power that Han Fei showed was weaker than that of Shrimp Yue. This was what he deliberately showed. Otherwise, if the gap in strength was too large, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. At this moment, Shrimp Yue showed no anger or surprise. Instead, he took a deep look at Han Fei. You've improved in all aspects? That's good. I look forward to your challenge again. Hearing that, Han Fei raised his head high. Next time, you will surely lose. Speaking in such a tone, Han Fei felt that his acting skills were very good. Very in line with the personality of the Fish Dragon King. Shrimp Yue seemed not to hear him. With a smile, he stabbed the spurs into his shell with his 6 hands and turned away. After Shrimp Yue left, the crowd dispersed, and everyone retracted their gazes. Han Fei felt a gaze still on him and turned his head, only to see a baldy. He immediately narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhang Xiaotian? In the memory of the Fish Dragon King, he seemed to have challenged Zhang Xiaotian before, but was defeated by him with one hand. And this Zhang Xiaotian was known to be invincible in the sea spirit realm. So far, no one in the sea spirit realm could defeat him. Hanfei really wanted to suppress his realm and fight this man. After all, the top 3 of the genius list were just nominal. Everyone had already transcended a tribulation. It was said that because their talent was too high, they left their ranking on the genius list. It was said that as long as someone could beat Zhang Xiaotian, the 3 of them would come out. Looking at Zhang Xiaotian, Han Fei pretended to be angry and snorted. In a few steps, he reached the gate of his cave. Looking at the people still blocking the door, Han Fei asked coldly, "Why are you here?" One of them smiled and held a sun moon shell in his hand. "Master Dragon King, we're here to deliver something. These are all the resources of Master Yu." Ding. Another person also held the sun moon shell and said, "Master Dragon King, this is all the reserve resources of Master Shark Ball." Master Dragon King. Han Fei was almost stunned. F***CK, are you here to give me resources? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei received a total of 12 sun moon shells and 16 sea swallowing seashells. This was the resources of everyone except Gubuyu. Han Fei immediately regretted it. If he had known that the resources of whoever he killed would belong to him, he would have killed Gubuyu too. The reason why he let Gubuyu go back then was that this woman's defense power ranked in the top 5 of the genius list. Besides, he also wanted to let go of a person to spread his heroic deeds. Unexpectedly, she was punished before she ran back to the royal city. Han Fei didn't know why the 3 of them had 28 sun moon shells. It must be because Shark Ball and the others had some accumulation. Anyway, this number was really awesome. If possible, Han Fei hoped that he would be ambushed every day. In this way, he might be able to get sea-swallowing seashells every day. Han Fei had already simulated the aura of the fish dragon king with the deceit technique. To be honest, he was now the fish dragon king. Therefore, when he stepped into the residence's seal, he wasn't stopped at all. Stepping into the residence, the old turtle took the lead to say, "This seal is good and secret enough. It's a fixed array. It can fool the eyes of a venerable, but it definitely can't block the eyes of a king. Therefore, even in the residence's seal, we still have to act." Han Fei said, "Doesn't the White Shell Royal City only have one king? Why would a king peep at a junior Dao-seeking realm like me?" Pondering for a moment, the old turtle said in Han Fei's heart, "Generally speaking, yes. The perception of a king can cover every corner of the city. Even every grain of dust. It's like a game to monitor you." Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. That's too much. Do kings really have such a creepy hobby? For some reason, Han Fei thought of Zhang Xuanyu. If that guy became a king, he would probably like to peep at women the most. Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei certainly didn't dare to do anything outrageous. He maintained the usual arrogant posture of the fish dragon king. But out of curiosity, Han Fei grabbed all the sun moon shells and swallowing seashells and examined them. Han Fei thought to himself, even a king wouldn't pry into every person in the royal city, right? Why would a king do that to a mere fish dragon king? Then Han Fei was briefly stunned. Gosh, how much spiritual spring was there? Not daring to say it aloud, Han Fei recited in his heart, "This one has 200,000 caddies, this one has 180,000 caddies, this one has 280,000 caddies. This one has Hanfei poured all the spiritual spring into a sun-moon shell. He weighed it and found that it was probably more than 3 million caddies. Plus his own storage, it was almost 4 million caddies. The old turtle said, "Don't forget, this is your residence now. You should have a secret stash." Hanfei's heart did a flip. That's right. The fish dragon king couldn't take all his wealth to the front line, especially an extremely conceited guy like him. He certainly wouldn't take all the good stuff to the front line because he disdained it. Instead of consolidating the resources immediately, Hanfei went straight into the fish dragon king's residence. The fish dragon king was quite combative. *CK, there wasn't even a chair at home. What he saw was 7 or 8 spears placed in various corners. There were no decorations on the surrounding walls, only spear marks. Except only one wall. On the wall, the fish dragon king had created a picture of a flood dragon with golden sand. However, the flood dragon looked strange and resembled a dragon. Hanfei couldn't help but look puzzled. So, this fish dragon king was probably enchanted by his name and bloodline and yearned for creatures like dragons. However, he had never seen a dragon before, so he created such a weird dragon picture. In front of this wall was a big chair with a turtle shell as chair back and crab claws as armrests, which looked like a throne made of steel. It could be seen that the fish dragon king was not only extremely arrogant and conceited, but also very narcissistic. Who would build a throne in their own home? Probably only people like the fish dragon king would do that. Seeing this throne, Hanfei suddenly had an urge to sit on it. Wait, why the hell do I want to sit on it? Suddenly, Hanfei's face changed slightly. Something was wrong. This was the side effect of the soul-attracting technique. He had always thought that he could act as the fish dragon king well because of his good acting skills. But at this moment, when Hanfei saw this ugly yet a bit cute throne, he suddenly realized a problem. Was it because of his good acting skills, or was it because the fish dragon king's memories had infected him? Before he used the soul-attracting technique, Hanfei already felt that he was much stronger than the fish dragon king, so there shouldn't be a problem. But now it seemed that there were still some influences. Heh. The old turtle is malicious. Fortunately, I only read the memories of the fish dragon king. However, Hanfei didn't panic. Anyway, he had to act as the fish dragon king. So he had to sit on the throne. Hanfei sat cross-legged on this throne and opened a fish skin before his knees, and a switch was revealed. After opening it, there was a sun-moon shell and 3 sea-swallowing seashells inside. Hanfei couldn't help but grin. Sure enough, the rich were the rich. Sun-moon shells were more popular in the waterwood world. The fish dragon king had already brought a lot of resources to the front line. Otherwise, there should be more resources here. Half an hour later, Hanfei calculated the number of resources he had obtained. 4.5 million caddies of spiritual energy. The combined resources of the 4 heavenly talents in the White Shell Royal City were not much less than the resources he gained in the Free Trade Valley of the Ice Mountain City. Apart from that, there were more than 800,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid, which was not much. He estimated that these people had probably already nurtured their companion spirits. After all, the sea demons seemed to only have one companion spirit, and it seemed that only humans could have contractual spiritual beasts. There were 10,821 spiritual energy fruits, 8,645 energy fruits, 482 poisonous fruits and 566 spiritual power fruits. 2 high-quality divine weapons, 13 mid-quality divine weapons, and as many as 42 low-quality divine weapons. There were as many as 80 high-quality divine materials. As for the other materials, he had to measure them in tonnage. After all, refining a good weapon required a lot of resources. In addition to these basic items, there were also more than 120 sea demon combat skills. There were more than 60 fish skin maps. Han Fei compared them and searched in his heart. There were only 5 spots that hadn't been marked by Queen Life. Unfortunately, Han Fei had no time to explore the secret realm now. He might only have time to roughly check them. What if the original body of the water immortal was there? Judging from the map given to him by Queen Life, the target was very clear. It was the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. However, how could the people of the Waterwood world sneak into these 2 places? Fortunately, Han Fei appeared. He had many means, and could even become a sea demon. How could Queen Life not use such a talent? However, Han Fei compared the sea chart and finally confirmed that these places were within 200,000 kilometers of the White Shell Royal City. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't believe it, but that these places were too close to the White Shell King City. If the Water Immortal's original body was here, with so many venerables, Tao-seeking great demons, or even kings here, how could they not discover these secret realms nearby? Throwing away these maps of the secret realm, Han Fei felt a little irritable. He seemed to make a mistake. The Water Immortal said that with the lotus petal in his hand, he could sense her true body within 10,000 kilometers. But now, the entire royal city was only 50 kilometers long. Even if the entire abyssal chasm was included, it should be less than 10,000 kilometers. It could be seen that the true body of the Water Immortal was not in the White Shell Royal City. He had to find an opportunity to explore the 500,000 kilometer area around. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to escape the White Shell Royal City and go to the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. After sorting out the resources, Han Fei had no time to use them, nor could he directly deduce anything in the White Shell Royal City. Having no choice, Han Fei could only start to practice the demon god scripture. This technique was quite extraordinary. If a king observed it, he would probably think that the reason for his rise was related to this technique. In that case, he would have successfully deceived another king. Han Fei certainly couldn't make another breakthrough here. After all, he had just advanced to the Tao-seeking realm in name and hadn't even consolidated his foundation yet. And his real strength was already at the peak of a junior explorer. This speed was already extremely fast. After all, the explorer realm was no longer the sea demon realm. Even if he had enough resources, he could easily leap 5 or 8 levels. However, he needed to lay a solid foundation for this stage to become an intermediate explorer. Half a month later. Bam. 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 Standing outside the yard, Gue Sanqing said, "Young master, it's time for the trial." Han Fei rose quickly. He had already stuffed all his resources into Forge the Universe. Only then did he feel at ease. Outside the gate, a half-merman respectfully said, "Master Dragon King, under the order of Venerable Changshui, I'm here to invite you to the trial field." Han Fei's heart did a flip. After waiting for half a month, the trial finally came. The trial grounds in the Sea Demon Royal City were a bit like the 1,000 Star Proving Ground and the 3 Holy Lands in the 1,000 Star City. The difference was that in these trial secret realms, strange things like losing memories wouldn't happen. In the center of the white shell royal city, there were 5 teleportation arrays. According to the difficulty of the trial, they were respectively simple, ordinary, difficult, purgatory, and forbidden areas. According to the color of the teleportation array, there were 5 colors: white, green, blue, purple, and black. Each of the 5 teleportation arrays had a diameter of about 100 meters, and the simple and ordinary teleportation arrays often sent people in and out. In the white shell royal city, everyone needed to go to trial. This was compulsory. So all these trial secret realms, under normal circumstances, had been open all the time so that people could enter at any time. About 80% of the residents in the white shell royal city were wandering between the simple and ordinary trial sites. This led to many people entering and exiting the arrays most of the time every day. Of course, the teleportation array was just a teleportation array, and behind each teleportation array, there was more than one trial secret realm. As long as you entered the teleportation array, it meant that you chose this difficulty. As for which trial ground you wanted to go to, no one cared about it. When Hanfei arrived, a half-venerable seemed to be already waiting here. Seeing Hanfei arrive, this person took a deep look at the fish dragon king, and then nodded slightly. Because very few people go to the forbidden level trial field, most people don't know it well. I will go with you and give you some instructions. Hanfei was a little indifferent. This person's name was Yu Tianqin. He was very strong and was known as the strongest in the Tao-seeking realm in the white shell royal city. He didn't expect this person to be in charge of opening the forbidden level trial. Hanfei nodded. In that case, thank you, Master Tianqin. In front of the teleportation array, there happened to be a group of about 12 or 13 people walking together, who seemed to be preparing to go to some trial secret realm together. However, as soon as these people arrived here, they were surprised to see the fish dragon king and Yu Tianqin, the strongest in the Tao-seeking realm in the white shell royal city, standing in the black teleportation array, which was the forbidden level teleportation array. Then, under their watch, the 2 of them walked in one after another, only to see black light swirling and a mist covering them. Where could they be seen? The 12 or 13 people were all stunned. This wasn't the first time they came here, but the forbidden level teleportation array had never been used before. Why was it used this time? Someone exclaimed, who was that just now? He actually went to the forbidden level trial field. Someone said with a complicated look, it seems that you haven't been here long enough. You don't even know the fish dragon king. He's famous for being arrogant and conceited. Someone sighed. Didn't the fish dragon king just fight Shrimp Yue? He seems to be weaker than Shrimp Yue. Is he going to the forbidden level trial field now? Someone shook his head slightly. How can it be so easy to enter the forbidden level proving ground? This fish dragon king is arrogant and conceited. I think his chance of survival is not high. When Hanfei followed Yu Tianqin into the forbidden level trial field, he saw a cliff that was covered with weird wrinkles, and 4 dark caves on the cliff. Above the 4 caves, it respectively wrote, The Well of Abyss, Demon Suppression Tower, The Lightning Prison, Godfiend Sea. Just by looking at the names, Hanfei knew that none of these 4 places seemed simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called forbidden level trial fields. Even heavenly talents felt that it was hard to survive these places. In the memory of the fish dragon king, there was no memory of any of these 4 places. Therefore, when Han Fei saw the 4 proving grounds, he couldn't help but be stunned. It looked too weird. However, before Yu Tianxin could speak, Han Fei suddenly felt that the lotus petal left by the water immortal in Forge the Universe trembled slightly. Han Fei was immediately refreshed and excited. Did he come to the right place? As if sensing Han Fei's shock, Yu Tianxin said lightly, "This is the forbidden level trial field you want to go to. There are only 4 places in total. Since you want to explore them, you've got what you want. Now let me give you a simple explanation." Yu Tianxin pointed at the Well of Abyss and said, "That secret realm is an extremely deep seabed cave. It was connected to a certain abyss in the Wall of Death, and sea beasts are rampant there. They don't care if you are a sea demon or not. In their eyes, you are just food." Han Fei was surprised. The Wall of Death? Yu Tianxin smiled faintly. Although the Wall of Death is terrifying, it is not terrifying everywhere. Although the Well of Abyss is connected to the Wall of Death, since this place has been established as a trial field, there is a chance for a trial, so there won't be creatures much stronger than you. Of course, not every place in the trial field can be explored, so there should be many special places where there may be powerful sea beasts. Han Fei looked solemn. In that case, is it very likely that an unknown existence beyond my ability will appear in the forbidden level trial field? Yu Tianxin said, "The premise is that you can resist the temptation. Don't explore places you can't reach." Han Fei looked past the Well of Abyss and at the demon subduing tower. Yu Tianxin said, "The demon subduing tower, this is the nearest forbidden area to the Wall of Death. As its name suggests, it is the place to suppress sea monsters and ferocious beasts. However, the source of the sea monsters here is the Wall of Death." Han Fei was shocked. "Can the creatures in the Wall of Death come out?" Yu Tianxin said, "The Wall of Death is just a means of sealing. As long as it's a seal, there will always be a problem. This Wall of Death has existed for countless years. Isn't it normal to occasionally miss a few small fish?" Han Fei asked, "Are they locked up together?" Yu Tianxin shook her head. "Of course not. The tower is actually a cave. There are layers to the cave. The demon subduing tower is an ancient place that had existed before the White Shell Royal City. The king once tried to enter it and also felt the danger from the bottom level of the demon subduing tower, but he couldn't enter it." Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and he was dumbfounded. "Huh?" Seeing Han Fei's expression, Yu Tianxin smiled faintly. "Why are you panicking? That's at the bottom level of the demon subduing tower. How can it be a place that you and I can reach? The demon subduing tower is divided into different realms according to the strength of the suppressed sea demon beasts. From top to bottom, there are a total of 9 levels. They correspond to the Sea Spirit, Peak Sea Spirit, Tao Seeking, Peak Tao Seeking, Half Venerable, Venerable, Peak Venerable, Half King, and King realms." As he said this, Yu Tianxin couldn't help but glance at Han Fei. "I have to say that this demon subduing tower is the most unsuitable for you. If you were still in the Sea Spirit realm, with your talent, there's a high chance that you would be able to pass through it. However, you just happen to break through to the Tao Seeking realm. Among the three realms, you are the weakest. If you enter it, you might be torn apart. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He hoped that the water immortal wasn't in the demon-subduing tower. It didn't sound simple. How could he shake a place that could even suppress king? Let alone a king, logically speaking, going to the 5th level might already be his limit. Seeming to be sure that Han Fei wouldn't choose the demon-subduing tower, Tianqin looked at the Thunder Prison and said, I don't know much about the Thunder Prison. I can only say that Master Hai Tinglei cultivated and stepped into the Tao here. Han Fei was taken aback for a moment. Does Master Hai Tinglei still need to go to the forbidden trial field? Tianqin said indifferently, it's more like a cultivation field than a training field. In this space, what you have to face is endless lighting and thunder. As you go deeper, the intensity of the lightning and thunder becomes stronger. It is said that at the end, you can see creatures in the lightning and thunder. In the end, Tianqin pointed at the God-Fiend Sea. Among the 4 forbidden level secret realms, the top 3 have their own characteristics. The safety of the God-Fiend well can be high or low. Everything depends on your luck. The demon-subduing tower has experienced the precipitation of countless years. It can be said that no matter which floor you go to, the creatures you encounter are bound to be extremely powerful. As for the Thunder Prison, as long as you are confident in being able to withstand the lightning and thunder, relatively speaking, it's the least dangerous. Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. What about the God-Fiend Sea? Tianqin said casually, the God-Fiend Sea is in the Wall of Death. Pfft. Han Fei looked at Tianqin in shock. Are you kidding me? Can we go into the Wall of Death? Tianqin curled his lips. Don't look at me. As I said, the Wall of Death has been sealed for too long. It's possible that some part of the seal was accidentally broken. This God-Fiend Sea is such a place, but the king restored the seal with special means and fixed the broken part. The disadvantage is that the king used some means, which can reflect the creatures in the Wall of Death. Besides, it might not be Oniyuro but a group. Han Fei was speechless at Tianqin's explanation. No place sounded simple. If there was one place that was suitable, it was the Thunder Prison, which was definitely suitable for his cultivation. Han Fei couldn't help asking, how long can I stay in a forbidden level secret realm? Tianqin said lightly, there is actually no limit to this. If there is a time limit, it's 7 days for the Well of Abyss and the demon-subduing tower, 3 days for the Thunder Prison, and 1 day for the God-Fiend Sea. This time limit is set just to confirm that you are still alive. Han Fei keenly grasped the word no limit and hurriedly asked, no limit? Tianqin said, the time limit is set mainly to confirm that you are still alive. If you think you can still stay inside, come out first and explain the situation. After obtaining the approval of Master Changshui Qin, you can enter again.